What's up, everybody? It's me, Johnny G. Welcome back to the channel for another Arknights video. Today, we're going to be diving back into the First of a Thousand Autumns event and continuing where we left off with the story. Now, I know what you're thinking. Usually, I would stream this, but unfortunately, as far as time has been lately for me, I just haven't had the ability to do that. So I've basically decided that I'm going to record and get this out in one big episode for you, because I've got other projects that I'm working on for this event, for the video creation event, other things that I've been doing at home that have been taking up my time, and I just haven't had the regular schedule time that I would to be able to stream. So this will still get out there. You guys will hopefully still enjoy it in the same way, shape, or form, but we'll continue from where we left off. And last time we got through the TA-3, I believe, so we're partway through. We're almost to the halfway point. We have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, which, yeah, seems a little like a lot. But there's only one additional story piece. Like, usually you have ST-1, ST-2, ST-3. So you get like two story bits throughout, and then one that's like your epilogue, your end of the story. This time, there is only 2 pieces of the story, one at the beginning, one at the end, and that's it. But there is an additional 11th stage on this. It is one of those unplayable stages that you just have to kind of read and watch what happens, circa Teresa in the Babel event that everybody hates that stage. Me as well. But with that said, things have kind of ramped up last time. Wang was dealing with scraping the Sui name off of the pages of the book as he was going through it, the writing from Jie. But there's a lot of interesting things kicking up here, and we have yet to really get into the meat and potatoes of this story, I think. I think there's going to be a big jump from here, ramp up to where we're going to find out exactly what's going on, and then there's going to be a massive ending to this, because this is kind of, again, that culmination of the story of the Sui siblings. But we'll see how things go. So let's not waste any more time, and let's jump right in. All right, just had to let the graphic play since I haven't been streaming to be able to use it, but let's go ahead and get in here. All right, so we got 3 days remaining where I'm at right now. But like I said, we did story 1, TA 1, 2, 3 tutorial. So we got 5 things done, but we've got to continue here with TA-4. Whoop. I was building a different team and I can't remember exactly what for. What was I doing that for? That's a good question. Oh, you know what? I was testing them out, I think, on something to, for, what's it called, for module stuff. Did I ever finish that though? That's a good question. What? Yeah, I did get his B-shaped stone container, which of course, you know, trust is a big thing. I'm not up to 50 yet. I haven't been trust farming, so I can't continue to upgrade that. But I have his module. What about Chen? Because you got some of those stages where you can only use so many operators. I did get hers as well, but her trust is higher. I don't have this unlocked yet because I haven't done another catch-up stream. I need to do that soon, but we'll do that when we get some extra time. For now, let's go ahead and just pick up where we left off with our main squad, which is what we're rolling with here, and go from there. Okay. Ooh, back with this again. Pointless obsession, pointless struggle, pointless sacrifice. You have been fearful for centuries. You divided my awakening into hundreds of cycles, each of which is subdivided by 12, then subdivided by 30, and then you live in constant fear every minute, every second, fearing the limit, though you do not know when it will come. Have I become so foolish and short-sighted in the span of just a few dreams? Interesting. I still love that cat. I've seen a fan art on Twitter the other day that I thought was really cute of this cat creature playing with Miss Christine. That was fun. Without a will, without a self, without someone to measure and define it, time is no more than a cycle without meaning. As the time you spent in the tomb was. How do you define this time if you neither think nor feel? How does a dream then? A dream hysterical for its inevitable end. Year 759. The mounts, seas, and all in between shall be our masters! Shenhaizhong member. Heresy! Yanni's border force. Drop your weapon and live. Drop my weapon! We will teach the House of Yan the Jew has awakened, and their reign is no more than a fleeting dream compared to the infinity of heaven and earth. The mounts, seas, and all in between shall be... Whoops. I will say, chat, do, like, give me a little bit of props, or not so much props, but if you want to give me a little credit, I would be appreciative. I hope that I will get better at these pronunciations, but through researching for the fandub preview, because there were a few more, like, Chinese language words that I wasn't familiar with, I did some research and I have learned a little bit about the pronunciation, so I'm kind of proud of myself. Now, of course, it's still going to take time for me to get used to things, but I found it very interesting and very cool going through some of these things. Like, I did some search through Google and went to some websites as well as some YouTube videos to actually learn and to be able to provide a pronunciation breakdown in my script. So that was pretty neat, but I've learned some, and I'm not, like I said, not 100% there, but I'd appreciate if you could give me just a little credit for trying to be better at pronouncing these things and not butchering them all the time. That said, though, we continue. Come, drink! Sir, I'm just a humble soldier. Don't sell yourself short. After centuries, we finally eliminated the last remnant from the hunt. The lands of Yan are safe now. A toast to all of you. Great Yan. Thank you, sir. Oh, these two again. And the two of you, of course. Mr. Shuo inspired the troops by always being the first to charge into the fray, while Mr. Wang's tactics were utterly flawless. The bulk of the credit for taking down Zhu must go to the two of you. A toast to you. Duoxia. That's one I didn't have to look up. So, curiosity. Let's see how to pronounce Duoxia. Okay. Duoxia. Meaning thank you is pronounced roughly as D-W-O-R -S-H-Y-E-H. So Duoxia. Duoxia. Okay. So close. I've kind of been close with that one, because I know that's popped up a few times before. But I'm happy that I figured that one out now too. Duoxia. Wang is speechless. This is a rare opportunity, Mr. Wang, and there is something I must say to you. I know of the slanders against your name in the Imperial Court, casting suspicions upon you because you are not of our kind. But you have endured such slanders and made a historic contribution to Yan. Your noble heart is admirable. To interfere even in family reunions, the Sui regulator's restrictions on you are unreasonable. I will petition to His Majesty to permit your family gathering. It's a joyful day. I consider myself a strong drinker, but it appears wine has gotten the best of me. Let's move my mic forward a little bit. To tell the truth, my orders were to keep an eye on you and make sure nothing goes wrong. But the two of you have proven yourself utterly loyal, most respectable. This is as far as I go. Take care. The drunken official manages a farewell and departs, helped by his bodyguards. A good man, but a poor spy. Did you think about what will happen to all of us if he finds out what you did? You were drunk. I wish I were drunk, and all this was naught but a dream. Why did you let the bestial Jew go? Best to have a card up one's sleeve. Who is your opponent this time? You must feel it. We all do. It is awakening, much sooner than the 1,000 years that we expected. We need help. Did Zhu promise to help you defeat Sui? It is too weak to even protect the Shan Haizhong, and we have not gotten to that point. It is not time yet. I told you, there are other ways to escape its influence. I know what you're going to say. You finally cleaned up the ties between you and it. You wanted me to no longer be us, and we no longer be it. And you sealed yourself away in the sword. What then? Did the Sui regulator return your sword? We still live in shackles. True shackles do not come from outside. Do you really believe that everyone can be like you? You remember everything and care about everything. People, events, and things from centuries past have all flowed away like the great river, but Shuo remains Shuo, always. Not everyone can be like you. How long would it take for Dusk to become like you? What about you? Do you really want you to be like you? Interesting phrase. 1,000 years is not enough, and we don't even have 1,000 years. We don't have time. I'm hardly your equal in Wei Qi, but I know that when there is no clear path to victory in sight, it is better to play in a straightforward manner than to attempt radical tricks without a plan. Do you think there is no victory in this game? That you would be content with doing all the right things in an honorable defeat? I never said that. Your plan will have no other outcome. What do you think we should do then? If you truly found a path, tell me, and I will come with you. Our chances would be better that way. Just tell me what the chances are. You can use me however you want. I would be happy to give my life. But do you really know what you're doing? Or has your obsession with victory blinded you to risks and consequences? Tell me. Say something. Did you consider it? The proxy slams his palm on the stone table, or so he intended to. But he has yet to adapt to his mortal vessel, and he misjudged both the strength and position. A deep crack appears on the Wei Qi board that Wang always carries with him. What a beautiful picture. Wang, Impressive, brother. This human body you created for yourself can still split boulders. Listen to me! No, thank you. None of us could reach your heights, brother. You need not trouble yourself with our fates. Wang! Ling! What are you doing here? I had a fight with our eldest brother. Such is written all over your face. I get drunk by the roadside for a couple of hours, and the two of you are already making trouble. If you have anything to say to him, you could say it to him directly. Come now, there's no need for that. I know what you were fighting over. Sui. This is not the first time you have fought over this. Can you not accept your differences? This is a matter of life and death. It's not something that can be glossed over so easily. Would you keep fighting, even when the end comes? Run not from the words that need to be said. The longer you delay this, the greater the problem grows. Not today. Wang, now, come back. Wei Qi failure, can you not act your age, playing the brat in front of your younger sister? Damn, she called him out bad. That's funny. Ling leads the way while Wang slowly follows behind. They see the eldest proxy still sitting by the pavilion. All right, now this one is interesting. D-A-G-E, how to pronounce. Okay, let's find this. How to pronounce Daga. Okay. Wait. Daga is more Scandinavian or German. I don't know. English. Dage rhymes with age. Or Chinese pinyin is Daga, big brother. Okay, there. All right, yeah. So I've been saying Daga, but I kind of was leaning into that, thinking that that was something more like different for Chinese language. So I mistook that, but I'm glad that I was kind of on the right track with that one before. Daga, our biggest brother. Little Ling. I have told you, calling me Little Ling makes me feel like a child. Sorry, old habits die hard. So it would seem. Huh. Smashing things in your rage. Are you the child here? I'll fetch some good wood and make a new one for you. Or would you prefer to keep this one? I can ask Nian or Yi to fix it when they're here. No need. Oh, I recall the days when I had freshly awoken, watching you two fight amongst yourselves time after time. I remember the candle holder asking me anxiously, how bad will it get when all your younger siblings are born? Please give me an estimation so that I could report to the court and get a disaster response plan set up. Ahem. An idea, Daga. Let me speak to Wang alone. I will serve as your messenger this time, in order that you need not break anything else. Very well. So about the Weiqi board. Just leave it, brother. I'll repair it myself. No need to trouble yourself. All right. You are still angry. I'm not. You only address him as brother when you are angry. Ooh, she picks up on that. That's funny. What were you arguing about? Tell me. It is just as I thought. His way is the proper way, but it is slow. If it were to suddenly awaken one day, it would all be too late. As for you, if you want to argue with him, should you not at least come up with a plan of your own? He gave up his sword to prove our innocence, the sword that means so very much to him. Do you feel no gratitude? Are you perhaps seriously furious that he smashed your board? No. I'm just frustrated by his lack of urgency. We all seek a way. Dusk has even fewer ideas. Does she anger you too? No. Its awakening is accelerating. We are all anxious, and it is understandable that we might provoke the occasional quarrel with inadvertent words. But it will take centuries for it to awaken. Maintaining a cordial relationship with Yan is the more pressing matter. Or are you saying that I, too, lack urgency? No, that's not what I mean. You said we're all looking for a way. What are you looking for? Your ears have merit. It and I, we are all nothing but a dream. This is just the seed of an idea, and I know not how far I can go. But I hope to leave behind a dream. A dream that it cannot disturb, even if it has fully awakened. Interesting. Okay, TA-4, small avalanche.
Let's go.
What? Wait. What is that, and why does it look like Wang? That's the dude from the trailer. Frostplay. The work of white becomes the glyph broken when stamped, sealing its glyph tile. So is that Sui? And this his creature, whereas he has the other cat-like one. That's intriguing. Because like I said, he was in the trailer, the animated trailer, so let's do...
You have been drawn into my plans.
we need Texas out here ASAP, but give it a second.
Simply.
Enemy engaged. Let's end this quickly.
Okay.
Let's begin.
Let's get her in.
This will keep you quiet. Need speed to succeed.
Okay.
If I make it back in one...
Cut them to pieces.
Wait, what's her range?
Do we have time
Yeah, she
to
goes
go
behind,
over
okay.
Interessante.
Beautiful.
Amazing. Vargo, don't get in my way.
Okay, so I can't attack or target him, it seems.
Do we have time to go if I'm dead anyway?
Bartender's choice. Custom-made Pugmire.
Let's put Chen out, so we can get some usage out of her.
I know very well as move at Teardrop Point. Once known, be dead.
Oh, that didn't... That hit there, but it doesn't do anything to him.
Awaiting orders.
So,
You can't stop me.
interesting. Okay. Okay. Okay.
I know very well as
He
sword
keeps
of heaven
spawning them.
Bid dawn as cast. Got it. Cut them to pieces.
Okay.
This will keep you quiet.
That guy out. We're
Need
15.
speed to succeed.
Do we have... I've been in plenty of events.
Why must you insist on struggling?
Okay. Come on. Where are we at here?
Oizer, bartender's choice. Custom-made Pugmire. Awaiting order. You can't stop me.
Oh, we got a whole bunch of them.
I know very
Go, Chen. Go, no. Oh, Lapland took him out first. Whoops. My bad. Very interesting stage, though. Nice. We got it. Year 759. Chew. The right leg. Almost fully polished. I can't believe the first thing I'm doing after reforming my vessel is to die for someone else's sake. It's time to go. Oh, it's you. No, you're it, but you're not it. You're, interesting. Very interesting indeed. How does it feel to see your old enemy split apart like this, and your old followers turned into an unruly rabble? What enemy? I simply had a dream that caused some delay. I managed to evade the great hunt before I awoke. It's not such a bad thing to die here after awakening. But you should not kill me here quietly. You should let me die before the Yanni's army. Otherwise, maniacs will keep coming, trying to die in my name. You know, I did notice his sprite, his, like, single light eye thing there blinking. Like, not so much blinking, but it has eyelids of some sort. That's cool. It would be the last thing I want. Desperate people will resort to desperate measures. You are not necessarily the reason. I won't kill you. Quite the opposite. I can't let you die. You want to help me instead of killing me? Interesting. How do you intend to deal with the self-proclaimed Shanhaizhong? Though it is no more than a fragment, they have indeed inherited the old carpenter's arts. They are not entirely unassociated with me. They'll live if you leave. What do you mean? The Annie's army wants you, not them. It's trivial for you to leave. I'll help you if you encounter any obstacles. As for the Shanhaizhong, they'll last 2 more days, give or take. Ultimately, they will all die, taking a third of the Yanni's army with them. If you die for them here, they will become even more fervent and fight to the bitter end. If you leave, they will flee, and Yan's mission will be done, so they can recall their armies. This is the only way for you to stop the war. It's very interesting seeing a little more background with the Shanhaizhong, considering like when they first made their appearance otherwise, like we didn't know a whole lot. And then like the whole thing with when vernal winds will never blow was like a resurrection of them, so to speak, with Ya at the front there. It just wasn't really the originals. And now we have them, or we're seeing kind of like a little bit of an origin from them, which is neat in my opinion, considering everything that we've noticed with them before. But at the same time, it's kind of interesting to see how they are here compared to the version that Ya had led, and with Chongyue fighting them then, you know. So, kind of cool. Anyways, this is the only way for you to stop the war. You are it. No, not quite. You are 10 times it in scheming and intrigue. Yeah, see, his eyelids or whatever are kind of narrowed. I would be indebted to you. What do you wish from me in return? A peace in reserve that could perhaps come in useful. No great loss if it never comes into play. Now that makes me feel a little slighted. I'll repay this debt, I promise. How do you intend to help me when you don't know what I'm trying to do? You would treat a Fahrenmut as a piece in reserve, but your plotting must not involve mortal man. This is about yourself. Split apart, you said. How many pieces are there? 12. Then I take it the only thing you care about is whether it is the 12 that is left, or the 1. One word of advice. One tree does not make a forest. You are defying the laws of nature. You need all the help you can get. Ask your siblings if they've sought any alternatives. Beings like you are not meant to be measured by normal logic and reason. If you can find the solution, you will rid the world of a great threat. Back to Ling. We will never be truly gone as long as my dream has not been fully worn away, as long as the 12 of us persist in my dream. Falsehood is reality, the great way unfettered. Such is for all things. It sounds to me you intend to carry the heaviest yoke of them all. You want to drag the entire family into this instant before Sui awakens, then extend the instant into eternity in your waking dream. How long do you think you will last? What if I drank all the wine across all the lands? I hope there is a less desperate way. We were never equals to it. Desperate times call for desperate measures, do they not? I know, but I did not save Ju on a whim. Why do you bring this up again? Of course you have your reasons for doing things, but too often you cast your eyes too far and forget the things that are near. Wait, what do you mean? I was asked to do so. By whom? Ho. The old man's alive? He has avoided the Eye of Yan, as he does not have followers like the Shanhaizhong. He told me about Ju after I took him beyond Yanni's reach. Have you told our eldest brother? Not yet. You can be pretty astute when you need to be. I asked Ho about the ideas for a way out after I helped him leave Yan. His words have given me thought. Perhaps I am not in its dream. Perhaps it is in my dream. Interesting, that old man. I would love to drink with him if I got the chance. The unusual activity of Sui may indicate that something is disturbing it in its dream and accelerating its awakening. It is merely addressing the symptoms that I can enter its dream and see what the culprit is, if I can enter its dream. Risky. Are you not concerned it may awaken? Does it really make a difference whether it awakens in 70 years or 7 days? What if I offer not my help? I'll find a way. Might this way have something to do with me, such as stealing something from me? I will take that as a yeah. Give me your word you will not do anything too foolish in this dream. If I violate my oath... Stop. There's no need for oaths between family. But please do not break my heart. Yes. Now then, drink up. You may take the goblet with you. Just drink. What more do you need to dream? No ritual necessary. The older proxy takes the cup and downs its contents. As vertigo overcomes him, he attempts to support his body with his arms. The stone table beneath his elbows has turned into a mountain boulder covered in moss. He has never seen such scenery, but in the chaos, or after he came into the mortal realm. Be it in the chaos. He is it, but its dreams are too complex to be closely examined by one. Where am I? A battlefield. A battlefield of void and emptiness. Proxy hears Fahrenmut roar at Fahrenmut. Humans swing their weapons at other humans. Humans swarm Fahrenmut before they are suffocated, crushed, and devoured. He hears the pain trembling of Fahrenmut's as massive human weapons are locked and loaded. But he sees nothing. Invisible Fahrenmuts walk across the ground. Vegetation disappears where they tread, revealing black and yellow soil. Invisible entities strike the mountains, cracking them and causing avalanches. But it remains still. It is in fear, angry, in pain, but it cannot fight back, cannot avoid it, not even let out a whimper. Is this its nightmare? After the 12 of us left, its dreams lost their visible image. Proxy takes a step back, but even the mountains are trembling in the nightmare. He can hardly keep himself upright. Just because you're in a dream doesn't mean you shouldn't watch your feet. Who's there? Oh, the plain-dressed elder. How did you get here? Chu wanted to come personally to help you, but his brain has a hard enough time dreaming for himself, much less entering another's dream. I'm more suited to these things. Lamentable, is it not, that Sway's dream has become so torn and broken. Fortune and misfortune are truly two sides of the same coin. You are in its nightmare, and you have drawn its lines, like it or not. Look. Poe points in the distance where heaven and earth melt into one. Suddenly, a black silhouette emerges from nothingness. Fahrenmut. Humanity. Weapon. It all seems utterly unreal, like the picture books that some Yanni's soldiers carry with them. Flip through the pages rapidly, and the pictures begin to move, as though they have been subject to Dusk's touch. I'll awaken it? Quite the opposite. The nightmare does not last long. Anyone trapped in a nightmare only seeks to wake up. The silhouette at least allows it to sleep a little longer. Then, what do you mean by fortune and misfortune being two sides of the same coin? Poe says nothing, but Wang sees it. At first, the images are awkward and stiff, but soon they become smooth. Not much has changed except for a white shadow appearing within the black silhouette. What is that? All 12 of you took something from its dream. When it let you go, its old dream gradually blurred, and the new dream became empty. But what was left behind was not a void. It was a mirror, waiting to reflect the first thing that enters its dream. That thing, that man, is you. What is this? You are seeing its nightmare, and now a reflection of you, the you who filled the void in its dream. You told me about the strange things that happened to your family a century ago. Now, they have all come together, but in your image. This is its creation, its puppet, and the reflection of a reflection, which it is loath to face. It's time to go. Go? What else? Do you intend to kill it? If this is the shape of the void, then killing it might destroy whatever consciousness it still retains in the dream. Your mind is sharp, but your words are terrifying. You could not kill Sui outside the dream. What makes you think you can kill it in the dream? I suppose you could try it if you are confident that you will be able to escape unscathed. I'm confident that I can take it down with me. You don't listen to what people say, do you? I suppose I'll have to fetch someone whom you care about. Wang? He wants to sacrifice his own life to kill Sui in this dream. Have you abandoned your word so soon, my second eldest brother? Such opportunity will not come again. That's quite enough. It's time to bring your brother out of the dream, girl, or we'll all be in danger. In this dream, this time, I glimpsed the dream of your slumber and my own reflection. You saw the reflection, and the price was to create an inexplicable foe for yourself in the centuries to come. Having to face this again, you must be filled with regret. What a terrible error. If I knew this reflection of yours could leave the dream and enter reality, I would not have left so easily. Where are you hiding? No matter. I will find you. Yes, it's time to go. Clearly unwilling to stay any longer, Ho waves his stick, and the three figures disappear. But neither he nor Ling realizes that they have simply taken one of many Weiqi stones. The stone will shatter when they depart the dream, and Ho and Ling will not find the same hill when they attempt to return to the dream. Don't try to find me again. It's not worth it. A black aura suddenly surrounds the proxy. The next instant, he has leapt from the cliff into the formation of thingless things. At the horizon, the beast-shaped silhouette seems to have been hit by something, letting out a wail that shakes the earth. The gray-white tide of humans outlined by black lines quickly swallows the Farenmut silhouette and rushes toward the proxy. In the distance, it looked like a thin line. Up close, the raging tide obscures the heavens. Black armor, plain robes, iron swords, pale bows. Yanni's equipment from 1,000 years ago in black and white like an uncolored draft surrounding the proxy. The first soldier charges at the proxy. A spear carrying the afterimage of arts rushes towards the proxy's throat. The proxy cleaves it in two. Bring it on! He shouts. The army in Sui's dream pauses for an instant. Then they rush towards him like a river that his words had frozen for an instant. What's going on? Mr. Shuo. You're Ling's candle holder. Where is she? As he speaks, a claw the size of a mountain is brought down upon Shuo. Shuo swings his fist. Heaven and earth tremble. Its attack foiled, the Sui beast turns its attention to the other side, the enormous weapon that has just been assembled, not even taking the time to lick its bleeding wounds. We can't stop it. Half the Imperial Guard have fallen, along with the human troops that had been deployed to the tomb of Sui. We have mobilized every soldier in the 4 cities around Baichao. We can only hope before it destroys the next city. Where's Wang? Where is he? What use is there in looking for him? Ling took the others into a dream to protect them when Sui awoke. You led the army to fight Sui. Who else could have awakened it other than the great offender? The offender? Daga! Ling? You should not be here. Where's the dream already? Who could see? A gulper of cups. They come now. Ling's eyes are closed. The dream has yet to end. Even in the dream, however, she and the other siblings in it can feel its presence, so very near now. It has come to this. A fight to the death it is. Shuo is awake. He draws his sword, which has not yet tasted blood. In the dream, Ling points her lantern at the body of the bestial Sway. The bestial Sway turns around towards the beings born of itself. Yet just before everyone on the battlefield, every human and every beast could plunge into the coming slaughter, a bloody, black figure appears behind the bestial Sway. Caught you. You. Through dreams and dreams infinite, all of me and all of us are here. There is nowhere for you to go. You wouldn't dare! Kill me and you will be destroyed, as will all your family. Wang does not answer. He lunges forward with his sword and impales the throat of his own reflection, which he had pursued through dreams far too numerous to count. Interesting. The strange scenes from countless dreams gush from the wound. Mountains, Fernmuts, armies, white dreams boil and roil between heaven and earth, and a white mist, fever hot like fresh blood, wraps around the army and proxy outside the dreams, even the Fernmut. Only when the white figure falls to the ground do the others see that two bodies lie upon the ground, all life gone from them. One was Wang, the other was exactly like Wang, but not even death could wipe the malice from his face. No one knew who he was. Ling! As the two bodies fall, Ling and her siblings in the dream vanish into nothingness. Ling! Bestial Sway wails with the last proxy. The black stone. You're still trying to daunt me with illusions. It will not succeed. Who could see a gulper of cups become now a sorrowful drunk? Ooh, interesting. Ling would never say that, not even with the end upon us. How many of your stones sacrificed this time? Go on, count. You may think that I don't have many stones left, but how much is left of your memories? Not much. But perhaps you have forgotten something. Did you really think a few fragments, split from a mere 1/12, could possibly stand against me, a whole that was born alongside this entire land? Remember, your last failure was the same as this.
You're reliable.
Interesting.
You're reliable. Man,
Okay.
how could everybody here be so reliable? I'm starting to envy the captain of this land ship.
So there was some conflict back before. That's intriguing. Now, I remember him talking about planning to enter the tomb. Was it at the end of Such as the Joy of Our Reunion? When he appeared at the very end and you took him food? Because everybody was after him and he was entering the tomb or something like that. So he made that appearance at the very end. Either way, TA-5. I know I keep chewing like skin on my fingers, and I apologize for that. That's just like, this is bothering me. It's partially my ADHD. So. Gear 962. So now we jump ahead. This is as far as we can go, Your Imperial Majesty. You are the only one in all of Yan who may enter the room beyond this door. It is but a door. There is no need to be so fearful. It conceals Yan's greatest secret and its greatest asset, Your Imperial Majesty. Is that so? The 17-year-old True Lung walks down the last few steps. He looks back at the 3 Grand Ministers behind him, who are still bowing deeply. He frowns and pushes the door open. He's heard about what lies behind the door, the legends and stories of this ancient nation that have been passed down through the centuries. The Earth's blessing The earth's blessings have granted this stone to its people. The heaven's blessings shall bring an end to sway. Some say that the prosperity of Yan comes from it. Others say the True Lung's authority is merely borrowed from it. But no one has seen it with their own eyes in nearly a century. The ascending True Lung is filled with excitement, his fingertips trembling. Everything in the land of Yan shall obey him, for the prosperity of Yan. So will one small crystal. He pushes the door open. As ambitious as he is, he could not help but stop before the massive space and blinding light. It is not the first Originium itself, but man-made additions upon it, the limiters and the guidance that generations after generations of Tianches have placed upon it over the centuries. At the new capital of Baijiao, a tomb was built. Baijiao. A tomb was built to hold the vessel's sway, and the consciousness of sway was suppressed by the power of calamity. Yet the emperor was not at ease, and so he sought counsel from the Tianxia bureaus, in hopes of keeping the peace for eternity hence. Then the emperor discovered the means to harness the power of calamity, but it would take the lives of 100 Tianxias and 10,000 soldiers to form the blade and slay the beast. Even if complete successes were achieved, Baijiao would not be spared. And the emperor said, "It is shameful to bring harm to the people for one's own purposes. I shall give up myself, and my descendants shall do the same, and not demand the sacrifice of the people." The True Lung passed the next year, and by it the enchantment was complete. The crown prince grieved and named it Bufan. Bufan. No rebellion. Sounds like no return, too. My ancestor sacrificed himself and made the reigning True Lung the subject of future human sacrifice. Henceforth, the True Lungs that came after him gave their lives to harness the power of this Originium. I would not have known it was so massive if I did not see it for myself. Yet it's no more than a tiny crystal compared to all of Yan and Yan's future. Yan could not have done much more with this object. How much energy have we spent on suppressing the sleeping beast? With such energy, how many armies could we have raised? How many machines could we have built? How could I tolerate such inaction? The True Lung lingers before the facility for a while. He's gotten used to the scorching light, and even starts to feel boring. A smile comes to his face as he remembers the reverence on his 3 Grand Ministers' faces. How will he deride their timidity when he leaves the room without being rude? He recalls the rule that kept the ministers out, for him to face this structure alone. The rule that inextricably links it to his life. He could not help but laugh. The True Lung's authority over all under heaven tied to a tiny crystal like this. I am still inexperienced. I will be relying on the 3 of you for many things. Yan has been peaceful and prosperous for centuries. Why is it that there are still rebellions? Is there still land where the blessings of Yan do not touch? Or seditious subjects who will not submit to imperial rule? Silence. I will decide myself, then, as you do not answer. The blessings of Yan shall touch every corner, so that not a single person shall worry for food or shelter. The teachings of Yan, for Yan, shall reach every heart, so that not a single rebellious thought will enter the mind of a single man. We shall vanquish the northern traitors and build the nomadic city of Baijiao. Both are the foremost priority, and neither shall be delayed. You shall summon the 6 ministries, discuss the specifics, and deliver a proposal by the end of the month. Dismissed. The trio on the other side of the curtain bow in assent and leave. A little later. Ah, you have arrived. It is an honor, Your Imperial Majesty. I've long heard of the 12 extraordinary talents of Yan, credited with no small number of achievements for the Empire. I've been curious for some time. I therefore perused the Sway Regulator's archives and found something rather interesting. Be it reports of triumph or suspicious activities, no name has been mentioned more often than yours. But I see your visage is not as terrifying as the rumors claim. Why has your Imperial Majesty summoned me? They call you the most cunning strategist in all Yan. How do you propose to resolve the two great obstacles we face? The Northern Rebellion is hardly a major threat. The rebels may be influenced in their local area. They are powerless to expand. Nevertheless, it would be inadvisable to allow them to consolidate their position. 50,000 soldiers and 6 months' worth of rations will be sufficient to defeat them. Your estimate is much more than optimistic than the Ministry of War. Much more optimistic. But I have more reason to trust your judgment on this. What about the other matter? As for the modification of Baizhou into a nomadic city, I understand the Ministry of Works has validated the engineering principles. The only issues are funding supplies and the Tomb of Sway beneath Baizhou. Yes, you understand the problem. It is for this that I have summoned you. How do you intend to eliminate Sway? If you are familiar with the scrolls of the Sway Regulator, you understand that we were the same and one as Sway, and our fates are intermingled. Do you mean to ask how to kill us? It is only Sway that Yan is concerned about, and no other being. You understand, of course, the price that Yan paid for the hunt that occurred centuries ago. The price that must be paid if Yan is to force the issue is 7/10 of its armies, 1/10 of its population, and 50 years of unceasing unrest. If that is the case, Yan will be in no position to ensure the safety of the 12 of you. Proxy looks up and meets the gaze of the man beneath the curtain. I am determined to cleanse Yan of this 1,000-year bane. I am not afraid to pay the price, any price. Sway will be destroyed. The tremendous energy that was used to suppress that beast shall be reutilized to build 100 cities and 10,000 battleships and usher in another 1,000 years of prosperity for Yan. I had not hoped that there would be a place for the 12 of you in Yan's future prosperity. On account of your past deeds, it is regrettable. If your decision to eliminate Sway comes from practical judgment rather than reckless pursuit of glory, I may have a way. Oh. The 12 of us were one and the same as Sway. We were destined to fade whether it awakes or it is destroyed. But it is possible that I could replace it. How sure are you? I will need time. The young man beneath the curtain points at the courtyard outside. That ginkgo sapling was planted in the spring of this year. The Ministry of Works swore an oath in this hall several days ago that the rebuilding of Baizhou into a nomadic city will be complete before that tree bears fruit. 20 years. That is the time you have. That is too little time. I am not here to bargain. Immortality has made you arrogant. Perhaps you have forgotten that mortals do not have many 20 years. Yan cannot wait, neither can I. You're the new candle holder. So much time has passed in the blink of an eye. As the previous candle holder... Wait, is that? No, wait. Is that the old Tianxia? Or... maybe not. Anyways. She retired last month and asked me to tell you not to worry. I will take over your communications with the Sway Regulator from now on. Well, you'll have your hands full. Most candle holders have to worry about tracking down my free-roaming siblings. As for mine, they have to sit in this office all day handling books and scrolls. They're more like secretaries than candle holders. I enjoy reading and writing. This is right up my alley. Perfect. What's your name? I'm Chun. Chun. For the ancient tree that shares your name, 8,000 years is a spring and 8,000 years is an autumn. Was the one who named you remarkably ambitious or remarkably cautious? Wait, you are... No! Ooh. Nice look. An elf. Yes, an elf? Interesting. Judging from your appearance, you're an elf of Yan? Y-A-A-N? Bestial Yan and its elves are well versed in the ways of yin-yang and the 5 elements. The element associated with spring is wood, and the character for Chun combines both wood and spring, representing vitality and longevity. I see. My mother told me about it when I was young. I didn't expect anyone else to know. Stuff like this is what history is about. It's your first day. I won't put you to too much hard work. Just familiarize yourself with the space. You can look at any books and documents in this study. The candle holder carefully scans the room. She could not conceal her eagerness as she sees scrolls and books that fill the wall shelves. Did you write all these? No, I simply collect the materials. The historians of this Imperial Historical Cabinet are the ones who actually write the books. After all, is writing history a difficult task? It's a heavy responsibility. History books form people's perception of the past, but a few words are hardly enough to give them a complete view. Choices must be made as to which parts to record for posterity, what sorts of lessons those who come after should learn. It's easy to say, write with an impartial pen, but it is a most profound and complex discipline. What if there is a mistake in these history books? Then it should be corrected. History is inevitably warped by the position of the narrator, no matter how impartial the writer attempts to be. You know, that is actually a very, very good point. And you think about that, whoever is writing a story, if they are not careful, and oftentimes their own judgments and feelings and emotions can kind of cloud it and warp or alter how things are viewed or how things come across. And that is such an interesting thing to say in the sense of how we view ourselves, because to us as the individual, we are the hero of our own story, but we're someone else's villain, as that saying can go, you know. But also, when you look at wars and history about world wars or intercountry wars and things like that, civil wars, whatever the case is, one side always views themselves as the right, the good. The other side views themselves the same way, but they're to each other, they are enemies. So different stories, different books, different interpretations or tellings of it tell a different side and a different story of who is the enemy, who is the villain, who is the hero, you know, things like that. And that is such a fun concept to think about, just in terms of that. Like you may not be a villain per se, you may not be inherently evil, but to someone you are their antagonist, you know. That's just cool. I like that concept, that duality in a sense. So just a fun thought when like talking about what she's saying here. Fun interpretation. Moving on. I see a few more problems because I've lived longer than most and remember more than most. It's true that your kind, the proxies, are different from other long-lived. Before I joined, I heard that each of you had your own powers. Do you use those powers to correct the errors in the history books? I heard you have a magical writing knife. Do you use it to correct those errors? It can, but this is not how it should be used. Huh? Mistakes take root in people's hearts as they are passed down from one generation to another. The proper way to fight them is to form a new consensus through debate and clarification, not to simply erase it. Now that's another thing. Very true. But the problem with today and like society as a whole, debate is just not a thing. We are so in tune with today being the let's just attack each other. My way is the only way. And there is no solid debate. People turn too quickly to become enemies over differences of views, differences of opinions. And I'm not bringing that up like about like politics and stuff. Of course, politics is its own monster, but in general, if two people have a different opinion of something, I think this hot dog tastes delicious on its own. I think it would be better with ketchup. You're wrong. It should be by itself. You shouldn't destroy it with ketchup. No, but if you put ketchup on, it's going to taste like this. No, I'm going to attack you now. And you know, that's just how things go in today's world. And we're so embedded and ingrained in social media and having everything on there that conflict draws views and so on and so forth, that it's so easy for people to throw each other away rather than actually take the time to debate something, to reach a either agree to disagree point or a point of, okay, I can agree with you on this. I still think this, but I see where you're coming from now. So what if we combine our ideas? You know, in some sense. Yes, I used a hot dog as a you know, point, but it's not the hot dog that this is about. It's just the point that people will fight over anything so simple and stupid rather than let's talk about it. Let's talk through it. Let's debate this and see if we can come to a new conclusion. Let's see if we can meet each other halfway or agree to disagree. And in senses or things like history or a mistaken viewpoint of something, being able to have that honest debate, that honest clarification, that honest judgment, it's very difficult today. And why I personally, I'm someone who just doesn't like to get involved in conflict. I don't like getting involved in talking to people over things. And it's not that I'm not interested in having a debate with people, but the conflict and things, and with my anxiety and depression, for me, I just shrink into a hole. I hide away. I can talk to other people about how I feel, but having conflict with anybody, it turns me inside. It makes me feel like I don't want to open up. I don't want to talk to people. But I do see that in ways that debate and conflict is healthy. But for me, that's just an issue that I have to overcome. But the sense of, again, history and like two different viewpoints, meeting each other, debating, clarifying, coming to that new consensus, as GA puts it, that's something we lack today as a people. And that's one of the things that I love about the Arknights stories and just how they touch upon stuff like this. It is amazing how it's so fitting to our reality and to our world and to the current lifestyle of humanity. So fun, very fun. Okay. Erasing a wrong word from one's own writing is not a significant issue, for it only concerns oneself. To do it to a published book would be to meddle with the memories of thousands. As for history, setting aside the question of how much I can alter, it will not be a good thing for myself and for Yan. Frankly, it's already a chore to ensure that history is not altered. I hardly have the energy to alter it myself. Seems like there's something you would like to change with the knife yourself. Huh? Before my mother passed away, she said I may be the last of the Yan elves. She wanted me to find a home. I wondered for many years. I tried many ways to blend in, but I always failed. Yan does not want to accept you because the Yan elves were depicted in the Great Hunt as fickle and disloyal. But I know that's not true. The bestial Yan stood against Yan simply to survive. That cannot be denied. The elves, though, had only wanted to mediate the conflict, yet they became the enemy of both sides. Ultimately, most were killed in battle, and their deeds lost to time. So you wanted to alter this history. I don't deny that I thought about it, but I'm your candle holder now, and my work comes before all else. I can't lend you the writing knife, nor can I allow you to use it to alter history. I understand, I shouldn't have. But if we can find proof that the elves were in fact not disloyal, I will do all that I can to help you correct the erroneous records in the proper manner. Huh? Things haven't been too busy lately. We could visit the area where you used to live. What do you think? I've only just come. Besides, the things I said aren't necessarily true. I can tell you that your passion for words and history is genuine. Besides, who will believe you if the historian does not? Yes, yes! This is the key to my office. You're my candle holder now. Take good care of it. How do you get in if you give me the key? Why should the master of the house need a key? What an interesting point. Year 965. We're moving ahead. The court building has only just been completed. Why? Don't worry. It will not be torn down. Our Tumutianches will transplant the Judicial Review Office to the nomadic plate, undamaged. But wouldn't it have been so much cheaper to build it directly on the nomadic plate? I hear the Imperial Court is putting everything behind this nomadic city. I'm sure our cooperation will be very important. Get to the point. What do you want? My rosewood chair, ebony table, kowu plates, and danyan lamps. None of them were inexpensive. Here are the receipts from when I ordered my things. If there's any damage... Fine, fine. You will be reimbursed accordingly. Yes, the prisoners have been transferred. The previous instructions were from the Judicial Review Office, while the new ones are from the Ministry of Justice. I understand, but am I supposed to conjure the prisoners out of thin air? You don't care. Burn beast carriages are arriving in minutes. Interesting. Confusion among the bureaus. Overall. Minister, please excuse the poor hospitality. I did not know you were visiting. I've never seen you in the Sky Mirror Pavilion. I take it you have important business? There isn't much time, Miss Jie. I'll get straight to the point. There is an error in this year's archives that I would like to ask you to correct. A mistake in the documents that I audited? Pray tell. The documents submitted by the Ministry of Works state that there were around 100 deaths associated with the Chidao project at the Danyan this year. Why did the number become 3,000? A figure of 3,000 deaths was not cited from a single document, but calculated based on documents from the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Revenue, and the local government departments. The records are carefully sourced. I have kept the copy should you wish to review them. While it is not my place to question the work of the Ministry of Works, I have no idea why the 3,000 deaths in the Danyan's local records became just 100 when it reached Baijiao. You must submit sufficient evidence, however, should you wish to question the documents audited by the Sky Mirror Pavilion. Well, Danyan is not so well staffed as Baijiao, and there are only limited resources available for record keeping. Besides, the cold climate there causes disease and frostbite in winter. Perhaps not all of the 3,000 died in the course of constructing the Chidao. I see. You wish for me to alter the documents to make the Ministry of Works look better before the cabinet. This is not about the cabinet. This is about Yan. You know how all the projects being carried out across Yan. They push the nation's resources to the limits, but there is no doubt that these projects will benefit the nation and its people. I'm not the only one who feels that such depressing figures will weaken the people's morale. I don't deny the benefit of these measures. Precisely because of that, the 3,000 people who died to build the Chidao gave their lives for their country. It would be an insult to their memory to reduce it to 100. Unless you can prove that there has been any error, any text that I have reviewed must not be altered. Anyone else who has a complaint can bring it to me directly. The nation must be united in the monumental task of building the nomadic city. Everyone at the court is doing their best, and each faces their own challenges. Yet the writings of the Imperial History Cabinet and the Sky Mirror Pavilion have been most aggressive and deprecating. Man, I'm reading that wrong. It is as though you wish for work on the nomadic city to stop immediately. Is it the writer who has something to hide, or the reader? How dare you! The Imperial Court has compensated the next of kin in full. Not a single coin has been withheld. I have noted this in the documents that I approved. The care that the Imperial Court has shown towards those injured and killed, as well as their family, illustrates Yan's love towards its people. Then why do you cling to a single number like this? I understand your concern for Yan, Minister, but I worry that people will only see the glory of the accomplishments and not the people whose sacrifices made it possible. All I can do is to ensure that the history I see is recorded exactly as it is. And you think you alone can decide the history of Yan? History has never been decided by one person. It is the combined soundless voices of millions. You are a learned man in a position to improve the lives of thousands upon thousands, Minister. I simply leave behind some words for the people whose voices will never be heard. Now ask your conscience and answer again for those people. How many died building Danyan's Qidao this year? Was it 100 or 3,000? Mutters irritably. Pain in my ass told me I'm wrong. The Minister of Works just stormed off in a huff. Is it because of Danyan? Is this why you've come, sister? I can't imagine how they managed to convince you to lobby on their behalf. Am I actually dreaming while the one in the tomb of Sui is awakened? Are you so sarcastic to everyone these days? I came to tell you that the Sui regulator and the Ministry of Justice have approved your request to clear the Yan elf's name. I'm sorry, I was in a bad mood. Apologies accepted. That's the first good news I've heard in days. It will make Chun less gloomy, I hope. It's not good to be fighting with the Sui regulator, but I doubt they would be happy to see you get too friendly with your candle holder. I understand, but she's really taken to her work, helping me compile the histories. She clearly likes it. I have a feeling she didn't become a candle holder just because she wanted to, but because she was alone and didn't have a choice but to take the hand that was offered. Well, a wrong has been righted. That's always a good thing. Of course. I think part of their intention is to get you to compromise on changing the documents. I simply came to discuss matters because this matter has gotten to the 3 Grand Ministers and the True Lung. I'm not lobbying on anybody's behalf. Just treat it as the guy in the tomb of Sui throwing a tantrum. You're the only one in the family who jokes about this. Whoop. Did I skip one on accident? Yep, no, I'm good. Ling has honeyed words and you speak with heaven's authority. I'll settle for the frivolous tongue then. It's true that the officials of the court are facing a dilemma in this matter. The figure of the 3,000 will cast a shadow upon the Nomadic City project, and the implications it may have for Yan are unknown. Did you tolerate the falsification of records while you were still administering justice? Falsifying records is a crime, of course. However, if the perpetrator did not do it out of the selfish interest, I will consider extenuating circumstances when determining the punishment. I'm surprised to hear that. We each have our own specializations. I don't work in history, and you don't work in law. Perhaps that is how matters of law work, but not in history. I wanted to study history and language because I wanted to learn what the human mind is truly like. The answer to my questions may lie in the intention behind words, and the truth behind history. Not for Yan, nor the land, not even for our family. One only for my own questions. Chun, what are you doing here? I wasn't ready to tell you. Tell me what? Never mind. What's the hurry? I went to the study to get the drafts as you asked, but I discovered signs of an intrusion. The writing knife on the desk is gone. Uh-oh. Did the minister steal it? Oh, that's the end of that. Okay. TA-5, Twin Swallow Pincer. You're making some solid progress so far.
3 armies. Heed these orders.
Whoa, I missed. Sorry,
march.
Jay, this writing knife. A tool for erasing words, not at all difficult to use. Use it on a glyph tile to extract and save the glyph within. Okay, and what does that? Take note, you can only save 1 glyph with you at any given time. The writing knife cannot be used when you already have a glyph with you. But you can always place the glyph you have into any blank glyph tile. Okay. This way you can adjust the glyph's positions. Use it as needed within reason. Okay.
You have been drawn into my plans.
Let's begin. Awaiting orders.
Doctor, there's enemies!
Simply place your warmongering as ever. Even now, you have learned nothing.
I don't know which glyph that is because I'm not familiar with them. Like, I know I said it before that I would have trouble with dealing with those. If a glyph is present, causes effects based on the glyph. I don't know what they are. Okay, we're at 39, so we're 7 of
The only
39.
sound they will hear is my blades.
Okay,
slicing
that's
through
Stamp the
wind,
guy.
Not my footsteps.
Bad luck. He ran into me.
She held them off, that's fine. That guy comes in this way. Okay. Continue to build upon. That
We
guy
fight the
goes
new
in. This
guys.
one doesn't.
Then please do your bestest job, or I'll be really bored.
Pass on your last words.
Okay.
Need
Nexus
three
takes him
pieces.
out.
Simply admit defeat now. and
Wang is
spare
just so
yourself the
strong.
embarrassment.
There he is again.
Interessante.
Amazing!
Barbu. Oisa, here you go.
Civilizzato classico.
Okay. Okay, white disappeared.
Awaiting orders.
Mainly put her out there in
Stop me.
case we get another major flow of enemies like before with the with all the cats and stuff that popped up with white in that other stage, but worked out nicely there. Year 965. I see. Do not tell anyone else. Be extremely careful. I need you to do something for me. The Judicial Review Office has begun to investigate everyone who was near the Sky Mirror Pavilion around the time that the writing knife was stolen. Outside of our siblings, you could count the number of people who know about the existence of the knife with one hand. Yes, it's just as I feared. I won't stand aside and do nothing if someone tries to harm you, Jie. I doubt someone trying to harm me would use such means. It feels more like a warning. His Imperial Majesty is an energetic ruler. He wanted every person in the land to bow to him. He would recognize our family as not being of his kind. But I do not believe he would stoop so low as to use the knife in underhanded ways. It's not fair. If there's anyone who should be above suspicion, it would be you. You know how hard the words fair and just are to write. It's as our oldest brother says, there is little point in arguing when it's 1,000 mouths against one. I doubt he would just let this slide if he was here. I wouldn't like to see him when he's angry. What is your plan? You won't tell Wang about it? It's times like these that he is most useful. Jia shakes her head. That was what I was about to ask you. Please keep this a secret from Wang. People have feared and avoided him for many years. His position has grown even more precarious under the new emperor. This is not the time to drag him into this. Besides, I fear he will do something irrational if he finds out. All right, I'll listen to you. But I hope you can be honest with me, Jie. Are you absolutely sure that you and Wang are not plotting something? Come on, don't interrogate me like this, sister. I guess no one can lie to you successfully. I knew it. You understand that it's a dangerous power you wield. I know the risks, but I'm not the only one who has to shoulder them. Shuo, Wang, Ling, and you. You've done so much for us, the younger ones. I have to do my part. Besides, I don't want these names that I put so much thought into to fade away into history. Jun continues to frown. Jie takes her sister's hands in hers. They're rough from all the years of playing instruments, but it is a comfortable feeling. I'm here. I'm all right. Don't worry. You know, I had a dream about our future. It's a different future from the fields of white that Shu spoke of. I saw all of you truly live as yourselves. The vision was so real, it didn't seem like a dream. I even have a feeling that it's more than just a dream. It's good to see you, Miss Nian. Hey, Roundhead, you're the one supervising the work? What about the foreman? Where's he slacking off? You misunderstand. My master has been very busy with city design ever since he received news of Baizhao's modification. He has gone an entire month without sleep at his busiest. That slowpoke picks himself up once in a while, eh? He calls Yan's first ever nomadic city a project of monumental significance. Every detail of the city must be carefully considered. Therefore, he must complete it before you have a chance to do something to his design. What the? How dare he talk behind my back like this, when I always share the good stuff with him? Where is he? I'll bite his head off for this. Sleeping. He has slept for 10 days now, but he is supposed to deliver the draft of the gates to the Ministry of Works today. He told me that I am to stop the Ministry's people from getting in, no matter what. Ha! Now that's the Yi I know. Is there something else? You said Yi's sleeping. I remember that he picked up a meteorite a few decades ago. It's still in his garden, isn't it? Where? Miss Dian, I have my master's instructions. I am not to allow anyone into the Garden of Grotesqueries, whether it is you or anyone from the Ministry of Works. Why are you so loyal to him? Say, wasn't it I who gave him the materials to build your body? You should obey my orders. Now shut up and get out of the way. Please, Miss Dian, you make my position most difficult. Mr. Liang, Miss Nian, the Assistant Minister requests your urgent presence at the Forbidden City. Urgent? How much? The Baizhao project has encountered a snag. A shipment of materials, or iron and originium, and the like, which Baizhao urgently needs, has been delayed. It has brought construction to a grinding halt. What are the geezers at the Ministry of Works doing? What is going on? I demand an explanation. The construction of Baizhao is the most important thing in this land. How could this be allowed to happen? The Qidao around the capital is well maintained. How could it collapse when no catastrophe has occurred? And how could there be bandits so close to the capital? Skeptical Ministry of Works official, okay. I have to say these incidents are highly suspicious, sir. The sudden collapse and the supplies that disappeared without reason, they showed up just as suddenly where they should not. Then showed up just as suddenly as where they should not. If there is indeed someone behind all this, then their objective must be to sow confusion. Rumors have been spreading in the city. Many workers believe that Baizhao picked a time of ill fortune to begin construction. Someone is sowing confusion. Who? Sir, the Minister of Rights requests a meeting. What is Rights doing here at a time like this? Did they come to laugh at us? Reporting, sir. The Minister of Rights said that although the Ministry of Works has been quite busy of late, this trouble involves more than just the Ministry of Works. There you are, Chun. Do you know why I've summoned you? I suppose it's because of the writing knife. Yes. How do you propose to solve this dilemma? Perhaps if you could put in a few good words for her and return it to its owner. Ha! Go on. If the numbers are the problem, it's as simple as a matter of going over her head to alter them. This should not be necessary. How interesting. A previous candle holder retired after being accused of growing too close to her proxy. She has a knack for winning people over, doesn't she? I mean, all the proxies have their own eccentricities. Eccentricities. Wow! I stumbled over that word really badly. My apologies. But they have never plotted against Yan. Indeed, we can tolerate the eccentricities of others as long as they do not seek to harm Yan. But she... You must understand what you are dealing with and what her powers mean to Yan. The supervisor tosses the unsubmitted document towards Chun and hands her a writing brush dipped in ink. Try. Try if you think you can go over the head of the proxy. Change the numbers to what you want them to be. Your Imperial Majesty, the Ministries of Rights and Works have completed the investigation into the lost supplies for the Baitzao project. The investigators unanimously agreed that it was most likely an intentional act, and that there was someone behind it. The supplies have arrived at Baitzao. The Ministry of Works will do its best to make up for lost progress. What are you hiding? You suspect that there is someone behind it. You must have a suspect. The nervous official dares not look straight at the figure behind the curtain. Out of the corner of the eye, he glimpses his majestic lord standing before his desk, writing something. A well-timed declaration of war. 2, in fact. One telling me that she is the sole mouth of Yan, while the other demonstrating that he can easily disrupt Yan's greatest project, that the continuation of the project depends on his approval. Will there come a day when they could make Yan's armies turn on themselves if they wanted? This is a most serious matter, Your Majesty. If the proxies are indeed starting trouble, the Sui regulators should act immediately and punish them severely. There is no need to be hasty. The figure behind the curtain thinks for a moment, then puts down his writing brush. I know the craft of calligraphy must be honed over a long period, but I have not seen the efforts bear fruit. Still, I understand now why the Grand Preceptor wanted me to spend so much time on it. One must be in control of oneself. The young Chu Lung gazes upon the ink on the paper, but he seems dissatisfied and frowns. Jin Ye Ming Yue Ren Jin Wang. The moon's wan gloom drew every eye. Moon's wan gloom drew every eye. Okay. He picks up the writing knife and uses it to scrape away the conspicuous character of Wang. In an instant, that patch of paper is white as new again. He is clever, unlike his pedantic sister. He knew to let the supplies arrive at Baitzao eventually. Make a show of good faith. He wished to protest on behalf of his sister. I'll humor his brotherly love. They can record the figures as they like. As for this writing knife, I had considered doing something with it, but never mind. Return it. Jie, the Sui regulator has recovered your item. Thank you. I'm so sorry, Jie. I apologize. You found the thing that I lost. That which was lost, has been restored. All is well. I was negligent in my duty. There's something I've always wanted to ask you, Jie. You said you didn't want to use the writing knife to alter history, not even to change clerical errors. Why have you kept the knife around? Did you forget that you already asked this question when you were 3 months on the job? You complained when I didn't allow you to use the writing knife to correct errors. Is that so? I don't really remember. Have you forgotten about your original aspiration now that the erroneous descriptions of Yan elves have been addressed? No, It's true that one should not pursue what lies in the past. Just as you and I demonstrated, it does not mean that we should ignore the errors of the past, never mind trying to whitewash them. I have kept the knife so that people will remember that wrongs can always be righted. I understand. Nothing could be changed. Tearing the pages out, writing over the words, they all do nothing because the page is instantly restored to its original state. How could this be? How could this be? This is her power. She was not so difficult 100 years ago, when it was proposed that she should leave the Imperial Historical Cabinet and refrain from writing the histories directly. She did not complain and indeed transferred to the Sky Mirror Pavilion of her own accord to work on reviews. She also reduced the number of courses she taught at the Academy, mostly working in an advisory capacity, similar to how Jun operates. But her photographic memory, enthusiasm for history, and her immortality were too much of a temptation to historians. It became her habit to seek the approval of the one who is never wrong, and she is happy to take on the work, reviewing documents and histories. Today, nothing that passes through her hands can be altered without her approval. As for the writing knife that occupies so much of your mind, it was once an ordinary tool when Jie first picked it up. After spending centuries by Jie's side, it became capable of altering text without having to carve out bamboo. 2 centuries later, the writing knife accidentally erased a page from the veritable records of a true lung. Few, if any, ever perused those pages, and all who knew the subject were gone, and so, when a careless historian's hand slipped, no one could recall what the page held anymore. One reason was that no copies were made of the veritable records, but it is also true that Jie's powers are growing. If the Sway Regulator, or Jie herself, chooses to erase a word, a sentence, or perhaps a memory from under heaven with it, it is well within the realm of possibility. The knife represents only a fragment of Jie's powers. How fast are her own powers growing? The deeper Yan's history grows, the harder it will become to rein her in, for she is one with history. In another century or 10, as she continues to immerse herself in history, she will become more powerful, more terrible, even than the bestial Sway itself. The long-lived candleholder stands dumbfounded, hardly able to comprehend what she has just heard. If that's all, I will return to the Sky Mirror Pavilion. Very well. Be careful. Wang, are you all right? Are you all right? I'm fine. Wang, did you? Silence. They have grown used to this tacit understanding between them in the long centuries they have spent together. Jie clearly sees the emotions in his eyes. Flames of fury, well hidden but burning nonetheless. It happened a century ago. I still remember the conflict that occurred because of the writing knife. What is it that you want me to see this time? I thought you would charge recklessly into the dream and tear it apart. You call yourself a schemer. Did you not see how the seeds of your end were already sown? The hearts of men are fickle. I don't need you to tell me. So you did not interfere in my power struggle against the true lung. Does it matter that you know? You dug your own grave. I did not need to do anything. Besides, you have not seen the full picture of how the event led to her ultimate demise. The end is near. Are you ready?
Good, good. I had no idea you were so clever and learned. I was going to ask you help me make my atang, but with such a good head on your shoulders, I'm feeling a little bad now.
All right, on to TA-6. We're getting there. This story is definitely ramping up, just as I thought. We are getting more and more details from the past with the Sui siblings, and we are getting closer and closer to finding out the truth. And now, okay, we're of course leading to the demise of Jie. it seems. So we're getting some very interesting tidbits of not just them, but the background of Yan and Baizhao itself. So what a fun story so far. Onward we go. Two days before the day of the full moon, hour of high. The man walks past rows of fallen bookshelves, trying to return the scattered books to where they should be. Oh, the earth's blessings have granted this stone to its people. The heaven's blessings shall bring an end to sway. But in this 1,000-year river of history, is it fate ordained by heaven and earth, or nothing more than a coincidence? Lord Zuo and Miss Chen. It was they who brought the token to the Sky Mirror Pavilion today. Was it a coincidence or... It's mayhem. What happened? Someone joins him, stepping lightly and bends down to pick up a book from the ground. Oh, I remember her. Mr. Liang.
Miss Ning, why are you still here?
Did you forget that I am an official of the Ministry of Rights? Neither of us should leave until all the civilians have been evacuated.
You are quite right. Is the evacuation of the civilians complete?
Essentially. Baizhao will soon separate. 'Tis unsettling, is it not? Perhaps you wanted to ask how I knew you were here when you did not tell me about your demotion.
It rained through the night yesterday. I only fear that you may be cold.
The man clears a little spot for the two of them to sit down. It has been a long time since I last visited the Sky Mirror Pavilion.
I suppose you used to frequent here.
As did all the students of the Academy. I had a headache whenever I looked up at the books stacked all the way up to the ceiling. But now, I find here a place of rare peace, away from the troubles beyond.
I heard about Mr. Ning. You have my deepest sympathies.
My grandfather did what he felt was right. He would not have kept the secrets for so long out of selfish interests. He did it to protect the younger generations too. I cannot approach him, whether with reason or sentiment. Of course, he must also pay the price for his deeds.
I see you have laid it down. I am glad to see.
Perhaps you misunderstand. I do not mean that I could lay it down easily. I cannot deny that my career benefited greatly from my grandfather's influence. Those on the outside would undoubtedly say that the House of Ning has fallen on hard times. I would not say this to anyone but you, Mr. Liang.
You should not say that. I do not feel that any of your honors are undeserved. I trust you.
What if you were the only one? My grandfather said that once one has passed the walls of the palace, one must not trust in others easily, and certainly not expect to be trusted easily. I listened, but it seems that I forgot about it when I met you in Shangshu. I simply believed that I found a kindred spirit.
You flatter me.
You've always been like this. I admire your honesty and your sense of responsibility, but I hate how you make your decisions by yourself and keep other people at a distance. But then I realized you would not be Liang Jun if everything you did was to my liking. I could no more reproach you than I could reproach my grandfather.
I once thought that all I needed to do was to be fair, honest, diligent, and persevering. The years have taught me how powerless I am. Your grandfather was right, but even more frightening is the thought that I could not even trust myself to keep my aspirations and ideals. I would not claim that everything I did was honest and upright, but you should not have been involved in the ones that were not.
It is my turn to comfort you with the words clear conscience. Is it my turn? You and I have done all we could, following the path of justice that we believed in. Perhaps we are ultimately powerless to change anything. Perhaps this entire city will be no more when the sun rises tomorrow.
Then, here and now, at least my conscience is clear.
The night is deep. The ancient library has kept some old rules.
All is quiet except the passage of time. They hold each other's hands tightly in their own. The desolate pond lies wrinkled by the wind. Beneath the crumbling eaves, no voices remain. One can still recall those days of green sashes and red plumes in their splendor. One day before the hour of the full moon, hour of Tsu. We're back to Zuela. The script geists seem to be appearing less frequently. Could it be that you were right, and these geists are the breathing of the bestial sway? I told you so. You just won't believe me. Whatever the reason, this is our opportunity to head for the top. So this is the Sky Mirror Pavilion's restricted area. What are you planning? These geists turn back into words when they're defeated. Say, if they were transformed from the secret tomes of the Sky Mirror Pavilion, would defeating them reveal the secrets of Yan more than usually kept hidden? Reveal the secrets of Yan that are usually kept hidden. Wow. You dare! No sudden moves! Let me see what secrets the words form. Sang, tu, chu, show. What is this? It makes no sense. The top 3 floors of the Sky Mirror Pavilion are off limits. We only enter because we have an important mission. Refrain from doing anything unnecessary. Ha! You still won't admit that you're already in on this. Your deceptive words mean nothing. I know what I'm doing. There's a lot that you don't know. This building began as a public library, one of the first buildings to be completed after Bainsao became a nomadic city. But there was no such thing as a restricted area at the time. Then, 120 years ago, the death of the proxy affected tons of history books, causing their text to become unreadable. The Sway regulator wanted to dig deep, but the number of books was enormous, so the Sky Mirror Pavilion set aside space up top for the Sway regulator's research. Decades passed. When the discussion of the turmoil had almost settled, the place became a warehouse for dusty old books. Some restricted zone. Why would it be sealed off from public view if it held any actual knowledge? You do know a lot. Just a little bit more than you. The things you speak of should not be secrets to the Sway regulator, but I have not heard them before. My studies have been inadequate. You. This is what I hate about you. Always stiff, always by the book. Was that white-haired Pero we met in Mangshan town a friend of yours? You mean Yun Qingping? Yeah, that's the name, I think. He couldn't fight his way out of a wet paper bag, and it looked like a stiff wind could blow him over. But he was a quick thinker. Talking to him was kind of interesting. Why don't you learn a thing or two from him? I know Yun's smart. I don't need you to lecture me. Now you start to drop the official tone and sound like a human being. Why did you join the Shanhaizhong, Mo Yi? What answer do you want to hear? You want me to tell you that I had a difficult childhood, drifted into the Shanhaizhong, and now I'm looking for a chance to repent and mend my ways? Doesn't that sound a little cliche? I wasn't... Say whatever you want. Of course. The Shanhaizhong, who murder and pillage, are villains. They deserve to die. But I hate hypocrites even more. Those people who look like they'll die if they stop flaunting their high and mighty morals for a single moment. They think they're better than everyone else the moment they come out of their mama's tummy. Frauds. What I really want to know is, why are you so sure that this thing from the Garden of Grotesqueries will stop a war between Yan and Sway? You've been with the Sway regulator for a while. Have you never wondered about their most closely guarded secret? Why did that proxy die? Looks like it's not that you're curious. Looks like it's not that you're not curious. It's the curiosity has yielded no answers. That's the problem, isn't it? Why would this have become a secret if the Sway regulator was really so just and upright? What's the matter? No, it's nothing. Did you not hear any of that? You're so weird. I've been staring into blank space for a while now. Did those geists give you a concussion? Don't suppose there's anything I can do about that. Thanks, I'm not quite... I just feel like... I've been here before. You said you've dreamt about this place before. Were you dreaming just now? Perhaps. I thought I heard two people arguing, something about justice, but I'm not sure. You must be hearing things. It's mostly ancient history books here. Maybe there's a clue as to what's going on here, but justice? That's one thing you won't find. They seem to be saying that justice doesn't exist tangibly. That's true enough. Never mind that. Let's get searching. Maybe you'll find your father's books here. His books here? Talk about forgetting one's roots. But I suppose it's not your fault. You didn't grow up in Baizhou, and these things didn't really have anything to do with you. I thought you would be angrier at me. I am angry, but I realize I shouldn't take it out on you. Never mind. Miscellaneous morsels from Baizhou Suiyang. Yes, this one dates back several generations. People rejoiced as the new emperor took the throne. They put up white banners like clouds and held rites in remembrance of the previous emperor's virtue. But their hearts were hopeful, confident that an era of greatness was upon us, and the nation's peace secure. This is from a century ago when the last true Lung took the throne. That's a long time ago. Does it have anything to do with what we're investigating? The last true Lung's accomplishments were innumerable. The transformation of Baizhou into a nomadic city, as well as the Sky Mirror Pavilion, were completed under his decree. Not that either of us were around back then, although I suppose he would be your grandfather. Look at this forward. Talk about sucking up to the powerful. Country records from around Baizhou and the demographic records of Baizhou itself all paint a picture that is far less rosy. In the end, only one person's accomplishments remain. Same old story, no matter where you are, I guess. That is kind of strange to hear from a close blood relative of the Emperor. When the city of Baizhou was completed, the Emperor ordered the tomes of all the archives to be gathered in a single place. The scholars worked by candlelight, collecting fragments and tales, validating the facts and compiling them, so that the scattered records were whole again. Excuse me. That's strange. The Imperial Historical Cabinet's efforts to collect the scattered histories happened after the death of the proxy, more than a decade before Baizhou was built. But the ambiguous way that it's written, the older generations were always stringent about scholarship. Why would they make such a mistake? Could it be that even what little they left behind was altered and rewritten? Chen Huaxia is not listening to her companion's muttering. She is on guard for any unusual movement around them. She wanted to tell Chen Qian to get moving, but she had a hard time saying it, seeing the sad look on Chen Qian's face. I never asked you, what happened to your family, the ones who were in Baizhou? The Chens were a family of historians. They were all regarded, but not illustrious. They generally stayed out of conflict and politics, other than the occasional offense they inevitably caused in the course of their work as historians. All I remember is that my father said it was as though the sky had fallen when the family learned about the marriage arrangement with the princess. That cousin was the only unmarried man in the family. He and everyone else knew how dangerous it was, but they were in no position to refuse. The rest was history. Princess Yanjing died in Lungmen, and my cousin passed away soon after. His Imperial Majesty did not punish our family, but rumors of strife took on a life of their own. You can imagine what happened to us when everyone decided our house had mistreated the princess. That's not what Mother wanted. I doubt it was Wei Yanwu's intention either. I was very young then. All I saw was... Saw or knew? Did I read that wrong? All I saw was, yep. The elders were always sighing when they came back from the morning assembly. Many fell ill out of sheer worry. Brothers and sisters stopped communicating with one another. Everything was shrouded in gloom, but I didn't know why. Father moved from place to place, selling off the family's belongings until we finally left Baizhou altogether, yet he never once told me the reason. As for what happened after, there was a time after becoming Magistrate of Water here in the Sky Mirror Pavilion, when I thought I couldn't let the family tradition of history die with me. I didn't complain about the job. Most of the position's responsibilities had been replaced by machines anyway. My colleagues, while not the friendliest lot, had little interest in political backstabbing. I had time on my hands, so I thought I would start with my family's history. Was it because the Magistrate of Water's rank was too low? I felt like I had stumbled into a thick fog, getting more lost with every step I took. I knew my family didn't do anything wrong, but all the records I could find denounced us for our arrogance, our abuses. I tracked down the ones who were still alive, tried to ask them what they knew, but they couldn't get away fast enough when they learned I'm of the Chen family in the Chao generation. The few who were willing to see me said a bunch of apologetic words in officialese, but they refused to tell me anything about the truth of what happened. I spent 10 years on this until I even started to believe it myself. That the House of Chen deserved what it got for mistreating the princess. But I know it wasn't true. What am I? What is the House of Chen? What were your dead parents? What is history? All I know is that history should be a record of the truth. That's what justice means to me. Gosia. As for the family history you wanted to know, to tell the truth, my parents died when I was very young. I don't remember much about them. And Wei Yanwu was Wei Yanwu. It's hard for me to explain to people who my parents were. Sometimes I pass off the image of Wei Yanwu as my father's just to make things simple. I don't ever remember my mother smiling, and I don't remember many positive things about my father. I just can't imagine how it feels to have your life determined entirely by other people, by those baseless things like responsibility and honor. It's not fair to you, and it's not fair to them. Is life fair and just to anyone? Someone once said to me that the justice we seek is not in the past, but that doesn't mean we should forget about it. Alrighty. TA-6, Enveloped Edge.
You people! I don't think I'll even remember your faces after this one. Anyway, let's just get started.
Simply place your stone. You will not escape this Jie so easily.
All right.
Awaiting orders. Cut them to pieces.
Alright, let's get Haruka.
Try and keep my eyes
I've been liking using Haruka a lot lately since the nasty event. Essentially, that's been
Last step. My eye doing me?
the whole thing for me. Like she I don't know. That event and learning that strat from, I forget whose video it was that I watched for it. Like it's really changed my approach with using her, because I didn't use her prior, but
Awaiting orders. Cut them to pieces.
utilizing her along with Hoshiguma the Breacher is
Chi-Chow.
really incredible, to be honest. But
I know very well why I as move at Teardrop's point. Once known, be deft.
Toxins and traps are my tactics.
Spare them warmongering as ever.
Shut up. Relax. What do you
Okay.
fear most?
over 42. We're making progress, but
I'm dead anyway. I'm taking Doctor. There's enemies.
Cut them to pieces.
okay.
I know very well why I dropped.
Got an idea? I've swallowed up the sun.
Need to wait for him to charge up to get some more of the stuff. Wait,
You
stones.
can't stop me.
Interessante.
You will not escape this Jia so easily.
As sword of heaven's flame, bid dawn as cast.
Oh wow.
Enjoy.
Just
Battle
before I
Lance
activated Lapland's skill, I finish. Awesome. One day before the hour of the full moon, hour of Tsu. The aging general stands silently in the tent, like a brick on an ancient wall. Behind him is the military map that he has drawn 1,000 times in his mind. Before him is the faint silhouette of Baijiao. The rain of the Heartlands is unfamiliar to one used to the sands of the frontier. The clouds hang low, suffocatingly so. The general's thoughts drift away. You are the new commander of Yumen, I take it. You could call me Shuo. My responsibility is to assist you in military matters, as well as kung fu instruction for the soldiers. I can take you around the base if you'd like. You don't remember me. I saw your name in the Imperial Court's announcement. What do you mean by remember? Never mind. I don't need a guide. I've served in Yumen before. I see. Forgive my impudence. It seems we are old comrades. The memories tend to fade after all these years on the border. Forgive me if I've caused any offense. Memories faded. I see. Interesting. Get yourself warmed up. I want to spar. You've had a long journey. You should rest. I would be happy to spar with you another day. I don't need to rest. I want to get some exercise before dinner. We should go no further, General. The supply lines and the troops' morale have been stretched to the limit. We cannot afford to be reckless when fighting demons. To push forward would be very risky. We're so close! It's already a remarkable victory, General. The demons of the north feed on the fear in men's hearts. This is the first time I've seen a general press on without fear, even with the entire army's fate upon your shoulders. There's nothing to fear. These things have harmed our people, ruined cities and farms. I only wish we could have wiped them out in this battle. Give me 20 years. I swear, I will see all the demons wiped out. I have no doubt you will, sir. I doubt anything under heaven could daunt you. What about you? You seem indomitable, invincible. Have you ever been afraid? Transfer? My appointment to Yumen was for 100 years. It's time to leave. And the Sway regulator didn't tell me anything about the personnel change? They're getting more and more out of line. But why are you leaving now? Trouble is stirring in the Northwest. We need you more than ever. Perhaps our time together has made you forget. I've never held any official position in Yumen. Where are you going? Danyan? Michu? I think I will be stepping away fully from my responsibilities. Why? Communications from the candleholders watching the tomb of Sway have become increasingly frequent. Its awakening approaches. It would not be appropriate for me to shoulder important responsibilities at this time. But Yumen is strong and well equipped. It will perform its duty well, whether protecting Great Yan's northwest border or any other purpose. Where are you going after you leave? Jianghu world is big. There are plenty of places to go. Report. Have the scouts returned? Not yet, sir. And we have received no instructions from Baijiao in the past 3 days. The Sway regulator should be communicating with Yumen regardless of what is happening in the Tomb of Sway. Send out messengers. Sir, they're forcing their way in! What is the meaning of this? General Zwa, it is most irregular to invade my tent like this, even for the military supervisory censor. On whose orders are you operating?
The Grand Commandant has sent me to question you on the unnecessary delay.
Ridiculous! Human has been on full alert since it received the order to mobilize. There's been no delay.
Have you forgotten that Human received orders to arrive at Baijiao by the last day of July at the beginning of the year, but arrived 3 days late? What is this if not a delay?
Human was struck by a catastrophe at the beginning of the year, and the repairs took 2 months. The Imperial Court must have known. Silence. Humph. I take responsibility for Human's delay. Did you come to strip me of command, then?
You know the Grand Commandant thinks highly of you, but it seems now that you do not trust the Grand Commandant.
Such words are inappropriate for a solemn place like this.
Kindly instruct Human to travel 20 li in the direction of the Tomb of Sway.
Human is already as close as it is allowed to be under standby. Why should we approach any closer? The situation in the Tomb of Sway is yet unclear. Are you saying that Human should attack?
Your duty is to obey. There's no need to question.
What is His Imperial Majesty's will?
Are you questioning your orders, General Zwa?
I cannot abide by such questionable orders.
If you will not accept your orders, then I must ask you to leave this tent.
How dare you! Stop!
My presence here represents the will of the Grand Commandant. All you need to do is obey. Even if His Imperial Majesty questions, he can find no fault in your actions. The bestial sway is awakening. War is inevitable. Do you still intend to defy orders and paralyze Human with inaction? We are at a crisis. The lives of millions hinge on your decision, including your wife and son, who are still in the Baijiao city.
How dare you!
Not us, you, General. According to the estimates of the Ministry of War, Baijiao will be doomed as long as you continue to defy orders, and Human remains unmoving. There is no time. We will wait here until you have come to a decision. Does it look familiar? Oh, her, okay. It has changed, but it is still recognizable as the court that judges all matters under heaven. Why have you come back at a time like this? At this time, when you have not done so for so many years? I have an appointment I cannot miss. But you took the time to come to the Judicial Review Office. Did you want to see if your successors have disappointed you? My views are insignificant. The Judicial Review Office should only think about not disappointing the people of Yan. One of the deputy ministers resigned recently. It's a shame. You would have liked her. I hope she didn't resign because she was disappointed. Is she referring to Lacy? Deputy Minister, yeah, that's probably exactly who she's referring to, but anyways, hard to say. Do you still play the Guqin? Never forget the 5 sounds, for they ensure proper virtue. I've also been trying out new instruments recently. I see. More pleasant than studying the laws of Yan, I expect. It is an interesting discipline. I read the basic principles of laws of Yan that you left behind many times, but I could never understand the last third. I spent so much time studying it that I almost failed my Ministry of Justice entrance exam. Maybe I would have become a candle holder. It took many years for me to understand the justice that you wrote about lay beyond the mortal realm. Just as one cannot draw what one has never seen, one cannot write about conscience that does not exist in their hearts. If justice is nowhere to be seen in the mortal realm, then one must consider, has someone blinded our eyes? You still bear grudge for what happened back then. Should I not? What about the people who died in the turmoil? The innocent souls who were dragged into the game. Should they bear a grudge against him? Yes, they should. And how do you seek a fair judgment for it? You forget. Not one law of Yan was written for the sole purpose of resolving hatred. It is just someone else who should be judged. Looks like you're not worried about what will happen to your brother in the Tomb of Sway. You're more worried about the judgment he'll receive. Justice has never been concerned with life and death. He and I seek different things.
You're right, but at a time like this, I can't help but feel. Law and regulations were written by humans, but the supreme law in your heart that transcends the strife of the mortal realm may never be found there. But just this once, if the time comes that we put the sinner on trial, I will put you in the judge's chair. You're correct, and it's been a long time since I judged anyone. I take my leave. There's no rush, is there? Join me in a cup of mortal tea before you leave. Oh? It takes mortal hands to make and serve the best mortal tea, after all. Mortal tea, huh? One day before the day of the full moon, hour of you. The Sky Mirror Pavilion is bigger than I thought. That's the sealed room on the top floor, right? How about someone knocks on the door and figures out how to open it? There's no one here. I think we're the first. There's one thing that I don't quite understand, Zola. If the Grand Commandant is after the Proxy's relic, I take it that he knows how to use it to neutralize the bestial sway? He is one of the 3 Grand Ministers. If he made plans to obtain it, then he has certainly made plans to use it. I even find myself wondering, if someone takes the opportunity to erase another Proxy's name with the writing knife while Wang is fighting Sway. But what does all this have to do with Wei Yanwu? The Grand Commandant wouldn't have needed the writing knife if he was that powerful. He could have gone into the Tomb of Sway and killed Sway with his own bare hands. What ideas do you have, then? I didn't really care about you and your official stuff, but I have a pretty good idea what's going on after listening to you guys talk. Basically, the Crown Prince who went missing 40 years ago after being suspected of staging a coup is back. Am I right? Do not speak of it so casually. Gah! I'm not wasting my time arguing with you. Basically, there's another direct descendant of the true Lung here in Baizhao. That explains everything. What are you getting at? Have you never heard of the special originium under Baizhao used to suppress Sway? Miss Chen here is from Lungmen, so it's understandable that she doesn't know, but you two should. Unless it's above your rank. Do you mean the Earth's blessings have granted this stone to its people? The Heaven's blessings shall bring an end to Sway. A legend associated with the Great Hunt. I thought it was a myth. Maybe some kind of allegory. All I know is that the Tomb of Sway was built around a special facility. All right, I guess you don't know. Why do you know? I guess the Sway regulator left no record of who gave Yan this originium either. It was our Grandmaster, Ju's first friend, and the first Shanhai Jiang. To be precise, it was a personal gift to the True Lung, meaning... What happened? Looks like the evacuation of the civilians is complete, and the plates are beginning to separate. Time is short. We should retrieve. So you really made it here. Who's... A figure approaches them from the other side of the corridor. You... But how could it be? All districts have been fully evacuated, Your Imperial Majesty, and all the ministries are ready. They await your command.
Tomorrow is the day of the full moon.
Yes. Very well.
Separate the plates.
Whoa. Heaven and earth rumble in the setting golden sun. Plates of Baizhao begin to separate, starting from the outer areas, casting numerous shadows in the vast wilderness. They are the legs that carry the city and the foundation of its existence. Shanshui, Changjie, Yanhuo, Xiangje, Yuanfang, Aigu, Zaifu, Binge. Binge? Interesting. The 8 districts have seen 100 springs and autumns together. They have long been standing united, overcoming hardships. Now that they are separated, the future is uncertain.
I was wondering when you would come.
Your Imperial Majesty, it is time.
You're people around you are reliable? Man, how can everyone
All right.
here be so reliable?
We are making some awesome progress here.
I'm starting to envy the captain of the
7, 8, 9, 10, 11 in the story. So, we shall continue. Real quick, let's backtrack here and let's see. Yeah, we should have everything to get Ju so we can try him out. We haven't tried him.
It
No.
is my pleasure to finally meet you. I am Ju, a craftsman. We have met before? Perhaps you have met with my creations. Or perhaps it is simply two lovers of truth recognizing one another.
Interesting. All right, let's grab him and let's go see if we can work on upgrading him. I haven't been using Narutuya, not yet at least. So let's get Ju in. He's a 5-star right here.
This battlefield,
Oh, let's train him up.
just like before. Skillful use of arms to douse a fire. Beauty. Those with ability are commended. Rhodes Island's ways are proper.
Okay, let's make sure to rank up our skills here. Very easy. Okay, now what was the deal with his skills? Next attack deals 225% attack as physical damage, will not target enemies above 50% HP, can store 2 charges, or attack plus 75%, attacks 1 additional target, enemies below 50% HP within attack range receive an additional attack for 100% attack with physical damage after a short delay. Each enemy can receive at most 1 additional instance of physical damage. Let's use that one as our default. Let's go ahead and continue.
Skillful use of arms to douse a fire.
Oh, we gotta make these real quick.
Beautiful.
Let's go do that. I should have plenty of chips. Yep, plenty of those. So let's go ahead and make, we need 3. I think it said 3. And we've got those. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Collect those first. And then I forget what I had going on. I think I had these battle records. So continue to make those. We'll go back here and we need, we need lots of coal. How many? 9. Do I have enough for that? Yeah, I have these vouchers that might as well use them. Save me a little bit of farming or material making.
How do you treat those different from you? Rhodes Island's answer has given me much to chew upon.
Interesting artwork.
My prior frankness was due to candor and determination. Though the world may change, my heart does not. You are much the same.
Cool. I like his artwork. Very much so. We'll just leave him E2 level 1. Okay. Oh, wait. Let's see. Besieger trait. Attacks the heaviest enemy first. Talent. When dealing lethal damage, leaves the enemy with 1 HP and inflicts critically wounded. Gives plus 2 SP to the attacker when killed. Ju will not attack critically wounded targets. Okay. Very intriguing. So, we'll go with that. And we'll give him a try here when we go into the next stage that we can. So, let's get in here and go to TA-7. Here we go. Year 982, another little time skip. 20 years is a long time. Yan has moved an entire city onto a nomadic platform. Other nomadic cities, like it, are popping up across the land. The Sky Mirror Pavilion has been expanded several times in order to accommodate the books collected from far and wide, transforming it beyond recognition. 20 years is a short time. Our family rarely saw one another. Chuo and Ling remain on the border. Jun is planning to move to Danyan after compiling the laws of Yan. Shu is living in Dahuang. Ji and Yi travel far and wide, each for their own reasons, while Nyan is as carefree as ever. Rumor has it that Fang has left Yanni's territory. Dusk refuses to come out of her scroll. Meanwhile, business at Yu's restaurant is booming, as it has been for decades. As for Wang, He shut himself in an ancient temple and has remained there for 20 years to improve his Wei Qi skills. When will he be willing to see me again? Jie, the Imperial Historical Cabinet wants an update on the review of Jiangxi's local chronicles. Oops, you caught me slacking off. It's alright, I've already taken a look at it and circled all the issues. Do you want to take another look? Huh? When did it? You really should get some rest. It's getting to you. I've been watching you work longer hours and sleep less year after year. All the local annals, the construction chronicles, veritable records of the previous True Lung, ancient history textbooks for the Academy. I feel overworked, and all I do is organize the books for you. I've heard that the Ministry of Works requests have been dropping, and Shu's workload at Dahuang is no longer as heavy. But the burden on your shoulders doesn't ever seem to get lighter. Yeah? Huh? Sorry, I got distracted. You're right. I guess I'm tired. I should set this work aside for now. Good. How about we go out for a walk in town? No, not today. I don't think I'm in the mood. But if you see anything interesting in town, bring some back for me.
Candleholder Chun.
Yes, that's me. What's the matter?
I have an urgent letter for you.
For me? From who?
Someone had sent a letter to the Sway Regulator. The supervisor was shocked by its contents and forwarded it to His Majesty, as well as every candleholder who deals with the proxies directly.
What's in this?
I do not know. The supervisor's instructions to you are to be ready, but refrain from acting without permission.
What's this?
Year blank. Birth. Year blank. Fat Shuo resulting in great property damage to the people. Year blank. Framed a Mandarin for a crime he did not commit in order to cover up for one of his own kind. Year blank. Met with other proxies in secret without Sway Regulator's knowledge. The Sway Regulator suffered a fire several months later, the cause of which is unknown. Year blank. Claimed to kill the bestial Jew, but had in fact allowed it to leave the domain of Yan. This is chronicling Wang's information.
Framing an official, meeting in secret, arson, sheltering a Fahrenmut. This is about Wang?
Yeah.
Did Wang really do this? There's no record in the Sway Regulator's archives. You're still here?
I have another message for you, Candleholder Chun. Eliminate the great evil before dealing with the culprit.
What?
The frightened candleholder hurries back to the Sky Mirror Pavilion and passes by some officials leaving the building.
Did you hear about Jie?
Yeah, she's been throwing her weight around, doing whatever she wants with the history books, and there's no one in the Sky Mirror Pavilion or the Imperial Historical Cabinet who can stop her. It's becoming a real problem.
Her candleholder has been negligent in her duties. She should be held responsible if the history of Yan falls into chaos.
Candleholder turns around and sees the two figures leaving quietly. Quickly. Still unsettled, she picks up a scroll left on the shelf by the Sway Regulator. Year blank. Birth. Candleholder knows that something is not right, but she could not stop her eyes from following the words. Year blank. Domination of the Sky Mirror Pavilion in the Imperial Historical Cabinet. Her intentions are pure, but no one is able to check her power. Year blank. True Lung attempts to eliminate Sway to neutralize the Jie threat. The tomb of Sway was empty when it was open. Year blank. Imperial Historical Cabinet. Abolished. Takes control of the written language of Yan. No one may oppose her. Year blank. Reviews the livelihood of every household in the land. Anyone who has committed fraudulent acts has their name erased and is exiled to the borders. Thousands die.
It's not real. None of this is true. She's not like that.
Several visitors gaze curiously at the woman in candleholder garb. Chun wipes the cold sweat off her brow, and she sees an ordinary book of poems in her hand.
I must be possessed. Yes, that's it. She's not like that.
Are you sure she will never become like that?
Of course! The frightened candle holder can no longer tell who is talking to her. She will change as her power continues to grow. She will become it. It? She does not want to become it. She is seeking your help. She does not want to become that. Yan is seeking your help. The ending is unacceptable to Yan. She cannot help but become more powerful, more terrible than the Sway Beast itself. You must help her. Only you can help her. I can't. You'll make the choice that is best for everyone. Oh. He's appearing to her. Best for everyone? Wait, who was talking to me? She sees no one, only the echo of the words ringing in her ears. Ooh, so he's causing problems now. Does he coerce her into killing Jie? That's gonna suck. Your Imperial Majesty. The young official walks into the magnificent hall. It is her first time here. The Supreme Sovereign is not sitting on the throne, but standing by the window and gazing at the drizzle outside. You are aware that the Grand Preceptor passed away yesterday. He was your teacher and mine. He recommended you before he died. He said you were his proudest student, that you can be trusted with heavy responsibility. There were certain things that I did not have time to ask him, and so I have to ask you. I am listening, Your Majesty. 20 years ago, the Grand Preceptor opposed my decision to build the nomadic cities. He said it was an oppressive policy, and that my first priority should be to conserve and give the people relief. 20 years have passed since. Some say that Yan's borders are secure, and its coffers rich, a golden age not seen in 1,000 years. Some say that the great Yan is exhausted, and its people discontent. Do you think I was wrong? I am but one person, and it is not my place to judge your Imperial Majesty. If I were a wealthy merchant enjoying a luxurious life in a nomadic city, and I said that you were a great and wise leader, would you consider such compliment honest counsel? If I were a common peasant whose family died in the construction projects, and I called you a foolish tyrant with no merit whatsoever, would such criticism be fair and just? I ask your Majesty in turn, is it the opinion of future generations that you are concerned about, or is it something else? You have a way with words. Very well, I will not ask you to judge. Instead, give me a word of advice in your teacher's place. He once said something that has stayed with me my entire life. In worldly turmoil we tread. In our own conscience we trust. Even an ordinary peasant has a hard time finding a fair and impartial judgment in the complex affairs of a lifetime, let alone your Majesty. There is no measure by which your deeds can be judged. In your heart, however, I am sure that your conscience holds the true measure. In our own conscience we trust. What if my conscience tells me that I have never been wrong? Then you would not have summoned me today. I would simply remind you that the people of Yan can see you, even if they do not know you. But it will take more effort, if you wish, from within the Forbidden City to see the people clearly and thus see the good and ill of your own actions. I will remember that. I will remember it for the 20 years to come, if I have them. The Grand Preceptor's assessment of his own student is well justified. Report to the Ministry of Rights tomorrow. Your Imperial Majesty honors me. The tired True Lung walks back to the throne. There is a letter of indictment on his desk. It was sent by the Sway Regulator. In worldly turmoil we tread, in our own conscience we trust. A life measured in years, yet the stress feels ancient. Let future generations judge my deeds as they will, but the bane of Yan must not be left to the future. Come. Yes, Your Majesty. Ready the troops. We shall open the tomb of Sway. Another long, tiring day. The proxy returns to the familiar temple and casts his gaze at the Weiqi board in the corner, as is his habit. One glance is all it takes to notice that something is not right. Someone has been here. The Weiqi board is empty except for a single object in the middle, though it is dark in the room and he cannot see what it is. As he approaches, he sees that placed in the center is a ripe white ginkgo seed. The ginkgo sapling was planted in the spring of this year. The Ministry of Works swore an oath in this hall several days ago that the rebuilding of Baitzao into a nomadic city will be complete before the tree bears fruit. 20 years. That is the time you have. Immortality has made you arrogant. Perhaps you have forgotten that mortals do not have many 20 years. Yan cannot wait, and neither can I.
You need not press. I have long intended the same.
Ooh, wow, what an image.
If you truly found a path, tell me, and I will come with you. Our chances would be better that way. Just tell me what the chances are. You can use me however you want. I would be happy to give my life. But do you really know what you're doing? This game should have been doomed. How can the part defeat the whole? How can one kill oneself and survive? But he saw the only way out for all of them. He will supplant it. Perhaps there will come a day when our strength exceeds its. Then we can truly break free of its influence and live as ourselves. As long as we don't forget who we are, of course. The strategist is ready. He has no equal in the land when it comes to Wei Qi and scheming. This is the self that anchors him, and the strength that he has built for 1,000 years. All he faces are the broken remains of a slumbering mind. He must not lose this game. It's been a long time. The arrogant, the unmovable. I.
Returning to this dark tomb for the first time in 1,000 years brings back countless emotions. Anger, frustration, shame. As he steps inside, he feels himself chilled to the bone.
No. No! This is impossible. How? How could you have already awakened?
Interesting. Let's go. Awakened Sway. TA-7 Severed Yearning. Let's give this a try again, considering it crashed on me. And hopefully it doesn't now. Oh, it loaded faster this time. Let's go. All right, let's get Texas out here.
Got it. Shut up.
Put Bong here.
Observe the entirety of the board. There is no one point that decides victory.
Okay. Interesting. Speed it up. Only 18 here.
Warmongering as ever. Even now, you have learned nothing.
Shi Chao, unsheath.
Okay.
Fear not the power of this, a sword of Stratus Rent. Once stood, stand fast. Awaiting orders. You can't stop me.
Okay. So we do have the writing knife here. I don't know where to put that.
Now step. Go keep and dance anyway. I'm taking you with me.
Okay. Let's put you here.
All my eyes see are they who seek the
Oh, I
unreachable,
see.
milling in confusion.
Awaiting orders. Fear not the sword of heaven's flame. Bid dawn as
You insist
Okay, how about
upon
we
violence.
remove that?
Improper.
Okay. Put Lapland out here to help. It's starting to get a little bit tougher.
Vargo, don't get in my way.
Ah!
it's happy hour. Got Fear not the as sword of heaven's plaint. Bid dawn as cast.
Spare them.
When were the seeds of this tragedy
Continue to load up
planted?
here.
Last step. I've been in plenty of events.
This is last two.
Most chaotic venue ever.
Got him. Hey, where's the last one? Haha, you can clear them up with the writing knife. That's actually cool. Okay. All right. Year 982. Damn. It's just a sword. How could this be screwed up? Getting rusty? The smith scratches her head in confusion and takes out another steel ingot from storage. Autumn is wet this year. It's suffocating. Something doesn't feel right. Impossible. This is impossible. Is it awakening? An angry cloud has appeared on the calm scroll. A crack of thunder leaves an ink trail on the white scroll, looking decidedly out of place. Countless terrible ink spirits appear out of nowhere, scattering across the scroll, covering everything on it in black ink. I didn't paint this. Go away! You've had a long journey, Mr. Schwul. I will take you to a quiet place where you can rest. I should not delay in reporting to the Ministry of War. There has been an incident in Baitza. His Majesty commands that you are not to enter for the time being. Why? Is that the Tomb of Sway? Wang, what have you done? Did the heart skip a beat, or did it beat twice in an instant? Or was it the vibration of the nomadic city from some sudden movement? Or was it? Plop. The scroll that was in the proxy's hand is now on the ground. Wang! Jie! What is it? Look at this! A letter of indictment? For Wang? Who gave you this? Someone sent it to the Sway regulator. The supervisor had to report to His Majesty. There are rumors that the Imperial Guard is coming to the Sky Mirror Pavilion.
Finally. Finally! You're here. Why are you awake? No. No. Your aura is almost identical to its own, but you've appeared in that hollow visage. The hollow visage that is also yours. In any case, you're not awake. You're still in the dream. Of course I'm awake. You had awakened me centuries ago when you intruded upon my dream. You're bluffing. I would not be standing here if you were truly awake. You flexed in your dream and thought you had woken up. You, a mere dreamwalker not yet awake, dare call yourself awake? Dreamwalker? Very well. We'll call this a journey in a dream. But I see those games you and your siblings play with those puny humans and your foolish, flawed, presumptuous plan to replace me. You want to become the same as the humans, to become such a fickle, puny creatures, in order to escape your fate. How pathetic. How laughable. You forget that these puny creatures defeated you and imprisoned you for 1,000 years. Does it matter if you're awake? You're a shadow, a reflection, a phantom questioning its own shade, a reflection in fleeting water. Killing you will not be difficult. Is that so?
The proxy turns around to look at the corridor that he just walked through, but finds no path. Why are you afraid, then? It took so long for you to get a chance to see me like this.
If you are not afraid, why have you not torn me to pieces in your hatred? Pathetic. Foolish. Watch your tongue. Didn't you want to fight me to the death? Then come, do what you do best. A Weiqi board appears in front of Wang with a familiar crack on it. Without asking, the mysterious foe takes the white stone and goes first according to tradition. The first stone is placed in the Tianyun position, the center of the board. First move, Tianyun. Are you mocking me? You'll find out when the game is ended. Your turn. He takes a black piece. The 19x19 board is intimately familiar to him. He has not tasted defeat in a long, long time. Yet it seems as though his opponent sees through his every move, every thought, every emotion. He soon finds himself at a disadvantage, even though his opponent had forfeited the opening move. Impossible. Why would it be? Have you not realized that all the intricate moves that you have pondered, all your puny stratagems, are no secrets to me? Because I am you. Giving up already? No, that won't do. You must finish the game. So be it. He clenches his teeth and picks up another stone. Every move causes a splitting headache. Every move drains his spirit. The game is finally concluded after 100 moves or so. With all endgame plays settled, Black wins by the slimmest of margins. Half a point as the points are tallied. The player is exhausted at his last gasp. Pants feebly. You lose. Arrogant as ever. Leaving aside whether this child's play even counts, do you think this is the only game between us? The name of this game is Wang. You may have won this round, but have you any idea how insignificant it is in the big picture? Step back, go there and look back, and see if there is any meaning in these moves that took every last drop of your being. Against his will, Wang gets up and takes a few steps back. It is only a few steps, but the board that he has been seen has shrunk to a tiny piece. No matter how you flail and struggle, it is no more than 1/12 of the game. All the twists and turns of your black pieces have not determined the outcome of a single corner. Why do you think you can make me concede? Wang forces himself to look. It is no longer a 19x19 board, but hundreds of lines vertical and across. The game that he had poured his heart and soul into, just to win by a hair, looks utterly insignificant on the vast board. Countless white pieces, as many as there are stars in the sky, lie beyond the board, which itself seems endless. There is no room to intervene in their formation, as immutable as Sway's anger and contempt, which have simmered for 1,000 years. You planned this. Of course I planned this. This plan began to take form in my countless dreams ever since you glimpsed into my mind centuries ago. A white would begin to lay the pieces around you, quietly and unbeknownst to you. What you have done, he made note of. What you did not finish, he finished for you. What you did not do, he did in your image. He made you wary of the humans, and the humans wary of you, forcing you and your kind to return here, this source of your immortality, for centuries. Why do you care that we live? As long as I live, you will always have a choice. The last thing that Yan wants to see, to return to my consciousness, and destroy everything that was built upon the Great Hunt. As long as you live, I will never regain my full strength that will allow me to break my shackles. Our lives are too intertwined for peace to be a possibility. Yet you would seek peace with the humans? Yan would not abide me, who almost became their god. Why would they abide you when you replace me? You are not worthy to play at this board. I will take your life and the lives of your siblings. Vanish now as your inevitable fate. The true Lung let Wang go to the tomb of Sui alone. He would not have given Wang the opportunity to tell me. He never wanted to hurt anyone. Words were never his strong suit. He was obsessed with victory and defeat, but cared nothing for loss and gain. The shrewdest and the most foolish amongst us. He saw through every scheme and treachery, but he could not do something as simple as letting those around him truly know him. Besides, am I not the proxy that the Sway Regulator and you have always feared the most? I knew, or rather I knew they would tell you. I can feel it, even if you didn't say anything. I thought I could control this power in time. Lately, though, I'm feeling less and less like myself. My memories began to grow indistinct many years ago. In recent years, the same has happened to my emotions. Perhaps... There's something I want to ask you, Chun. Impolite as it may be. What did you feel when your mother died? Underneath her thick black hair, the elf's ears twitched. Why do you ask? Because there is still hope for Wang. You're going to save him? As it stands, with my strength and his, I could do no more than die in his place. What is the death of a family member like for beings like you and me? Why do you ask? Why do you have to open my wounds? Suddenly, Chun understands. Jie is asking for herself and for Wang. If losing a loved one is merely a little speck of sorrow in a long life, then she will choose death and leave the insignificant sorrow to Wang, and become a loss that stings a little from time to time for her siblings. If the pain of losing a loved one still threatens to tear one apart, even for those with lifespans far beyond the ordinary mortal, then she will choose to bear the unbearable pain and the burden of those left behind, seeking the task of eliminating Sui through to the end. An immortal being facing the possibility of losing family forever for the first time. Though she has written a book about meetings and partings innumerable times, finding no other measure to judge by, she can only rely on Chun to make a decision. She only has to tell the truth. The pain of losing a loved one does not heal so easily, even after decades and centuries. The death is liberation, and life is pain. Which way the scale tips is obvious. That it was best for Wang to let him go. And Jie would remain and feel the pain that lingers. Wang reaps the death that he sowed, while Jie remains. It is how things should be. That Jie would cautiously advance the cause of eliminating Sui, without crossing the line as Wang did, incurring the wrath of the true Lung when the Sui Regulator received an anonymous tip. But eliminate the great evil before dealing with the culprit. There is no one in the Sky Mirror Pavilion or the Imperial Historical Cabinet who could stop her. It's becoming a real problem. She should be held responsible if the history of Yan falls into chaos. Imperial Historical Cabinet abolished. Takes control of the written language of Yan. No one may oppose her. Reviews the livelihood of every household in the land. Anyone who has committed fraudulent acts has their name erased and is exiled to the borders. Thousands die. Chaotic, murky memories grip the candleholder's heart. It is not right. She seems to remember that none of the speakers had faces. Something is not right here. It is false, fabricated, designed to drive a rift between candleholder and proxy, turn them against each other. But is it not a fact that Jie's power is growing? She will become more powerful, more terrible than the Sui Beast itself. She cannot help it. I must help her. I must do my duty to Great Yan. Two entwined wills surge in her heart, in her chest. One belongs to her, the other to those faceless people, but also to a Yan that does not want to give a proxy complete control over history. She cannot help but suspect that her recruitment by the Sui Regulator was not luck, but planned. She was assigned to watch the most difficult proxy to control because of her long lifespan. She would understand the monster that Jie would become because of her interest in history. She would lose her hard-earned home if she betrayed Great Yan because she has nowhere to go. Is that why? She feels the crushing weight of her burden. A rumbling sound fills her mind, and she cannot think. She must do her duty to Yan, do her duty as candleholder. By chance, she has seen Jie at her most fragile. She must let the great evil take the culprit's place. It would be best for the proxies, even. Yan would lose a reason to wage war on them.
My mother. When she passed, I felt very little.
Pain tore you apart.
I felt as though the death of my mother left a hole in my heart, made me find something new to fill it.
It was as though your heart was ripped out from your chest, leaving behind a bloody hole, and you know that nothing would ever fill it, that things would never be the same again.
I cried when I buried her, but that was it. I stopped crying very soon.
You had cried your tears dry by the time the last dirt was laid over your mother's face. But still, you could not stop crying. You had no idea what to do.
Our journey is a long one. We'll find new things and meet new people that will soothe the temporary pain.
Your life is too long, and the lasting things too few. When you lose them, they leave behind voids that can never be filled, wounds that never heal.
I hardly even think of my mother anymore, because I have you. I have other friends.
Your loved ones appear in your dreams. They come to you when you are alone. Pain grips your heart when you hear songs like the melodies that she once hummed. There's nowhere to run.
When I'm with you, I'm happy.
She barely managed to utter those last few words. So great was her urge to throw up, she could barely breathe. She dares not look into the proxy's eyes. She fears that the one before her would be blinded by her words and truly believe that loss is something that can be soothed by time. She fears that the one before her would see through her lies, see her vile intention and despise her. She fears herself for saying those words.
I see. Thank you. You're a good candle holder.
The murk in the candle holder's chest suddenly clears. There's only an empty hole there now. Wind blows through the hole and speaks in her voice.
It was a cruel question, but I asked because my heart was in turmoil. On second thought, I would likely have made the same decision, whether I asked the question or not. I regretted it as soon as I asked. You're smart. You would have realized that I was forcing my candle holder to choose my death or Wang's. I shouldn't have made you do this. You didn't say anything about yourself. You chose to communicate Great Yan's will to me, that's all. Death is an adventure that is unique for everyone. There is no previous experience to draw from. We must each walk our own path. The local annals that needed to be edited are on my desk. Take them to the sway regulator when you have time.
Jun fights back her tears. Even crying would be a lie. Here and now. But the hole in her chest continues to sob, a sound that only she can hear. Finally, she forces a few sorrowful, powerless words from her chest.
I'll be going. You... take care. What's going on, Jie? The Imperial Guard is coming to the Sky Mirror Pavilion, and I almost got shut inside my own home by my candle holder. Did something happen to Wang? You can hear it, can't you? Its heartbeat. He went into the tomb of Sway? When? 2 hours ago. We could talk about the rule breaking later. The court clearly wants to exclude us, and time is short. What's your plan? I'm going to help Wang. I'll go with you. No. Why? He and I will take care of this. Are you sure? I'm sure. He and I have been making plans to eliminate Sway. There's no time to explain the plan right now. Your presence will not help. It will only increase the risk. Besides, there's something that I must ask you to do. Take care of this writing knife. Your powers should be able to preserve it. What are you planning? How bad have things gotten? It will not awaken, not yet. I could promise you this, and so can Wang. But you... someone will come back. Either you or him.
I'm coming with you. No, Jun. I truly mean no offense. I need to entrust this writing knife to the keeping of someone who is absolutely just and impartial. If someone with ill intent gets their hands on it, it will do far more damage than the death of a single proxy. I thought about destroying it. In the end, I felt that it was worth preserving. The wrongs of the past should be righted, though I do not know at what price. Perhaps the writing knife will be of help to you or to Yan, until that day comes when no one can use it anymore. Don't be like this, Jun. Maybe I'll come back with Wang. Then we'll go together to eat at Yu's and listen to you sing. And if I never return, there's a long road ahead of you. It is not so easy to look back. She looks at the innumerable lives and deaths recorded upon the shelves, many of which she had written with her own pen. Would she become one of them? How would those who come after depict this life, one that seems too long for others to comprehend, yet far too hurried for herself? How would the other siblings react when they read those pages? No, there will be no record of her. She knows it. Of all the siblings, she is the one who has spent the most time with Wang. She has given Wang ideas for his plans, helped him calculate the conditions and the timing for Sui's elimination. She can guess what is happening in the tomb of Sui. The clear and distinct heartbeat has already told the full story. There is no other way. She must use her powers to erase the name. She has spent much more time in the mortal realm than ordinary people. Everyone dies. It is precisely the cycle of life and death that made possible the innumerable ways of life that have fascinated her, as well as her siblings. But if death is such an unremarkable thing, like a wisp of smoke in the wind, what is living truly? Light from the setting sun pours into the room upon the countless history tomes, as though relentlessly pouring through traces of the past. Every word in these scrolls was written with tears of blood, but the only thing written on the last page is the word regret. The sun's rays by the window. How warm. She does not walk towards the sunlight. She leaves the room into the darkness of the tomb. No words need to be said. Wang knows it is a fragment it has retrieved from his own memory, an image that he has never forgotten for even a moment in the last 120 years. He lies exhausted on the ground. 100 white pieces on the board have turned into blades that impale his chest, and he is slowly inundated by the pure white, until the golden light surrounds him. I'm sorry. Wait for me. Wait for me to come back. For you to come back. It was the other side of the dream, a place that he should not have been able to touch. She seems to notice him and turns around to look at him. There is a faint smile on Jia's face, and she nods lightly. The light gushes from behind her, surrounding the figure, swallowing it, dissolving it, sweeping away the dream realm, and revealing the true face of this place.
A battle without an explosion or cheering.
Wow.
Makes me feel a little uneasy. Let's head back.
That hurt.
A drink?
That
Maybe
was
next time.
intense. Whew. Ooh, man. All right. TA-8. Let's continue. Ooh. That was powerful. Your uniform suits you. Supervisor, Zuela reporting. At ease. No need to be too uptight on your first day on the job. Better that you maintain your youthful energy. Understood, Supervisor. Do you know where we are, Zuela? Up on the peaks was the beast cornered and killed. This was the battlefield where we killed a Farenmut during the Great Hunt. But Zuela pauses, unsure if he can continue, until he sees the patient gaze of the supervisor. This was also where countless soldiers and civilians lost their lives, where living, breathing people faded into a graveyard of lines of cold numbers between the pages. You have realized something that many candle holders older than you do not. Carry the fire that drives out the shadows of the Farenmut, and travel amongst the people to learn their troubles. It was the first candle holder, holding the torch, that discovered the existence of the Farenmuts, that made possible the war with the gods which secured Yan's future. Even today, the existence of Farenmuts is only known to a select few, which makes it all the more important that the candle holder's fire remains brightly lit where shadows fall. I will do my utmost to protect the people. I'm glad to see your resolve, but let me ask you again. What are the Farenmuts in your eyes? What are the proxies who live amongst us within the season, on whom we keep a constant watch? The hearts of people are fickle, the hearts of beasts even more so. Perhaps some amongst them have once aided Yan, be it out of a whim or true sincerity. But weighing the pros and cons, ultimately, they are different from us. They are enemies. Enemies, you say? Enemies.
One day before the day of the full moon. Our view.
Supervisor, what are you doing here?
That question should be mine to ask. She's the supervisor? Oh, whoa. What a little turn there.
Where have you taken the token from the Garden of Grotesqueries after the placation was completed? Something was not right at the Sway Regulator, and the Scriptgeists were running amok in the Sky Mirror Pavilion. I wanted to wait for the situation to settle down before seeking your counsel. Then you can give it to me right here. I have heard that it was not the usual Jade Rule that was retrieved from the Garden of Grotesqueries this year. I will bring it back to the Sway Regulator for further investigation. Acting on a subconscious instinct, Zuela finds himself taking a step back from his familiar superior. My. I did not think there would come a day when the candleholder Zuela defied his orders. Got the crap. You're Chun, head of the Sway Regulator. A Shanhaizhong member, in the Sky Mirror Pavilion. A highly ranked one, too. Judging from your attire, under normal circumstances, the patrol battalion would have faced severe penalties. And this is Lady Chen? You're Zuela's boss? Though I am unworthy of this position, it is my duty. What are you doing here? Waiting for us to walk into a trap? Unfortunately, it is not you that I am waiting for. Hand over the token, Zuela, and you may leave with your friends. We can discuss your association with undesirable elements later. I thought you would tell him to take me in on the spot to make up for his transgressions. We are in the courts of Yan, not some bandit camp. Fine, enough for you to say. Who was it that encouraged Jie to enter the tomb of Sway, so that the more dangerous proxy for Yan would die in Wang's place, catapulting her own career in the process? Yan would be ashamed to have a descendant like you. Oh Yi, the supervisor is not like that! Really? Then why did she become the supervisor so soon after Jie's death? Only a thief sees thieves everywhere. Keep your mouth shut, for you are not worthy to speak her name. The Imperial Court of Yan does not pause or waver for any person or thing. All that it does is measured against the interests of Great Yan. The interests of Great Yan? It seems Lady Chen has something to say. Very well, I will give you 3 minutes in consideration of the risks that Zuela ran to retrieve this object from the Garden of Grotesqueries. There is someone I am waiting for anyway. Ask your questions, then leave the token and leave this place. Waiting for someone? Yes, waiting for someone. Is it the proxy who holds the key? Why do you say that? Geists run rampant through Baizhou, but Zuela is the only one who is trying to tackle the Scriptgeists at the source, and no one orders at that. and on no orders at that. The LGD was never so negligent, even when Wei Yanwu's oversight was at its laxest. The first thing you asked about when you saw Zuola was not the scriptgeists, but the token from the Garden of Grotesqueries. You seem to care nothing for your responsibilities. The Sway Regulator is not the police. Huan Baizhao is more qualified than the Sway Regulator to deal with the scriptgeists. Your goals are aligned with the Grand Commandant's. You want the writing knife. And if Mo Yi is telling the truth, no one in Baizhao is closer to the writing knife than Jun. You do the LGD proud, Superintendent. Why are you assisting the Grand Commandant's plot? What do you plan to do with Wei Yanwu? Or have you already joined forces with him? Plot? You may have been an excellent officer of the law, Lady Chen, but it is not your place to intervene in matters of national interest. I've been to places and seen things. There's no need for grandiose words. If your plot is indeed in the interest of the nation, you should feel no shame in saying it out loud. Only those involved in political squabbles would keep bringing up national interest when questioned, beating around the bush and deflecting the question. You should be careful with your words, Lady Chen. The matters of state are complex and interconnected, and it is not unusual for officials to have differing views. Your words insult all who serve the state. For 1,000 years, the Sway Regulator has had one mission, and one alone, to do what is best for Yan in matters pertaining to the Farenmuts. Nothing else matters to us. Even if the Grand Commandant's actions are indeed drastic, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. The use of the writing knife does not constitute treason. Then what is he planning? At this point, I doubt this damned old elf is going to talk, so I'll do the talking for her. Just as I suspected, the Grand Commandant wants to rewrite history with the writing knife and completely eliminate the bestial sway. The price is the True Lung's life. But why? What does the True Lung's life have to do with destroying a Farenmut? We were just talking about it before we were interrupted. 1,000 years ago, the Grandmaster discovered a piece of Originium that he presented to the True Lung as a weapon that can end the Great Hunt. Realizing its importance, the True Lung had his Fangshi perform a ritual that linked it to the True Lung's bloodline. Henceforth, the power of the Originium may only be harnessed by the reigning True Lung. That True Lung had a bit of conscience, at least, and he set a condition in the ritual, probably to prevent his descendants from abusing it. The full power of the Originium can only be unleashed by sacrificing the life of the True Lung. Hence, it was given the name Bufan, no rebellion. But does the True Lung's life to be sacrificed really have to be the Emperor's? Why did the Grand Commandant go to such painstaking lengths to obtain this writing knife, if his goal was merely a coup? You mean the Grand Commandant wants to use the writing knife to change the record of who the current True Lung is? The Grand Preceptor incited the prince to regicide. What is the truth of what happened that night? Who sent the Yulin Guard away? Who actually entered the Emperor's chambers? These things are not specified in the records. Therefore, the records of what happened that night can still be rewritten using the writing knife. If the history books in Bufan recognize Lord Wei as the reigning True Lung, then the life of the True Lung obviously refers to Lord Wei's life. I had thought that you were young, and that you may have strayed from the righteous path. You should be given the chance to right your wrongs. Regrettably, it seems I cannot allow you to live. Not putting on a show of honesty and uprightness anymore, are we? Supervisor! Hand over the token, Zuola. Whatever happens after that is none of your concern. If what Mo Yi says is true, then I voice my dissent to your methods, Supervisor. I cannot comply. I don't want to damage the Sky Mirror Pavilion. Don't make me do this. You're talking to the wrong person. I have the token. Chen's vision is obstructed by several maple leaves. The lamplight sways slightly. Chen steps back and prepares to engage, only for Mo Yi to step forward and block Chen's attack. So the Supervisor of the Sway Regulator is not above sneak attacks like a thief. One can be subtle and reserved with words, but action must be decisive and without hesitation. It is as true in Wei Qi as it is with all things in life. Supervisor, I have read about the writing knife in the past. In Jie's hands, it can indeed alter history and greatly influence events. But we are not proxies. Our tampered historical records will never endure for long. instant is all it takes to activate Bufan. Besides, after this there will no longer be a disgraced deposed crown prince in Yan, only a pure true Lung whose legitimacy is beyond question. Is that right? That is not the Sui regulator's concern. Since her death, Great Yan's history is already in tatters. One more change will hardly make a difference. How can you be so sure that we cannot record history truthfully? Chen Chaotian, Magistrate of Water for the Sky Mirror Pavilion. I wanted to ask you as well, Supervisor. For many years, you assisted Jie in compiling history in her office. Why is it that you have now turned to tampering with history? The records of Yan are classified into 4 parts: classics, history, philosophy, and literature. The divisions of history and philosophy may seem distinct, but even the masterwork of the one venerated as the saint of history was merely the personal treatise within philosophy. I don't know what that word is. Word. Those who follow, modeling their brushes after his style, produce what is ultimately but the statement of a single house in the House of Yan. Those writings are no more than comments after the fact. Truth has long faded into the cracks of time. How could you say that? You must have read the Saint of History's notes. Despite imprisonment and torture, he always wrote the facts as they were and exposed injustice. You must have read the history tomes of the Sky Mirror Pavilion, written by thousands of sages who poured their hearts and souls into them, striving to set the record straight, to weigh every word in judgment of right and wrong. You must have heard of unofficial historians, meticulously investigating and analyzing their sources, coveting not the court's wealth and rank, but striving only to uphold justice for the common people. I saw with my own eyes the elders of my family dying on white fields of snow because they wanted to write down the truth. Nay, because they were honest to themselves. These people who wrote history with their own flesh and blood, who willingly became the flame to illuminate the truth, even for a moment. Who are they to you, Supervisor? They are the writers. True and false, right and wrong. These things always depend on the stance of the writer, rather than on what is actually right. You ought to know, even with the revisions of countless esteemed scholars, the histories we read are still rife with embellishment, omissions, and lies. The ironic thing is, we could not even call such things evil. The curled leaves make a sharp sound against each other, questioningly. Lamentingly. Stand back, Chen Chaotian. You are neither candleholder nor Shanhai Zhong, nor the niece of a deposed crown prince. This is not your fight. Did the Imperial Historical Cabinet truly take up responsibility for writing history after her passing? Did the Sky Mirror Pavilion truly fulfill its duty of righting the wrongs? You are the descendant of historians. If you take up their mantle, can you truly guarantee that every word will be true for all eternity? No, you dare not shoulder this responsibility. I know about you. You wanted to change the Sky Mirror Pavilion's culture of obsession with the analysis of ancient history while neglecting recent history. That's why you took up a minor position at the Sky Mirror Pavilion, hoping to lead by example by studying your family's history. Decades, centuries, millennia. How could you claim to speak for history when you have not borne witness to time on the scale that she knew? Stand back! The maple leaves sharpened. This time no one saw what Chun did. All she did was wave her sleeve. The next instant, Chen Chaotian was lying unconscious on the floor. Chaotian! Supervisor. She's just unconscious. She'll wake up in a couple of hours. There's no need for her to sink any deeper into this mire. She's but an unfortunate ordinary woman. She shouldn't have to be like you, or like me. I hear elves live a long time. We do. You don't believe in this, in history, or in lasting justice in people's hearts, because the one who had walked side by side with you on the long road of time died because of you. This question is not yours to ask, Chen Guoqie. As an elf, you don't know where you came from, whether there are any of your kind left, or whether there will ever be a home for you. My past, present, and future belong to Yan. And that involves tossing your fellows into the abyss? Having her die in Wang's place was the appropriate decision under the circumstances. This is beyond all doubt. Compiling history, recording the passage of time. Have you any idea of power, of these years, the power of time? The beast walks with the generous earth. She had gone one step further. Her power was rooted in words and lived in history. As long as the records of Yan continued, her power would continue to grow without end. If left unchecked, what sort of monster would be created in the end? It would be something even more powerful, even more terrible than Sui itself. She was my mentor, my confidant, my friend, but I could not endanger Great Yan with my own selfish interests. I've seen people like you, people who abandon their friends but long to see them again in dreams in order to beg for forgiveness. Head of the Sui regulator, what would you do if there was a way to see her again? I warn you, do not play games with the lives of millions for the fantasies of a madman. Wang did not go into the tomb of Sui for the sole purpose of eliminating Sui. The object that he had you retrieve from the Garden of Grotesqueries surely has something to do with his deranged plans to bring the dead back to life. I'm surprised. I thought you got along well with her when you were her candle holder. Isn't there a part of you somewhere that wants his plan to succeed? He already failed 120 years ago. He will fail again. Allowing him to continue on his reckless path will only lead to more disaster. How can I trust a madman who treats heaven and earth as his Wei-Chi board, and all lives and souls as his pieces? How can I trust a sinner who caused the death of his sister? How can I trust the obsession of a Farenmut? Because, like you, he walked this land, lived in the seasons, and vowed to become human, to become part of this land and those who live upon it. Human? Humans are humans because they live and die. This is why they shine, as the candles fleeting glow. She has lived and she has died. Wang seeks to disturb the slumber of the dead, in defiance of the laws of heaven. Even if his delusions somehow came true, how can you be sure that it is the departed herself who has returned and not a Geist, a hollow puppet that only carries her image? You just don't want to believe. Things seldom go the way people want them to. The outcome may not be exactly what we want, but to be shackled by regret and not even have the courage to take a single step, that is nothing but cowardice. You have a way with words, Chen Huaxia, but I don't see how you intend to carry out the justice you speak of. The token and the key, I am only here for them. Continue to play games with words and I will crush you before dealing with them. Let's see who's crushing who. What about you, Zuela? I apologize, but I must cause offense. Huh, so be it. Those who stay near ink get stained. You have made some good friends, Candleholder Zuela. Do your worst.
Ooh. TA-8. Golden Erasing Blade. Alrighty.
If you're stumped, just leave the hardest task to me.
Elf who wanders 1,000 realms.
Shut up.
Okay. Guess we'll do that.
Observe the entirety of the board. There is no one point that decides victory.
It's happy hour!
Okay, we'll let Lapland have some fun here.
Last step. If I'm dead anyway.
Admit defeat now, and spare yourself the embarrassment.
Do I keep bombing her? I mean, she's getting pretty well dominated right now. Yep, phase 1 done. So we got like multiple bosses here.
Excellent. Got it.
You can't stop me.
I pass on your last words? No. Awaiting orders.
Chow, unsheath.
Okay, I can take her out fairly easily here.
Fear not the power as sword of Stratus went. once stood, stand fast.
Okay, that is a very bad spot to put her.
Got it. Shut up. Awaiting orders.
Okay, let's take this guy out here.
Bartender's choice.
I've been plenty of it.
Warmongering as ever. Even now, you have learned nothing.
Okay. Only need shoe. I'll put Hoshigume here just in case.
Send me there. This will keep you quiet. Need speed to succeed.
I think we're in really good shape right now. Oops. Drop that one there.
Last step. If I'm dead anyway,
2 more.
I'm taking you with me.
Bad luck. You ran into me. Need speed to succeed.
Just this one. Come on. Why'd that not drop? Boom. Now he's done. Let's go. Worked out nicely.
You almost hit a bookshelf. I am no swordswoman, and I have no interest in admiring Qixia, but it would be a shame if your sword ruins the collection of the Sky Mirror Pavilion. But you are not confident about taking the token from me. Is that so? The elf now truly waves her jade scepter and twig for the first time. Withered vines rush out from the ground, forming massive hands. Damn it, she's a nightmare to deal with. Is this way Regulator Supervisor decided through combat? How does the book go anyway? Ah, I remember. And it's autumn. This is perfect. Metal's natures change. Take this! For a thief, you're pretty well learned. I wouldn't be surprised if I know yin and yang. I had the 5 elements better than someone who's forgotten her roots. Zola, Chen Huacha, your turn. Zola charges towards Chun, intent on disrupting her ability to respond. Meanwhile, Chen Huacha pulls back, waiting for an opportunity to strike. In between them, Mo Yi unleashes razor-sharp autumn winds, tangling with the vine hands. The supervisor of the Sway Regulator continued to stand where she is, utterly impassive, as though she is watching a farce that she is becoming increasingly bored with. Chen Huacha continues to back off until her back is almost touching the closed door. Damn, can't hold on much longer! Chen! Qixia splits the clouds. Riding on the autumn wind, the sword aura sweeps away all the vines. The elf looks surprised for a brief moment. Then, dried leaves sharp as razors fly out from the vines towards the trio. Mo Yi urgently casts a defensive spell, but the leaves cut their clothes and bags open. The token that has slumbered since it was retrieved from the Garden of Grotesqueries falls on the ground. This is the token from the Garden of Grotesqueries? It is a Geist. It is indeed a Geist. The Weiqi player had taken Sway's wildest imagination from the Garden of Grotesqueries and hollowed out the interior, leaving only the gleaming exterior. The memories of his siblings were then injected to create this object. Made of a glass-like substance, the tiny Geist lies immobile on the ground for a while. Then, it seems to grow ethereal. It awakens. It does not seem to feel pain, or perhaps the pain was overcome by the urge to return to this familiar place. She begins to stumble towards the door. That is impossible. All it takes is a single thought from the elf, and the churring vines could shatter the object to smithereens, but Chun cannot bring herself to do it, because she truly does see a familiar figure in it. The object touches the door, and it is as though a dream that has slumbered for 100 years is suddenly awakened by an intruder. The falling dust forms thousands of golden threads drifting in the air in the setting sun. The sliver of life force ripples.
All breaths are held as they see the ethereal figure that drifts between light and shadow in the falling dust. It is blurry, indistinct. The only clear feature is its gray robe. Like paper that has grown yellow from the passage of time, but still smelling faintly of old books and dried ink. The door opens slowly. How do you get in if you give me the key? Why should the master of the house need a key? The shadow bends slightly, as though trying to pick up the cracked scroll on the desk. Or perhaps it is walking towards the window to open the sash closed for so long, to see if the osmanthus that was young back then has bloomed this year. But her movement ultimately freezes between the done and the undone, a faint wisp of melancholy suspended in the sunset. Put this scroll on the shelf by the wall. Leave that document on the desk. It's not yet finished. Painting from dusk? I should find a good place to hang it. Why do I have to do these chores for you? Oh, but Nyan said her candle holder even helps her put together mahjong games. Desk, chair, and scrolls. Every object in the room breathes with the shadow. They are her old friends, and she is the reason they never left. A gust of wind blows through the room. The Geist falls asleep, and the shadow dissipates like a drop of ink that falls into water, leaving behind only that which is real, the shadows of dust, and the sun shining into an empty room. It's her. Oh, she was a little taller, her hair a little blacker. She was thin, but not like that. She would not accept, yet there is a single question that she could never answer. Who else could it be? Who else could it be? The stunned elf does not even notice the appearance of the proxy, one who is very much flesh and blood. She continues to stand at the same spot, staring in the direction where the shadow disappeared. I came as you asked, but it seems you no longer have anything to say to me. It's her. It's really her. I didn't think there was any trace of her existence left. There's no doubt about it. It's a sliver of her life force, which those young people retrieved from the Sway's remnant consciousness. As for traces of her existence, they are in the books of the Sky Mirror Pavilion, and countless scholars across the land of Yan. Now, do you still believe that everything we siblings have done since Jie's disappearance is futile, Candleholder-chun? If you could still find a trace of her somewhere, tell her. The long-lived candleholder chokes on her own words. She gazes wordlessly at the study, the interior of which has not changed for a century. Having taken it all in, she turns around and slowly walks towards the exit, fighting the urge to look back at every step. Leaving this place she knows best, yet brings her the most despair. I did not know that Wang's obsession was this paranoid, yet so deep. I saw you at the city gates, and we meet again. You are Jun? Thank you for protecting her token. Lady Jun. No, Master Jun. I heard you were a close friend of the Grand Masters, and I have long heard your name spoken with reference. It is an honor to meet you. Don't try to curry favor with me. I'm not even sure if I had been born at the time of the old carpenter's death. I'm glad to see that someone still remembers his views after 1,000 years have passed. But did you do what you did at Mangshan Town out of a desire for peace, or out of your own bitter cynicism? Do you really need me to tell you? The old Tianxia gave you an opportunity to make up for your transgressions. Have you done so? Roxy does not raise her voice, and there is no anger in it, but her voice naturally begets respect. I've long heard of the Second Sway sister's unapproachable nature. Today I got to witness it. there is always hope for those who learn from their mistakes. Zola. Academician Jun. Words cannot express my gratitude for you bringing back this sliver of GA's life force from the Garden of Grotesqueries. Our family will remember the favor and repay it when the time is right. I'm simply doing my duty as a candle holder. The supervisor lost her composure, but the candle of the sway regulator remains lit. She was trapped between the greater good and personal desire, and was eventually crushed by her own obsessions. You must not repeat her mistakes when the time comes for you to take on great responsibility. Me. Now, though, it is more useful for you to go outside than to stay here and look at the relics of the past. Take this girl, too, and put her somewhere safe downstairs. It is late autumn, and the floor is cold. I trust you will handle the matter of the writing knife properly, Academician Jun. Of course. One more request, if I may. Jun turns around and picks up the Geist from the ground. She has turned back into a small, quiet doll, perhaps exhausted from the action she just performed. You know what this Geist was formed by the last speck of GA's life force. Wang drew you into the game and had you retrieve this object so that you could deliver it here and allow it to recuperate in preparation for her return. But consider it a burst of sentimentality from a reunion with someone long thought lost. Please deliver it to the tomb of Sui. The future is yet unsettled. Our family will gather outside the tomb. I do not know if the day will come when GA returns, but if Wang sees it as GA's foundation, she should be there for this meeting. Wang is in the tomb and I must help him. There will be a battle. Carrying this object would be unsafe and perhaps cause a delay. Leave it to me. Shan Haizhong snatches the token from the woman's hands before the candle holder can react. I will see it done in the name of Zushi. The dignified woman bows deeply to the two youngsters. Thank you. Lady Jun, you blocked the attack against me at the gate and protected GA's legacy. Has chivalry become a habit of yours? I do what I do for the sake of justice. What is justice? Justice is making sure that Wei Yanwu does not die an unjust death and giving the old case a proper trial. Justice is bringing closure to all that has happened between mother and father, between the imperial family and the House of Chen. Justice is making sure that the proxy, who did so much for Great Yan, did not die in vain and giving Great Yan a chance at peace. What about justice for you as an infected? I have seen so much suffering in my journeys. This land has been too kind to me. I willed my justice for the sake of others. Very well. I can't help you with the justice you seek, but perhaps her relic can. Do you mean the writing knife? Take it. The justice you seek is closely linked to the incident 40 years ago. You are the only one to whom I can entrust this knife. You can right the wrongs for your family, for your country. There should be closure to the matters of the Chen family. Lord Wei's decision, and the 1,000 years of records for the land on which she once lived and breathed. These were the hopes that she placed upon the writing knife. The history of Great Yan should be written by the Yanese people. Come with me. They walk into the room. Like revisiting a scene from an old play, Jun slowly walks through the room that has not changed one bit in the past century. Everything is familiar. No one has touched it for 100 years. It's been a while. The writing knife has resurfaced, but it is no longer in your hands. If I have entrusted it to the wrong person, I will shoulder the responsibility for any consequences on your behalf. Oh, it's like a reflection of the scene before. Chen's palm closes around the knife. Her fingertip trembles, as if the weight of 1,000 books is upon her heart. She has given her all wholeheartedly, and sacrificed herself selflessly. Now everything has come together as appointed. She clutches the writing knife. In her eyes, something sinks, and something else burns bright. It is the weight of an era, and a reunion that the knife has long awaited. So that's why they showed Chen holding the knife in the trailer. I hope you will not disappoint. I will not disappoint. Interesting. Creatures. What's going on? These guys just appeared out of nowhere. The annals of Mangshan Town record that similar scenes of rampaging geists were spotted during the turmoil caused by Sui 120 years ago. Is the Bestial Sui awakening? What a headache. Guess it's happened after all. Number 2, you fool. Why are you dilly-dallying? How many times do I have to bail you out? Qingyan, what are your instructions? This is where the geists are most rampant. They must not be allowed to enter Baizhou. You and I will guard this pass. Do not let a single geist through. Yes, master. I can't hear you, girl. Look lively. Treat this as your entrance exam. Pass the test, and I'll take you as my student. Then you can make your old teacher call you master. I wouldn't dare. Is there anything that I can help with? Help? What could you do? Watch my moves and record them. Then you could show them to your teacher and see who's better. Fire rises. Excuse me. Wait. Wait for me. You run too fast. What's the matter? You were the one who was in a hurry. If you're out of breath, give it to me and I'll deliver it. In your dreams, you blockhead. Did you think about how we're supposed to enter the tomb of Sui when we arrive? Well, explain to the soldiers guarding the tomb and ask them to let us through. Right. How do you plan to explain where you got the thing you're holding? Or maybe find a way to sneak in? Your brain really is made entirely of wood, isn't it? Do you have an idea then? If we can't get inside the tomb of Sui, we'll find someone who can. Do you mean? Who's there? Show yourself! Zoila senses a hostile presence and instinctively draws his sword. The thing you promised me. Hand it over. Ya made an appearance. Interesting. The Forbidden City is just ahead. It should be heavily guarded if the Grand Commandant really intends to sacrifice Wei Yanwu's life. There are guards stationed at all the important intersections in the city. It should not be hard to detect unusual movements by a large force. Wait, is that? Chen stops in her tracks. She sees a figure. A very familiar one. Achia. You should not have come. Uh-oh.
Not bad.
Alrighty.
I haven't seen the wolf pack so enthusiastic in a long while.
It's ramping up. All right. TA-9. Okay. Defiant Spirit. Let's roll. Ooh, here we go. I love this song. There's no end to them. Look out! Where did these monsters even come from? And just how many of them are there? They don't even seem to be decreasing. In fact, there's more of them now. I heard last night the 3rd Battalion in the north lost half their numbers. What? Have you not noticed? Or have you noticed? I don't know when it started, but these mysterious monsters are looking even more realistic than they did, and more aggressive to boot. Where's our Tamade backup? We're in dire straits if this keeps up. Ooh. Stand up. We must uphold our duty to guard the land. Imperial Guards! All units, form a line and prepare to meet the enemy. That shield is just beautiful. That is wicked. There's no retreat until we annihilate all evil inside the city. Imperial Majesty.
The Grand Commandant's sickness seems to be gone. This gladdens me. What is it that has you looking for me at this hour?
Has your Imperial Majesty forgotten? Just the other day, you commanded me to be here for the morning court.
I fear you must have slept to delirium. Court is long over. You are late.
No, not yet. Day of the full moon is tomorrow. This old servant shall accompany your Majesty and await your order.
I find myself uncertain why the Grand Commandant wants this done in haste.
I know not what your Majesty awaits, and also what your Majesty has planned for the day.
That is none of your business.
Your Majesty's silence only keeps the servant guessing. Would your Imperial Majesty truly risk your sacred person to activate Buffon to settle the crisis within the Tomb of Sway? I know not whose slander your Majesty has heard to resort to such an ill-advised course.
With no counsel offered, am I not capable of making my own decision?
40 years ago, when your Majesty ascended the throne, it was the Grand Tutor and I who went with you to survey Buffon. I still remember following our visit to that remote room. 3 whole days came and went without a single court session. To this day, I remain unaware of your Majesty's thoughts at the time.
I remember them as well, then as well. But now I no longer fear the Grand Commandant deriding me. So perhaps I shall share. I was only thinking, in Yan's 1,000-year history with this object, not even once has there been a single true Lung who used it. If Great Yan were forced to use Buffon while I sat the throne, would I not become the weakest ruler in our history?
If you would grant me a presumptuous question, if your Imperial Majesty were to sacrifice yourself for the nation, how would it be run subsequently?
Is there a cause for worry? Is my replacement not already in Baijiao as we speak?
The Mandarins would be unsatisfied if the deposed Imperial heir, Yan Wu, were to take the throne, and the country would descend into chaos. And what will happen then?
The fault will lie on the Mandarin's shoulders.
I only wish for your Majesty to abandon this thought.
Ridiculous. You know well I am no match for the late Emperor, whom you so admired. Why not accept and anticipate my brother's imminent ascension to the throne, where he will be able to realize your ambitions? Why trouble yourself to persuade me?
Your Majesty!
The old man suddenly tenses up, his trembling voice nearly hoarse. The man on the throne seems to have forgotten when he last saw the old man this agitated.
For the past 40 years, I have witnessed your Majesty toil tirelessly to grow our country. Not even once did you slacken from your imperial duties. In those years, Great Yan has enjoyed stability. Our population swelled and the treasury remains full. Has there been an era in our history even more prosperous than this one, or an emperor more capable and benevolent than the one we have now? And yet, your Majesty, do you intend to idly watch as our nation's golden age vanishes into night during this turbulent time? An urgent message from the Sway regulator. A strong enemy wave has been reported from the depths of the Tomb of Sway. Far stronger than the wave 120 years ago.
And how fare the troops and civilians?
Under control at the moment. Baijiao's peripheral blocks moved away before the energy blast, and non-mobile settlements nearby have also been largely evacuated. The damage is minor. Mount Mang has suffered more damage, but the Tianshis are at their post, and the Garden of Grotesqueries is still suppressing Sway. There are Geists running amok in the city, and the Imperial Guards are cooperating with the patrol battalion to establish a defensive line. They will give it their all.
I see. You may go. From behind the curtain, the true Lung rises from his throne and descends the steps until he is next to the older man. It's about time. You may withdraw, Grand Commandant. The battlefronts of Baijiao and Yumen await your commands.
Your Imperial Majesty, for the sake of Yan, is your Majesty truly unaware why I so strongly advocate for war? You still remember why the court came up with the 28 policies? Victoria, Lytanian, Casdel. This whole great land is plagued by unrest, Great Yan aside. We are now in terrible peril, and the nation cannot afford to be passive. We must proactively seek change. Does your majesty not learn from what happened in Ursus? The Chamber of Heaven's designs has yet to figure out what sort of power managed to wipe out that entire Originium vein. If the Crystal Age truly ends with the depletion of every prime vein, then Great Yan must take the responsibility and prepare to lead all of Terra. Attack Ursus in the north, repel Victoria in the west, pacify Mitsukue and Kusarigawa in the east, and settle Rimbiliton to the south. Furthermore, we must keep a close eye on Columbia's developments, as well as possible naval incursions from Aegir's own sea. And before all of that, while Great Yan stands at the height of its power, we must seize the chance in this fight against the Bestial Sway to sweep away decades of weakness hiding under peace and prosperity. Only then will we manage to stand tall in this chaotic realm, undeterred for the next millennium. The true Lung falls silent at the old man's speech, not only to consider all that was said, but also to calm his own mind. No one knows how much time has passed before he finally speaks. You dedicated your life to wars for the country, and your military merit is without equal, but this has also left you with injuries and ailments. Have I ever doubted your undying loyalty to the country? But earlier you spoke of what befell Ursus, and that makes me wonder. Do you remember what happened to Gal? Your Imperial Majesty? Your words were incisive. Yes, Great Yan should seek change and must change, but the way I see it, compared to the lives we may lose to this war with the Bestial Sway, what we need even less is a true Lung past his prime, and this power accessible only to the true Lung for the past 1,000 years. If we talk of Great Yan's future, then I must say, my outlook is indeed brighter than yours, Grand Commandant. As Great Yan these past 40 years lacked for loyal and righteous men, the Grand Preceptor, Yu Cheng, Gu Quan, the Grand Tutor, and yourself. My officials are loyal, my soldiers are fearless, my people are principled. Where is this weakness hiding under peace and prosperity you think of? You speak of. As for the future you mentioned, you can take a look in my stead. Your Majesty, you still insist. That hunt of my ancestors' days, the remnants of the Bestial Sway plaguing Yan for 1,000 years, should end with me. If we must inevitably spill some blood, then the true Lung should be the first one to spill it. After a short silence, the true Lung walks to the doors. It has been a long time since he has stepped out of the place. Only an old man remains in the vast palace. If I cannot dissuade your Majesty, then I can only strive to serve my duty. Send word to Human. It's time to make a move. After the brief order, he disconnects the terminal and slowly walks forward. He passes through the curtain, finally stopping before the throne, closing his eyes and staying in his spot, as if waiting for something. Until a cough he can no longer suppress bursts from his throat. The cough is so violent he bends over and has to grab onto the throne for support. One day before the full moon, hour of high. You came in the end. So you were here. You don't seem surprised at all to see me, though. Chen Huachia is somewhat caught off guard by her target simply showing up before her. Still the overbearing posture, still the unfathomable look, as if they are not standing in Baicao's Forbidden City, but in the backyard of his official residence in Lungmen. The buildings behind him seamlessly blend into his dark coat, as if those palaces are merely an excessively ornate cloak over his shoulders. So, at least you weren't kidnapped. I still don't know just who on this land could manage that. Everything I've done has been of my own volition. I'll never stop hating that attitude of yours. Why are you here? Is this that backup plan the Grand Tutor kept telling you to make? His words should not be followed entirely. The situation should never have developed as he suggested in the first place. I have another plan in mind.
Either way, you're safe, so what comes next won't be much of a problem.
And what are you preparing to do?
Ensure you're safe. Get out of Baizhou, then... Chen casually waves the writing knife in her right hand, its simple form leaving a light yellow scroll-like afterimage in the air. Correct some mistakes made by you and your brother.
I see. So the artifact is with you. I'm not too surprised.
And who were you supposing would deliver this writing knife to you?
That's no longer important. Since you have it, then you ought to know how to use it and everything else about it.
I was pretty surprised. Every secret I've learned about you since coming to the city has opened my eyes. You know, I almost admire your ability to hide so many secrets.
If you truly wish to rectify the mistake I made, then you should follow me.
Follow you? Where?
Beneath the Forbidden City, to the first Originium. The writing knife you hold will be of use, and will solve Great Yan's crisis. All will be made right. Of course, I prefer you hand the knife to me instead. It'll be quicker, and you'll have less trouble to contend with. But you won't trust me. I'm sure you want to see it all yourself before you'll give it up. I don't really mind, though.
Haven't had enough of playing the tragic hero? You're just conveniently skipping over the part where you'd actually lose your life.
We stand before a great crisis, and this is a small cost Yan can afford. There are no victims in this case. Your work ends here, Superintendent Chen.
Don't tell me you forgot. I resigned right in front of you 5 years ago. Though the man standing before me now isn't even fit to be called Chief Wei. You're telling me to watch you throw your life away, and that's not even the part of your words that's pissing me off the most. Your sacrifice isn't going to move anyone's heart but your own. And right now, you don't even have the right to end your life just like that.
Gotcha. This is no petty squabble. This matter concerns the fate of Yan and his people.
Of course I know that. But get over your own ego. The country's fate doesn't fall on your shoulders alone. There are definitely other things you should be doing, besides glorifying your own suicide.
Very well. You don't have to come with me. Give me the writing knife and go back to Lungmen.
It's too bad I got 2 blades here, but I can't lend you either of them.
We don't have any more time to lose, and you still want it your way, Superintendent Chen.
I'm not the one insisting on having it my way.
Must you force my hand? Fine, show me. Let me see how much your swordplay has grown in the last 5 years.
That's more like it. Chen Huaxia grips the hilt of her sword. Since she first took up the Qixia, she knew this moment would one day come. She unsheathes her blade, pointing it at the Baixiao autumn breeze blowing between her and Wei Yanwu. As sword airs shadow's trace,
cast off as cast.
Ooh-wee, TA-9, Defiant Spirit, we are nearing the finish line.
3 armies, heed
All
these
right.
orders.
Let's
march.
get.
Got it. Shut up.
Prepare yourselves. The battlefield might get a little crazy once I make my move. You saw nothing.
Last step. If I'm dead anyway, I'm taking you with me!
Observe the entirety of the board. There is no one point that decides victory.
Awaiting orders.
Simply place your warmongering as ever. Even now, you have learned nothing.
Okay. I'm moving these over there because and what's funny, and I will admit, I know this strategy because I watched Rosabelle's do this on her stream the day the event came out. So, yeah. So that's exactly why I'm going to do it.
Awaiting orders. You can't stop me.
Continue bombing these guys. Okay, he's doing pretty good.
Lost step. I've been in plenty of events.
Shut up.
We need to take that, drop it right there. Okay.
Simply put admit defeat now, and spare yourself the embarrassment.
Okay, we got one more. Right there. Okay, and I think if I take that, I could probably hold on to it. Really?
Got it. You can't stop me.
Alright, so I'll be able to hold on to that one and not do anything with it. Okay.
If they're making my life difficult, I'll make theirs twice as hard. It's always been that simple.
Boom.
Mission
Done.
accomplished.
Fairly easy. Okay. We got after story. We've got a little bit more to go. We're nearing the end. Do you intend to use Heaven's Eye? Scared? Skillful, but not yet the peak of perfection. The Grandmaster once said of your swordplay. Your skill has improved much in 5 years, and you surpassed my expectations in comprehending Chi Xiao's techniques. But you are still one step away from Heaven's Eye. The Eye of Heaven sees all and nothing. Only when the clouds are parted is Heaven's wrathful eye revealed. Let your heart guide the sword, never looking back. Turn around and the sword loses its sharpness, harming the user. I was only reminding you of its form, but I see you remembered it at all. But you should be well aware a fog remains in your heart, so the technique is beyond your ability. Drop your sword. I especially don't want to go that far with you. Will you use it, though, if I don't give you the writing knife? Just like you did 35 years ago? Don't force my hand, watcha. When you walked out of the Forbidden City 40 years ago, when you decided whether Tal and her father would live or die, did you do it with the technique's ideals, never looking back? Gotcha! If that's what Chi Xiao's final technique demands, then I shall never be able to unleash it. Trial, justice, good and evil, right and wrong, they aren't weights you can easily tell which is better when placed on two sides of a scale. Don't judge a life until its end was never a positive term to use. The same goes for people, and even more so. They shouldn't be used and then unceremoniously abandoned. Workers in the Victorian siege, warriors of the Ursus tundra, and even the casino bosses in Docilis, all of them understand that. So you are right. I won't use Heaven's Eye. I can't learn it. It's not my blade work. What are you getting at? More than keeping a resolute will to abandon everything, I'd rather pick the path of knowing what I find impossible. Whatcha? You still don't understand. You're right, I don't. I don't actually understand what happened that night, whether your father actually died by Chi Xiao or something more sinister. I don't understand what you were thinking. I do know Edward and Tal both bore the curse of their bloodline, while I could only watch from the sidelines. I don't understand why Mother resented you, Father, and even me on her deathbed. I'm only clear on one thing, and Tal knows it too. Apologies from the dead are meaningless. If there are people you want to apologize to, then tell them you're sorry while you're still alive. Otherwise, you're just a coward consumed by guilt to the brim, putting on a heartless and stoic act for a ridiculous facade. I won't let you keep making the same mistakes. There's no real merit in winning a verbal fight. If you truly have a strike that surpasses Heaven's Eye, you shall indeed become a legendary Yanni swordswoman. Show me. Prove with my blood that you are right. I'll show you. Ooh. Chen silently switches Chi Xiao to her left hand and wields the writing knife with her right. I'll prove that if the dilemma itself is fundamentally wrong, you'll never get the right answer, no matter which side you take. I'll prove that before we reach an inevitable dead end, we can take a step back and even consider other options. A choice that requires no sacrifice or abandonment, but allows all things to thrive. You plan to use Chixiao's swordplay with the riding knife? You said the techniques of Chixiao were all about one's state of mind, so it doesn't really matter which sword you use, right? Uncle, I still remember your last words to me when I left Lungmen. Wei Yanwu's fingers stretch and bend before finally settling into a sharp form. A gale swirls around him, blowing at his simple robes. Butcha, I'll respect your determination. I won't hold back. Heaven's Eye, wrathful eye revealed, never looking back. Even without a physical blade, his fierce form remains like merciless sunlight, never to return once it is shown. Remorse does not linger on his fingers, nor in his sword's aura, yet it pervades the air like mountains of withered leaves in late autumn. Hesitation, regret, self-blame. She knows why the old man before her wields his blade. His pent-up emotions do not have to be expressed in speech for her to empathize with. Then, like a sigh, she thrusts the writing knife out. After the truth comes to light, a judge's long exclamation often feels heavier than the verdict itself. After the sigh, the sharp wind rolling around him dissipates like a fading dream, leaving nothing but a solitary palace, a desolate square, and the two standing in silence before it. So this is the swordplay you meant. After I came to Baijiao, I heard some stories about my mother. When you left the city, she followed you to Lungmen. I never understood, but now, what other reason was there? She wanted to convince her brothers, her own two siblings, to make up. And now, I think she was probably even more naive than I am. You met someone from the House of Chen. I owe your parents and them an apology. There are some things that should be resolved with blood, but this family matter that has entangled your entire life and my decades doesn't have to be one of them. You felt regret in the end. You dared only hold the form of Heaven's Eye, but not its spirit. You know what comes after remorse. The Heaven's Eye you wielded decades ago was before regret reached your heart. You saw all and nothing, never looking back. And when you finally felt it, it gnawed at your heart on nonstop. You win. Of course you're right. But this way you stake everything on a war that cannot be controlled. Now countless Yanni's soldiers and civilians have their lives on the line, not just you and I. Those with power and privilege love hiding their selfishness with big numbers and scary consequences. But obviously, there are plenty of other choices besides your death. There are many who stand with us, proxies who have joined forces with Yan, your own brother, and even if there's really no other choice to take up the responsibility, there's me. Let's finish the conversation from earlier. The path before you is long and hard, but I know you will master it. I thought for a long time about what you meant by that will. When I found the answer, I was loath to believe the conclusion it led to. But now, seeing you in such a pathetic state, I can only believe it. From that moment on, when you placed your unfulfilled hopes on my shoulders, you were already old. You're old. You can't even harden your heart into stone as you did in your prime. You want to make amends, pay your debts, so you choose to die. Death won't let you make up for all you've done. Death won't preserve your last shred of dignity. Death will only leave a final knot in your relationship that can never be untangled. So don't do it. Don't do what Tal did. Is she... If you want to ask me is she doing well, then I'll tell you no, not at all. But you should rejoice in the fact that I'm willing to talk about her with anybody. With you. What's that? The horns signaling the attack. It's not from Baijiao, but outside. From human. Humans about to attack the Tomb of Sway? The Grand Commandant has issued the command, but whether or not the troops move is up to Zhuan now. He cannot hold on forever, though. Human's troops are not his personal army. I should go. To do what? Our family matters have to be resolved, but those incarnations of the Farenmut, the same goes for them too. They'll try their best, and I'm willing to trust them. And that Grand Commandant, I can kind of guess what's on his mind. He's not selfish, but he thinks his judgments are logical and realistic. Disasters caused by people like him are usually the worst ones. Be it for Lungmen,
or what's left of the House of Chen. I should try and win whatever peace is possible for Yan.
I know you will.
Right. Before I go, and if you want, help me think up a name for the move I pulled off. A name like Heaven's Eye that would get a young me all excited.
Heaven's Plaint.
Heaven's Plaint? Doesn't that sound a little old-timey?
Surely you don't have to remind me of my age every 5 minutes. Even so, there are some things that I must do myself.
Such as?
This time, I will do something that won't leave me with regrets.
Ooh, we're back over here. Zuela recognizes the person before him, the one steeped in malice, a mastermind who turned human upside down, and an actual Fahrenmut. Zuela grips his blade and swallows hard, but the other party does not seem to pay him any mind, instead looking towards Mo Yi. And where is the thing you promised me? I didn't find it. Then there is no meaning in leaving you alive. With no hesitation, a long, narrow blade manifests in Ya's hand, dazzling the other two with its silver glint. Oh, wait! Kill me and you'll never know where Buffon is! What? Mo Yi, what exactly? Faced with Zuela's angry stare, Mo Yi can only turn her head away. Let me ask you first, what are you planning to do with Buffon once you have it? Just kill Sui? Or do you want the whole city, or even Yan to die alongside your grudge? That is of no concern to you. I only promise to help you exact revenge against the bestial Sui. But before I give it to you, I need you to promise me something. Your rage can only be directed at Sui, and once you're done with your vengeance, you'll leave Yan. Absurd. Why should I promise you anything? No particular reason, but I'm not giving it to you unless you agree. You've exhausted my patience with your life. Zuela steps in almost instinctively and takes the blow. He realizes once more just how much power a Fahrenmut holds. All he feels is his insides churning as blood splurts from his mouth. Zuela, the Sui regulator will not allow you to harm anyone, even if she is a Shanghai Zhong. Ridiculous. It is this very human game that I hate. A light flick of her longsword and the candle holder's own blade flies from his hand as his throat meets the edge of her blade. The whereabouts of Buffon or his life. No way! You can't! Don't hurt him, I'll tell you! Shanghai Zhong takes out an elaborate box from her pocket and opens it to reveal an ancient map within. It's from the Sky Mirror Pavilion. When did you... Sorry. Lord Zwa, I admit to the crime of deceiving you over and over again. Dare I ask you to trust me, and if a chance comes to let me be the good one and make amends. You mustn't! Ignoring the candle holder's futile attempt, Mo Yi hands the map over to Ya, the latter merely sweeping a glance at it before the parchment turns into ashes. Enough! I did what you wanted! You should leave! You tricked me once, and still hope for me to trust you. You shall come with me until I find Buffon. Ya raises her longsword, but does not point it at the two, instead slicing a rift into the air. Don't just stand there, run! Mo Yi is swallowed by the rift, leaving only withered autumn leaves all around Zuela. What did you do? Stop! Where are you going? I think it beneath me to make another move on someone I have no business with. If you cherish your life, then leave. Zuela silently picks up his blade from the floor and steps forwards into a fighting stance. Countless times he has done this against formidable foes he thought he could never defeat. So you have a death wish. As if merely following the proxy's murderous intent, a chilling autumnal breeze blows by, and sharp withered leaves cut tiny wounds on Zuela. But right after, he sees something he can hardly believe. The dead leaves turn into flowers and green, and the piercing autumn wind is gradually replaced by a gentle spring breeze. Who dares? Why do we always run into each other when a fight's about to start? This encounter is no different from one 1,000 years ago.
Our former foes are gone, as are our dear friends. To draw your blade for vengeance now, how is it not a futile grasp at the past?
You too.
The proxy is loath to address her kin by the names human gave them, yet she realizes, how else are they to call one another? Ya detests these names. How? Jew. So you were both alive all along. As you can see, we are no illusions or walking corpses, so yes. But this is no place for chit-chat. Can your hidden realm welcome us as guests? Here people says, I thought it and I were the last of our kind on this land. How have you survived these last 1,000 years, and why have you come here today? Do you want to stop me as well? We don't intend to make things difficult for you, but are you aware just how much trouble you've added to our plates with your awakening and return to Yan? Since that day, I've been followed by hundreds of eyes, even when I'm just casually angling for some silverfin on the Dusk River. Staring at your decrepit shell. Ha! Those ants sure are experts at wasting time. Ruined mounts and streams, bodies weak and sick. That's all we are now, and you're no exception. Weak and sick. Get enough strength to leave another wound on it that will never heal. Is that the only thing you've gained from your long journey? After this millennium-long journey, all that remains in your head is wanting to settle the score between you two. Seriously, your smarts are not up to par. Anger, humiliation, discontent, confusion. You came back on account of these, and you use these excuses, them as excuses to level your blade against your own kind. Humanity gave a name to this obsession born of anger. They call it vengeance. You proudly claim to be a Fernmut and look upon human emotions with contempt. Yet you've changed. When did you become so obsessed with the boards and games humans play? And when did you primordial beings pick up the rhetoric used by those crass pests? Fooling humans, hunting your own kind. When have we ever suffered such humiliation? When have we suffered such a betrayal? Vengeance, boards, games. This is a war between it and me that has yet to end. Land shorn of life, mountains split asunder, rivers choked with crimson. The war at the dawn of time is not worth my remembrance. Eons ago, before you gathered these insects, your cunning, they had long embarked on the wrong path. Now look at you, taking on a form similar to theirs, comical, ugly, broken, unbearable. You make me laugh. And you, Ho, the ancient bestial Ho, the nature of antiquity, you who once floated between heaven and earth, have learned how to live like an ant. One can live as they wish in this realm. Rafting, swimming, fowl watching, fin catching. You're not me, so how would you understand the joy I derive from this land? You find a joy in dragging your tail through the mud. Seasons change, life and death come and go. Joy is but a speck, and sorrow the same. To me, these joys and sorrows are but floating weeds on the Dusk River. Where the wind blows, I go. If one day a fin beast devours me whole, I shall drift freely for 10,000 miles with the current. If a foul beast snatches me, I shall be lifted up into the highest heavens. Will you raise your weapon against the wind, a fin, a foul beast? To be used or cast aside is of the times. To act or to hide is of my own will. That is what Jew and I have come here to tell you. Continue your reckless act, and you shall only meet your end. A Fahrenmut's end. With your shell no more, as only ash and dust. Simply put, we pity you, our kin. Pity for your kin. The two of you only leave me with shame. Kin, you say? The two of you, as primordial manifestations of nature and rules, are groveling at my feet to surrender the ages. Puny, weak, filthy, low. What grants you two rotting corpses the right to call yourselves my kin? I'll lose my body
and end as only ash and dust? Heh, the destruction in your eyes is to me simply a return. A return to the sleepless chaos, the indistinguishable dawn. So what if I am reduced to nothing? So what if I am consigned to eternal nothingness? This realm is but a coffin with no borders in sight. 1,000 years I have waited, and the only thing missing is a dark red pattern. Soaked, painted, lined, and carved. A breathtaking pattern made from its flesh and cries. You take this realm as a coffin. Is it then not a waste, preserving this vast realm when only death awaits you? I dwell within a leaf, but see an entire realm within. All things arise from the mind, and it should stay free and unfettered. Is it this realm that confines you? The land trembles from its master's rage. The chill of the cold, jade mountains grows even sharper from her raging fury. But the old man merely taps his long staff on the water's surface, and a plum blossom blooms on the river. Plum blossom blooms. Anyways, blooms on the river that has never melted. Ha! So you wish to face me in my own realm. Arrows knocked. Yes, use your arrow, your staff, your pest-like forms to smash all that you see as coffins. Then come with me in your sly disciple's stead and take a good look for yourselves. Witness how this 1,000-year-old feud shall finally end. Ya's figure vanishes into thin air, leaving only Ju and Ho on the frozen river. Ju? I see stopping the war is no longer possible. Are we really going to destroy this realm she has preserved for so many years? Pity for your kin really struck a nerve with Ya. But isn't that why we've been trying to make her see the error of her ways? How can we drive the knife even deeper when she's already wallowing in her self-abandonment? So from now on, must we only watch from the sidelines as Wang's plot unfolds? We guided that lass once. We saved that candleholder. And even stood in for that precious disciple of yours. We've done our part for Wang. He probably knows we can't stop Ya, which is why he even let us involve ourselves in this troublesome affair in the first place. He really is like it, only he has a bit more. What's done is done. Let's just rest on this river and partake in the scenery from a millennium ago. Time's running out for it as well. Hey-yo. Wait, I'm back? And you're alive too? Where's Ya? I saw an old man and a person covered with machinery. They stopped Ya, then they all vanished. Someone covered in metal. Don't tell me. Damn it, I was so close. Why am I the only one who hasn't seen him? Forget it. Since he's already here, I'm sure I'll get another chance to meet him when this is all done. Oh my god, I can't talk. Thanks for saving me earlier. Saving you? Without my convincing performance, she would have thought my actual intel was fake, right? Wouldn't that be a real shame? What? What were you planning, divulging the location of Buffon to that proxy? You keep asking me what mission the old Tianxia gave me, right? Man, you wouldn't believe me anyway. Maybe when you become that sway regulator supervisor, whatchamacallit. What was that? From far away, a bugle horn sounds, sending Mo Yi in a frantic search for its source. But to Zuo-La, it could not be more familiar. That's Human's call to march. Human is preparing for an assault on the Tomb of Sway. So soon? The Bestial Sway hasn't woken up, right? The Bestial Sway is yet to wake. The city is in chaos, and the Sway regulator still hasn't fulfilled its duties. How could they possibly issue the order to attack the tomb right now? Something must have happened inside Human. Well then get going! But we have to take the token to the Tomb of Sway. After a moment of silence, Zuo-La speaks with hesitation. Can I trust you? Just shut up and leave it to me. Since you saved my life earlier, stay safe.
The day of the full moon. Baijiao outskirts, near the tomb of Sui. An old man stands alone amidst dry grass and withered poplars, silently staring at where the barrens end, in the direction of Baijiao's urban core. You! Ah! It's been so cold this autumn. What are you doing out here all alone on a day this cold? Waiting for someone. Oh, have you eaten? Here, I have a bag of buns with me. Fill your belly a little. We can eat once everyone's here. If we're gonna wait for more, then I better prepare a proper meal. Buns won't do. Do you think they'll come back? Do you think? Of course I think they will. I know we rarely come together. We always argue whenever we do meet. We don't share the same hobbies and have conflicting personalities. But it's times like these that I believe our hearts are all as one. Though, even if everyone comes back, can we even... I'll wait with you, then.
A battle without an explosion or cheering
weird bug on my desk.
Feel a little uneasy.
All right, planned action medal. What did I do? Wait.
Maybe next time.
I got a medal. I want to see. But the bug is bothering me. I don't like bugs. Chat, you know this. So, medals. What have I gotten? 3 so far. Okay. 9 medals. You met a craftsman with a strange appearance in Baijiao. Okay, so we obtained Jew. Clear TA9 and make wheeled arm fall into pits at least 3 times. Okay. You reunite with an old friend and see. Okay. So complete challenge, all stages in challenge mode. That's the S stages. TA10 with a 3-star rating. All the contents and proofreading the past to collect the rewards. All stages, excluding tutorials, with a 3-star rating. Okay. And then during the first of 1,000 Autumns event, consume 4,000 draft of history. Okay. Let's continue to collect. Lots more stuff. All right. So we have TA10 before and after. And then we have TA11 and we have story 2 to finish this up. So I'm going to take a quick restroom break, and then we will come back and finish. Here we go. TA-10. It's been a long road. Let's get to it. The day of the full moon. The sand blots out the sun. Zuela crouches within human shadow, looking out at the wind aegis, the sand sluices, the distinct silhouette of the cannons. The entire city slowly rumbles towards the tomb of Sui. Human really did receive marching orders. But why would His Majesty order an attack on Sui before it is awakened? After this moment of hesitation, Human is almost right on top of the crouching candle holder. Soon, there will be no more room for him to move forward. There are only the city walls, jutting up perpendicularly from the ground. You wish to leave via the sand sluices. Have you perfected your Qinggong yet? Not to mention, once you head out... Never mind. You will see for yourself. Do you not think your fall will excuse you from punishment? It would be one thing if you caused this trouble on your own, but you dragged Jinping into it. General, it was just because, well, do not make excuses for him. He should have thought of how to come back up before he jumped down. All that bravery, but all he knows is how to fight, and how to make others nearly die of worry. Back to your place, and once your wounds have healed somewhat, come and receive your punishment. The city walls are only 10-some meters away from Zuela, and so he takes a great leap forward. The Qinggong others praise him so much for is now the only thing he can rely on. Though the sand sluices have not started up, the wind aegis has been fully erected, its smooth walls nearly impossible to find purchase on.
A single slip would mean a horrible death. Halfway up, and there are still battlements he can use to support himself, but to go further would be as strapping thousands of catties to himself. Faster! As he passes through the yellow sand, the young man sees the figures of soldiers manning the walls. Many of them seem to have already forgotten just how long they stood atop the ramparts. However, with the sudden blast of a horn, they have now been tasked with spending the rest of their lives on this new hunt. Faster! The higher he climbs, the clearer his thinking becomes, the steadier his steps. Even so, the final stretch of the walls is no stroll down a garden path. Still 15 kilometers from the tomb. Can't see anything about Sway's movements from here. Still no news from the Sway regulator. Did the higher-ups really give the order to open fire? No, I would never. Yes, understood. Who? My apologies. He's sneaking in. Don't move. Help! There's a spy! This area is long evacuated. Shout all you like. How would you know? What are you up to? I am an Imperial envoy. I've come to investigate why Human is taking action without permission. An Imperial envoy? Didn't they already come by earlier? I think you could pretend to be one of them while sneaking around? Already came by earlier. Of course I am an envoy of the court. Don't you recognize these clothes? Beast shit you are. Those are nothing like the clothes they wore. They have proper court mandarin uniforms on. The Ministry of War. How do you know that? Not long after the Ministry of War's envoys came to Human, the order to deploy was passed down, correct? Has General Zwell made a public appearance since then? Before any great battle, he would always personally beat the watchtower drum to inspire morale. Are you really from the court? Of course I am. These marching orders did seem really strange, but if it wasn't General Zwell, then who could have issued them? I see. I've already untied your wrists. Returning to the tower now will most likely raise suspicion, so I suggest you wait here a while. Goodbye. The soldier rubs his eyes with his numb hands, wondering why the young man leaping away with his Qinggong seemed somewhat familiar. Father. Zola, how did you get into the city? I climbed up through the sand sluices. No, that's not important right now. I am just glad that you are safe. Where are the men from the Ministry of War, Father? Why are you trying to find them? The orders to march upon the tomb of Sway and fire at it. If they are not your orders, then they must be theirs, correct? Otherwise, why would you be here alone like you were under house arrest? Silence! Do not presume to comment on military affairs. Father, the Grand Commandant is doing all this because he has decided to overstep His Majesty. He is vainly trying to fire on the tomb to start a war. The Grand Commandant has formed the Cabal and will sit and watch as Baitzao is overrun by Scriptgeists, in collusion with the supervisor of the Sway regulator. Not only that, but he tried to seize the proxy's artifact within the Sky Mirror Pavilion and also forced Chief Executive Wei of Lungmen to attack Sway using some secret technique. None of these plans worked, which is why he commanded Human to fire upon the tomb. His Majesty never gave such an order. The ones given to Human to move and fire are false. Do not be deceived, Father. He did all these things to wage war upon Sway? Surely you believe me, Father? Yes. How could I not? But know this, the tomb lies in front of Human, and Baitzao behind it. No matter what orders are given, the city must not fall into disarray. Those above want to advance, those below want to observe. When these two forces clash, they will cause panic in the city. If Sway truly were to awaken, the soldiers of Human will be decimated. But these soldiers, do they know they fight for the Grand Commandant's false orders, and not the will of Yan? Before a march, their general usually pounds the drum atop the walls to inspire morale. Have you done so, General Zwell? Without this encouragement from their commander, the men's spirits have not been lifted. On the contrary, they are confused. Are they truly braving Sway's claws to protect Baitzao? Or are they inevitable first sacrifices at the altar for the belligerent Yan the Grand Commandant envisions? So Allah,
Father, you are not the only general Zuo of Yumen, but also the Lord Exorcist of Yan. We just received reports of a suspicious individual infiltrating Yumen. It appears he stole into your residence. What crimes should your son be charged for this trespass into military fortifications, General Zuo? Just as Zuo Zhenlao is about to open his mouth to reply, Zuo steps forward, drawing the sword at his waist halfway. I assume you heard all I said earlier, sir. Considering you could still say such things after that, you must be in league with the Grand Commandant. You're talking nonsense, you insolent child! Are you going to turn a blind eye to your son's disrespect, General Zuo? Sir, I truly must wonder, why is the Grand Commandant so eager to wage war against Sui? Still questioning your orders even now, General. With Terra in such turmoil, the entirety of the court unanimously passed the 28 policies. But outside those 28, there were 2 more hidden policies, the first of which is that the Sui menace must be eliminated. If we do not eliminate it now, surely you do not mean to wait until our enemies from abroad are at the gates. I shall tell you the truth, General. It is not only the Grand Commandant who supports this policy. More than half the court mandarins do as well. And what does the Grand Tutor say? What does His Majesty say? It is not your place to ask. It is also a question I have been meaning to ask, sir. Besides the Grand Commandant and the Ministry of War, the mandarins of the 6 ministries and His Majesty, do they know all the facts? Have they agreed to all this? These are not matters you should concern yourself with, Zuo Zhenlao. You are merely a general. So they do not know. Soldiers must heed orders, and Yumen cannot be allowed to fall into chaos. Thus, I am willing to be patient and watch as you replace me before the battle is met. But if what comes next is an age of strife, would your actions not be drawing Yan into panic, creating new conflict within? I may be a military man, but I am also the Lord Exorcist of Yan. Forgive me, but I cannot receive such arbitrary orders. You've put your own head on the chopping block. Guards, arrest this man. Oh, the big dude. It seems you really are all preparing to revolt. Who goes there? Yeah, okay. Taihei. I am Taihei, Monitor Censor of the Department of Discipline and Supervision. I happen to be here for rest and recuperation, and I must say I did not expect to find the Ministry of War acting without authorization, causing unrest within Yumen. You need not mind me. I will not interfere in your affairs. But so long as I leave this room alive, do not believe the events that have taken place today can be treated like they never happened. The Ministry of War's envoy and his men freeze in place. Enough! Here and now I am still the Warden of Yumen. If the Grand Commandant wishes to court-martial me after the matter, then whether I am to be sacked, exiled, or otherwise, I will submit. But as for now, out of my way! I must go see my men. Zuo fully draws his sword, shielding his father as the 2 of them walk out of the room. Those so-called envoys are now in detention, Father. Good. Next. Grave news, General. The city's communication systems, they've been severed! What? It seems those ministry men picked up where the wind was blowing before they barged into the meeting room, so they performed some sabotage. We're relying on runners right now. The mobility layer still works fine, but there are artillery emplacements all across Yumen, and the order has already been passed down. The orders the men receive keep changing. Begin repairs immediately and do everything you can to stop the cannons from firing. Yes, sir! Taihei, relay my orders to the mobility layer. It shall be done. Zuo, I shall entrust the emplacements within the deepest regions of the city to you. Yes, sir. One more thing. You've done well today. Damn these monsters! There's no end to them! We can't hold out much longer! Another 24 hours passed, and the fighting continues at the defensive line against the Geists and Baizhou. The strange Geists are like an endless tide, wave after wave crashing against their defenses. Though they may be cut down, they always reappear, stronger than before. There is no doubt, the force the defenders face now are the god hunters of days long past.
Well, there she is. Keep your chins up! The battle is not yet over! This is no time to admit defeat!
The sword in her hand is bent, her armor slowly but steadily getting covered in a mass of scars.
His Majesty decrees! All soldiers, whether patrol battalion, Yulin Guard, or otherwise, are to gradually withdraw from Baisao's core plate. Join with the troops stationed outside the city and pull back defenses to a 10-kilometer perimeter around Baisao. Pull back our defenses? That's ridiculous! The Forbidden City is right behind us! Don't tell me His Majesty is prepared to abandon even the core plate. I double-checked. Those really are His Majesty's orders. Your Majesty, where are you right now?
After 40 years, he steps into this secret chamber once more. He still remembers the emotions he felt the first time he set foot in here. Remorse, confusion, resentment, terror. 40 years has been long enough to smooth them away, long enough to grind away at all feeling, aside from the one known as helplessness. 40 years passed in a flash. If you are still unwilling to bow your head to Yan, then I alone shall bear your 1,000 years of rage. The sin of disloyalty, I shall also stamp out alone. This millennium of grudges and grievances shall end here. From now on, Yan will begin a new chapter in its history. Why wait for heaven to bless the nation? There is only triumph of man over nature. The true Lung looks towards the blazing radiance before him, as if he can see a pair of giant, ancient eyes burning within, burning with a great fury. All he waits for is the signal that Sui is finally awakened before he martyrs himself. The heart-pounding golden light has nearly faded away. All that remains is an afterglow that falls into Wang's palm. Within that very instant, a flood of jumbled, shattered memories flows past his eyes. With all his might, he reaches in to grab hold of a fragment, a splinter, anything with a trace of her. For 120 years, she has never appeared in his dreams. Finally, he grasps onto something that survived. A record of a game. Not some legendary game handed down the ages, but rather a casual game between brother and sister as they chatted. He flips the record over, wanting to see what was written in that message she left behind that is missing from his memory. He finally reads it.
You are a pessimistic one, brother. Always thinking that the heart of humanity is unknowable, an unending flow of evil. Only through careful calculation and reasoning can it be understood. I beg to differ. I believe humanity to be fundamentally good, evil deeds merely a covering of the heart. Thus, I believe there is no need to attempt to decipher it. Simply read the history books and learn the ways of the world, and you shall understand through analogy. You knew I was lazing about, brother, which is why you came to give me a board written atop your board. Even before you placed your first stone with that blatant scowl on your face, I knew you would come to poke fun at me. Both interpretation and analogy are fine. These split paths shall meet again at a summary of the human heart. Of our family, only you and I walk this self-defeating road, always wanting to know the hearts of men. Perhaps when we both obtain the same answer. The letter stops here. The Weiqi player stares at the exquisite handwriting for a long, long time, seemingly forgetting the life and death struggle he is currently locked in. Split paths shall meet again. Split paths. She is long gone. But to meet again, the game nears its end. How amusing. She was the first of you to raise the flag of rebellion against me. I must admit, over these past 1,000 years, I truly did fear her growing power, even if only for a moment.
But her plan was defeated by her lack of cunning, defeated by the unknowable heart of humanity. What is even more preposterous is that she chose to give you a chance to live. She has never once been defeated. Through her own force of will, she bought the rest of us the chance to live, because she believed that after her death, we would only be able to surpass you. How pitiful. Are you actually feeling regret? You came to do battle with me, so determined to die, but you could not even triumph over your own weakness. Do you care for her? Yes, I care for her. I once thought I did not. I thought the outcome of our battle should be the only thing I cared for. Until I learned something later on. The hearts of men, you, a wild beast, will never understand. And so, you are doomed to pay the price. Enough! So this is to be your final struggle. This is the result of all your careful planning and preparation for 100 years. This amusement that you now present to me. Things will not end any different from last time. The only difference is that now you are even weaker than before. Or do you mean to say that with her choice, killing me will be akin to killing her, which is why you have not the will to make even a single move? Pitiful! Excuse me. Pitiful! Pathetic! Laughable! But no matter. None of it matters. We can wait here. There is time to wait. Let us see which of your so-called siblings shall come charging in to die in your stead this time. The haggard, Weiqi player slowly rises from in front of the board, only a few black stones left within his bowl. His movements are slow and stiff, so stiff as to seem like he had been sat there, withering away for the last 120 years. As you lay there, half asleep, half awake, you turn the void within your body into a puppet, causing all sorts of trouble these past few centuries. You decided that puppet should walk in the dark, while we walked in the light. And so at first, he tottered as he learned to walk. Then he secluded himself to gather his strength, and finally, he ran amok. But you forgot. When all is said and done, there is only one of him. If I had stormed in alone to that game 120 years ago, having forgotten how wide the board is and how suffused it was with your might, then this time, it is his turn to have too much to do. He must cover all of Yan, and even lands beyond, dealing with black stone after black stone. This time, will you still be able to see through my stratagem? Ha! You tore yourself into 181 pieces, nearly driving yourself to madness, and you believed this would be enough to fool me? What of it? What of it? A gravely wounded Fahrenmut, forced to sleep and recuperate, having to play a game with humanity while its thoughts are trapped in an unending nightmare. Such depletion will cut away at the root of your life. All your bluff and bluster cannot hide it from me. You are growing weak. And what of it? All you have done is walk the same road the first to leave me walked, doing all you can to delay my awakening. But do you truly believe you are awake? By killing me in every memory, every fantasy, will you be able to throw off the shackles of dream? How could the clash between he and it be limited to these confrontations? Countless possibilities, countless imaginings, countless conclusions. Even more things that have transcended cause and effect gently fall through the tomb of Sway like snow. The proxy looks through each and every snowflake, seeing a game that leads to his death in all of them. Enough. Finally. You finally wish to put down that ridiculous game and bear steel against me. Yes, good. This shall be my last bit of sport before I awake. Finally. The one who chose white, my reflection in the mirror. It's nightmare. How difficult it is to meet with you. All right. Here we go. TA-10, capping the sway.
No need to make a scene.
We got two things. It is time to draw blades. Suppression pillars, interlocking devices jointly built by the Tianxia bureaus and the sway regulator. Activate them in the north, south, east, and west regions and defeat all enemies within each region, thereby weakening the abilities of the different parts of sway. Keep an eye on the time limit. When the countdown ends, sway will break through the seal and join the battle. If you are prepared, you can activate the central suppression pillar, removing the seal so you can face sway. When the seal is broken, all deployed operators will be forcibly retreated and their redeployment time reset. Sway is extremely powerful, so you must use the suppression pillars to weaken it first. Okay.
Let's begin. You saw nothing.
If I make it back in Russia.
Okay, this is gonna be rough.
Agnese, Vargo, don't get in my way. Oi, Zero. Enjoy. Batting Lance special brew.
Wait!
Okay.
The sword!
That pulls them back, I guess?
Take this!
Yes, it does, but now I'm kind of like, ooh. Interesting. So, what do we got here? Alright, let's put Hoshiguma.
Where's the most dangerous spot? Send Fadla. You ran into me.
Solid positioning. Come on, scegli quasi tesoro.
Okay. She's cracking him down, that's good.
Fadla.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, that sucked. Okay. Come on, Pookie, do some damage here.
I see them. I'll be right back.
Oh, that helps. Big time, I think.
Need
Okay.
speed to succeed.
Beautiful. Okay, so move this way. What's up with this one?
I'll stop all evil in its tracks.
Let's try this.
Fear not the power as move unsheathing blade. Cleave now as cleft.
Oi, Zero. Enjoy.
Okay.
Batting Lance
Well, that wiped that
special
really
brew.
quickly. All right, 161 seconds yet before Sway joins. So let's tackle the top. Nothing up there yet, really?
Fadla. You ran into me. Need speed to succeed. Draw swords. Awaiting orders. Cut them to pieces. Awaiting orders.
Tell me, what's your plan?
Okay. So that takes care of that.
You saw nothing.
And we got rid of him. Okay. So now, I think right now our big thing is...
You have been drawn into my plans.
I try and keep my eyes open.
I'll stop all
Start
evil in its
preparing.
tracks.
Spare them or slay them. The choice is yours.
Okay.
Spring breeze, timely rain.
Put her
Now we
there.
sow the grain.
Start plopping some things down here.
Last step. Oh, if I'm dead anyway, I'm taking you with me!
324.
Draw swords.
All right.
I wasn't supposed to act, but...
Got it.
Okay. Oh no, wait, it pulled all my operators back, so why was I even bothering? Okay.
Come, take your seats. Observe the entirety of the board.
I try and keep my eyes open.
Here we go.
Okay.
Let's begin.
Do we have time for anything, Glenn?
Warmongering
Okay.
ever. Even now, you
Cut them to pieces.
I'll make you shriek so loud the stars will hear you. The good news is, quit yelling, Doctor.
Oh man.
Monster, in position.
Okay. Oh no, we lost. We're losing a lot of people here.
Deployment up. Sorry, I used too much force.
Pass on your last words.
Okay, this is very, very, very rough. I am a little terrified.
Hold fast to your corner.
Monster,
Oh
in
no.
position.
Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. 20?
This will keep you quiet.
Neither great shift of step.
Oh man, I have like nothing as far as yeah, I have nothing here. They're just gonna walk right through.
I used too
Wow, I was too focused earlier on like trying to protect everybody. I mean, I guess I probably should have gotten some more heal. Maybe put Shu out there in the middle. But I didn't need to worry about the planning when I did. I should have just said, screw it. But it is what it is. In the middle. We'll get it.
Doctor,
What a tough one.
what do I do?
Okay,
if
we
my
can skip
nerves
that.
are shaking?
Okay.
I'll stop
Let's
all
put Chen.
evil in its track.
Bad luck. You ran into me. Moving to designated location.
Fear not the power, as move at Teardrop's point. Once known, be death.
And done. Oh god. Continue onward. As we shall.
Solid positioning.
Bad luck. You ran into me.
You'll have to try harder than that.
Need speed to succeed. Pass on your last words.
Okay.
No.
This will minimize our
Have to try harder than that.
deployment cost here.
Moving to designated location.
Pull her. Alright. Cool. Now we go over this way. This one, I used Chen, and she's almost ready.
I'll stop all evil in its tracks. I know very well why a sword of Stratus right once stood stand fast.
Yep, just needed the one. Okay. We didn't need to use Texas. That's good. Now, this one. What was the deal with this one? Okay, we needed the writing knife. So, we use her on this.
Need speed to succeed. You saw nothing. Let's begin. Got it. You can't stop me.
Okay. Okay. Let's give her some time to recoup, and then we'll get ready. Okay, let's go.
Where's the most dangerous spot? Send me.
If I make it back in one piece.
Observe.
Susie, cover me. Interessante.
War. A word I've not heard in a long, long time.
Monster. In position. Ay, doing it's happy hour.
Peace now. And spare yourself the embarrassment.
If you're really in Cape Fur the mountains when summer leaves their
Okay,
dew,
we've really got to do some hefty damage here.
Equinox paints russet hue.
What a pity.
Whoa! But we did it! Oh, we got it that time. Let's go. That was wicked. I just needed to stack a little more healing in the middle and not worry about the sides so much, and I was able to annihilate him before the finish there. It was what, like 13 out of something? That was awesome. All right. Ugh. Pathetic. Just as I expected. The same ending. The exact same ending, once again. You were not bad entertainment by my standards. But let us end it here. I must also thank you for this grand gift you have given me. With your strength, I shall be able to fully awaken and devour the power of you 12 whole. The strength you have gathered over the past 1,000 years shall be my nutrients, and I shall become strong. Far, far stronger than I was 1,000 years ago. I shall become a true god! I shall rule over this land and lead all those weak insects, breaking through the curtains separating us from the stars, stepping over the ultimate darkness. With your combined strength, I shall see and obtain that future. And you, as a part of me, may use my eyes to see it. Foolish dreamer. Why resist? You will be like that consciousness you call a younger sister, returning to where you should be, returning to the primal chaos you came from. The dream you 12 have been stubbornly chasing after shall be realized within that chaos. No need for hellish preparations, no need for wasteful schemes, no need for fragile freedom. You will be me. You will be us. A great illogical terror intrudes upon the proxy's mind. His heartbeat quickens as cold sweat drips down his brow. His body dearly wishes to leap away, but he cannot even swivel his eyebrows. Eyeballs, wow. A blessing. Split consciousnesses returning to the whole would be the cruelest of blessings. Abandon your desire for hardship. Abandon your worthless obsessions. Abandon those duties you bear. Abandon those clumsy emotions you learn from wretched humanity. Abandon that which consumes you. Embrace that which nourishes you. Suffering must be eliminated. You shall become a keepsake within my great consciousness, a futile yet respectable memento of the past. Suffering eliminated. Pain seeps down from his skin to his marrow. Terror spreads across his body from his backbone. What the proxy can see slowly begins to blur. Close your eyes. Yes, close them. You do not need your own, for my eyes are your eyes. No need to hesitate. Have you not thought this from the very beginning? The mortal realm does not seem as interesting as your siblings said it was. Humph. Why is this rebellious heart of yours so hard to tame? No matter. Simply yet another tangled consciousness to slowly digest. From this 1,000-year-long dream, I shall finally awaken. No. No! Thought it had crushed that shard of consciousness, but it does not sense its scattered strength from 120 years ago flow back into its body. What does this mean? Why am I still in the dream? Ling? And Jun? The poet lifts the wine cup in her hand, but not to offer it to the heavens, but rather to pour it upon the ground. The wine falls, splashing across the yellow soil, becoming a drifting cloud of dust. Near a winter and a summer since we parted in Shangshu. Ever since, I had no time to dream of you, for in the lands of man are many things worth dreaming of more. As for you, using dream, using imagination, using things yet the past to prevail. Verily, you and he are evenly matched, on par with one another. But I seem to see, amidst your bout, many of my tales emplaced. You could see a gulper of cups become now a sorrowful drunk. The poems of others are fine, but at such a juncture, their styles shall not do. I shall help you change a line. How about, after rain's end, petals fall beyond count. In wine's embrace thy freedom is found. What say you, sister dearest? The words of others are fine indeed, and its flow is pleasing. But when you are the one chanting it, it flows far too free, as if you are uninvolved. You, me, Jie, Dusk. Consensus has always been out of our reach. Then why not have it be your turn to sing a song, for the me that we share? How about it? No. Still unwilling to break your vow? Jie still has not returned. However, I shall play for you. The bloody battlefield is flooded by a peaceful stream. The ripples upon the water quiver, becoming a pair of giant eyes. Even from within the water, those eyes stare at everything around it. Fierce, pained, near-crazed eyes. And yet, even so, the musician lightly plucks her strings. This tune. It seems that rather than being unfond of wine, dear Jun, you are simply... In the middle of the river, the poet toasts alongside the tune, her cheeks flushed red. She does not chant to match the tune, but with a bright, clear voice, yet even so, it is in perfect harmony with the tranquil music. The stars in the sky spin along to the poet and the musician, blending together into a pool of sweet water. From that water appear wines, some bitter, some fragrant. Even those great eyes begin to show signs of intoxication. I invite you to share one last cup of wine. At some point, the tones that started off high and steep gradually deepened, going from near inaudible to an inescapable bass, lingering within the water. As for the simple sounds of the instrument, no longer are they quiet and mellow. It is as if only 1/10 of the strings were silk. The rest, 3 parts longing, 3 parts grief, and 3 parts determination. But in contrast, the poet's recitation grows lighter, higher, as if a whisper, as if a consolation, as if a torrent of rain. Flicking it away will only serve to wet your clothes. One low, one high, one disciplined, one unrestrained. The woman's voice merges with the voice of the instrument, weaving a dream fit to entomb a Fahrenheit. I invite you to share one last cup of wine, for beyond the western pass there are no more of mine. You dare use such tricks against me! The furious Fahrenheit lifts its head, attempting to discern the source of the sound, but to no avail. Its giant bloodshot eyes first flick towards the proxy, still shackled to the ground after a moment of quiet. It finally realizes that this dream will not be so easy to break free from. It does not care if this is the last of the power of the proxy that is here, or interference from proxies far away. Those great eyes staring at the outside world watch the dream that Ling and Jun weave. As they watch back, within that confrontation that never happened, its actions, its moves, its weak points, even its psyche. They've seen it all. He has seen it all. Such base deception, such pointless struggles! Before I have my vengeance on Yan, I shall kill you all first, one by one! You will not have the chance. From now on, there is only our vengeance against you. Absurd! Ridiculous! Your so-called sisters may have deceived me with dreams and cracked open your shackles, but do you not feel how weak your body is, unfettered though it may be? This time, I shall crush you and your miserable schemes. In that instant of fear and anger, its enormous body, as great as mountain, shifts a fraction of an inch. The entire room begins to shatter into rubble. The great structure that suppressed sway gradually crumbles and collapses. Save me! Save me! They're back! Those monsters from 100 years ago are back! Don't panic! Don't panic! Form an orderly line and walk cautiously! Aren't you listening to me? Oh, what to do? What to do? Mr. Pooh! I know that's a legit name, but when my mind thinks of other things, so of course I go to Pooh. Anyways, moving on. Are there still so many townsfolk who have not evacuated yet? There are still many Geists here. Stay your hand, Tianxia. They are not Geists born from the turmoil in the tomb, but rather the original townsfolk. They are the students of the school? They are my students, yes. I cannot bear to see them lose their lives here, so I beg you to lend me your aid. The old Tianxia is still guarding the mountain pass. I'm afraid I cannot protect them all on my own. I shall do my best to hold back the rebellious Geists. Yun Qinping, help Mr. Pooh in guiding everyone away. Surely you don't mean to do it alone, Deputy Minister Lin. It's long past the garden's closing hours. Why are there still so many tourists here? Mr. Yi, you still remember me. And here I was worried you would forget me. What with you running circles around my garden? About my garden. No need for further chatter. You are all lovers of things, which makes us kindred spirits. You two help this elderly gentleman see everyone out. I can deal with things here myself. I know you proxies have extraordinary abilities, Mr. Yi, but these are extraordinary times. I ask that you take care. No need to worry. If I cannot subdue even these apparitions, then I'm not fit to be the master of the Garden of Grotesqueries. If I may, by the way, a request for my humble record-keeping friend. Though you have come from afar, I regret to say I have no time to be a proper host. If you ever have some spare time in the future, I ask that you come again. But if fate is against us, and you are the last visitors to my garden, I would like you to preserve its sights with your brush and ink. I shall do my utmost. Please stay safe, sir. Smiles and nods. My. This shaking is far too strong, as well as this resentment. Even though only a fraction of this millennium of hatred and rage has spilled out here, it still has such strength. I dare not imagine what exactly Wang is confronting down there. But even having come to this point, it is still not yet awake, which means our designs with the garden are still in effect. It is a shame, though. I fear the structures within the tomb are almost completely destroyed. I suppose I shall have to put up a bit more effort into suppressing it then. You really know how to cause quite the stir, Wang. These Geists are, in the end, formed from your fury. I have no desire to entertain such vulgar creations, nor am I interested in collecting them. All I can say is that they will be a little hard to handle. Proxy looks up toward the once peaceful town at the foot of the mountain, now devastated and in ruins. Even a layabout has times when he is angered. I cannot forgive such destruction. Now, how much of this account shall be considered yours, Wang? I shall make it whole for him. Reluctantly, I might add.
Welcome back, the Weaver.
Gee. Wang chased me away, so with nowhere else to go, I came to help you. Seriously. It does not really matter. I suppose I shall owe you a great deal if you were to help me with this big mess today. Since when have you been concerned about what you owe me? Why, I would never. It is simply because you are so magnanimous, our third eldest brother, that you find it embarrassing to settle accounts with your younger siblings. Humph. Shall I help you suppress Sway, or help you look after Mangshan Town? First, we deal with Geists and protect the town. We will still have time to suppress it. There are two of us after all. With enough speed, neither issue needs to wait. Rather greedy of you, no? Hardly the first time you have seen my greed. True. If I had not dropped by today, all those exotic plants, fine woods, and strange stones you so painstakingly gather would be ruined. Which would be quite the pity. Well, I need only come and ask you for more later. Excuse me.
Teal and pink flames join the spreading golden threads, searing away the murky black geists.
What a pain! We just got here and all these things popped up out of nowhere? There's no end to them either. They just keep coming like miswa that's been soaking for too long. Best hide somewhere behind me, Grand Tutor. I'm not good at fighting. Nearly whacked you a few times there. It's a half-baked plan, but all I can do is... Still talking about food, kid? Haha, Nyan. I've added a little something to your pot of half-baked swollen miswa, so no need to thank me. Let's see. Sisters number 1 and 2? The kiddo? Who else? No big deal if Ado doesn't show up. What about G? I've got a little something for him, too. Forget it. Heed me, Dark Devastator. Quantum Firecracker, Quantum Launcher, Quantum Rumbler, Quantum Cannon. Lock onto 30 meters around the kid and... Fire at will! Fire everything! Fire! Fire! Fire!
Oh my god.
There's Shu and Dusk. Shut up already! What the hell even is this stupid Dark Devastator thing? Shu and I only agreed to help you because you promised you wouldn't make these weird things again. Make it pretty much the same way as the 12 pagodas and 5 cities. This is war after all, and all's fair in it. That Wei Chi failure loves saying shit like that. Who exactly are you declaring war on by aiming that stuff at me? Get her under control, Shu. This really isn't what you promised earlier. Once this is all over, don't forget to make an apology. Sorry. These firecrackers really do remind me of Da Huang, though. They are subdued during the Shennong festival. But when the new year arrives, the firecrackers they light up might be even fiercer than the ones Nian just used. Right? A family reunion should be more lively. If you had fired that barrage earlier, it would have fallen at Yu's feet. Take a break and let Dusk play with it. She's been waiting for a while now. Me? I don't want to touch that thing. So should I continue? Give it to me! If I let you keep firing that stuff, you're going to burst everyone's eardrums.
Whoops.
Shu, and Nyan, and Dusk, you're finally here. Long time no see, kiddo. Dinner ready yet? We aren't done with work yet, Nyan. How could you only be thinking of Yu's cooking? One's not gonna affect the other. Oh, right. We never did give them a heads up that we'd be meeting here. Hey, Grand Tutor, it should be fine, right? Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. If you are able to resolve this Geist crisis together, then that shall be an act of great merit. I always knew you weren't the dried-up stick in the mud you look like. Say, Grand Tutor, do you think our business with Yan has been a good one? Perhaps it would not only be considered business in Yan's eyes. Making a friend is far more important than doing business. Ah, those are some wise words. Next time those old fogies from the Ministry of Works come to pester me, I can throw them in their face. Everyone who should be here is here. Let's take a head count of the ones who aren't here yet. Whoa, is this Yan's New Year's celebration? This is just like how Master said they celebrated. Lanterns, banners, and screaming firecrackers. Though I don't see any lanterns. This is the first time I've seen this many firecrackers, though. All right, time to land. Watch out, Neon. Someone just flew over my head. I think they're going to land right next to you.
Why does Taraxacum show up at the freaking end?
Who the hell are you? Based on your gear, I'm guessing you're... Ni hao, I'm Taraxacum. I'm from Sargon, and I'm an apprentice under my master, though usually I just drive the cart. Oh, right, my master's called Fong. Figured it'd be number 10. Man, didn't expect a shy guy like him to have a cheery apprentice like you. I'm Neon, the 9th, which means I'm his older sister. Let's give you a quick rundown. Those two chatting over there are Shu, the 6th, and our youngest brother, Yu. The one on top of the Dark Devastator, splashing ink everywhere, trying to melt away the geists. That's our youngest sister, Dusk. Ji and Yi, the 7th and 8th, are probably by that mountain over there, while our big sister Ling and second sister Jun went off to nap who knows where after some drinks. Then under our feet, there's number 2, Wang. Strictly speaking, today's party is all on him. Wait a sec. Got to into introducing the family. If you're here, where's the big 1-0? It's not that my master didn't return. He just, asked me to give you this. A steelyard scale? Target Farenmut about to arrive at critical position. It's still moving forward. No time to wait for reinforcements from other cities. We attack the moment it takes its next step. We beat them once 1,000 years ago, so no excuses. The ancient titan lurches forward, powered by the confusion and anger of rousing from an age-old slumber. It suddenly notices by its hind claw a minuscule, near imperceptible existence. Don't go any further. Turn back. Doubtful rumble. I know, the Weiqi player summoned you. I don't want to speak ill of my elder brother. He might not have been thinking of exploiting you for no reason, or throwing your lives away. Disdainful snort. You're heavily wounded. I may have ways to heal you. If you insist on continuing forward, I also have ways to make you feel pain 100-fold, 1,000-fold, though I would really rather not. Turn back. I can heal your wounds and help you find a new home. Just don't cause any more death and destruction. Then Master gave me the scale and told me to deliver it to you quick. He hasn't gone anywhere. He's still where he was earlier, looking this way. Got it. He's still too scared to come. Scared this meeting would be the last, but he still wants to help us out a bit, and that Weiqi failure. So in the end, he decided to be real awkward and send you over, while he waits on some mountaintop somewhere. Man, our family can be such a pain in the ass. On the other hand, I didn't think dried-up old Tenor would learn some proper bedside manner. Did he pick up that silver tongue in your part of Sargon? Not really. Damn shame, then. I'd also like to learn how to speak good better. Maybe then my next movie's funding and lead actor wouldn't jump ship halfway through. What the? There's still people rushing over to start a war? Everyone turns their heads towards the nearby city. A city that is slowly, but inexorably, heading towards their gathering. Can't just stand by and watch as a bunch of jerks stir shit up. How about we see how the Dark Devastator matches up against human? No, bad idea. But getting in a fight like this seems a little impolite. Leave it to me. Chen! Oh, you're that Chen Huatia. You know me? You were my supporting actress, the one I cast for that movie. Shame I wasn't able to find you afterwards, or most of the rest of the cast, so I had to delay that shoot. Do you mean that movie Lava was talking about? Well, Lava told you about it? Great! We've got the money-guzzling Dark Devastator on scene, and now you're here too. You have that thing she left behind. That's why I'm here. How'd you plan on stopping that city? With my sword. It wasn't part of my original travel plans, but I've stopped by Human before. I know a little bit about its structure and weak points. I heard that master swordsmen don't see things as things, but rather weak points and flaws. You one of those masters? You've been watching too many movies. There are things only you and your family can do. Otherwise, I have things I can't shirk from. Believe in me like how I believe in you all. Shenhuachia turns to face the nomadic city rumbling towards her. She could see the weaponry lining the walls, the soldiers atop the observation posts, and the Tianshas with their furrowed brows. She believes they can see her too. But simply standing there will not be enough. She takes a small step back. She looks at the entirety of the city structure, its treads, the wind aegis, the sand sluices, the watchtowers, the gates. She knows where this blow should fall. As sword of heaven's plaint, bid dawn is cast. The writing knife in her hand is not pointed at any one part of human, but rather up towards the sky. The knife becomes a long sword, becomes a heart-pounding golden light, and then finally becomes a sandstorm that engulfs human. Wow. Sand? Has Sway already woken up? Look alive, everyone! No, wait, this is... Oh, wow. The storm that swallowed up heaven and earth is not made of coarse sand, but rather gentle golden snowflakes. They fall onto the soldiers' bodies, their hands, their faces. The snowflakes melt, and out of nowhere, they hear the beating of a drum. Those memories, near buried away by the sands, suddenly become crystal clear. They remember a catastrophe, and those who stood within it. A poet who drank wine and spouted poetry in its face. Or maybe someone who made a lonely exit once everything was done. They remember the emotions that surged through their minds back then. They worked as one, they fought as one, and for a moment, they forget the confusion and puzzlement pressing down on them as one. They stop whatever they are doing, silently listening to the pounding of the drum. They count the number of beats, count all the calamities human faced across the years, big and small. Until the 18th rousing farewell boom resounds. The entire weather-beaten city is like an old man overwhelmed by memory. One who slows to a crawl, then stops. At this rate, I won't make it in time to the last few emplacements. Why have we stopped? Don't tell me the artillery already. A power cut? The spent candle holder realizes he has stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Even a near-instant cut in power would require many short but essential checks on the cannons before they can re-engage, despite the automatic switch to reserve energy stores. It has bought him precious time. Why would there be a power cut now? Surely it's not the proxies in human. A strong wave of emotion sweeps. Memories to the surface as well as mind. But what he recalls did not take place in human. It is possible that the fate of us siblings will lie in your hands, Lordswell. To be able to chat with you on this festive day, but even for a moment, is destiny at work. I hope that in the future you could see me as a man you can discuss things with. The doubt and suspicion he felt at the time have now become some sort of illogical post-realization incisiveness, though he knows there are still many things he is confused about. But he soon pushes down that sense of relief, that sense that makes him relax, even feel exhausted. It's not only about the fate of your family, there's also my family, human, Baitao, all of Yan. Why am I thinking about this now of all times? This fateful decision is not over yet. He forcibly tramps down the wellspring of emotion flooding his heart. His hate-to-lose attitude pushes him onward, hastily winding his way to the last few emplacements. The golden sands that filled the sky gradually disperse. The radiance fades, turning the blade in Chen's hand back to an ordinary writing knife. To the side, Yu stoops down, grasping a pinch of soft, golden snow-like sand. Through a daze, he looks at the golden sheen, a sheen he has not seen in over 100 years. What he remembers is the older sister he last met over a century ago, but as for what Chen sees, she sees a parting far away, in the distant, frigid north.
The snowflakes melt away. Those newly bright memories slowly fade again, returning to their worn and shabby states. All that remains is a sigh on the lips. Finally. Here. This is Tomb of Sway. Despite having some knowledge of it for a while now, actually seeing such an enormous structure in person leaves her shocked. With Baizhou in turmoil, all its soldiers have been recalled to fight the Geists lining its streets. Across from the door is an abyss that none dare look at. I was pretty eager to accept this mission, but how do I actually get in? Ya accounted for my speed and intercepted me. I didn't familiarize myself with that map very well, so she probably beat me here. So now what? Do I just knock on the door? Allow me. Chongyue! There we go. You are... Shuo. Long has it been since I was called by that name. Do we happen to be old acquaintances, madam? I happen to be a friend of one of your students, and I once stole one of your things, but I already returned it. Sorry. The thing I'm talking about isn't this thing here, I meant. I know. You do? I could hardly be mistaken about the scent of my siblings. The man notes the clothes on the woman before him, and his face takes a slight turn for the serious. Whether it be the martial disciplines or the scholarly ones, there should not be a splitting of sects. But if you wish to eliminate the prejudice in the hearts of the others, then you yourself must first have a tolerant heart. My thanks for your wisdom. The young lady carefully and deferentially hands over Jie's token. Yoshia, madam. Delivering this drop of life to the tomb is no doubt Jun's plan. Aside from Wang, she was the closest to Jie, and she wished her here, even if only as a token. But I fear that she did not adequately explain things to you. Our family will be gathering in the barrens outside, not in the tomb itself. What? But this is still a stroke of good fortune. Before our family reunion, I shall have this life accompany me on a trip into the tomb. Surely this isn't a piece that Wei Chi player is planning to use up when defeating Sui, right? He worked so hard to bring this out into the mortal realm. How could I betray his intentions by consuming it? It is simply to bring him peace of mind, nothing more. Very intriguing. How go the times?
How do you like it?
We got another medal. We did it. Now comes the big one. And then we have the finale of the story. So let's go ahead and clear this up. We're up to 4 medals, but what is that one? Wait. Clear Tia with a 3-star while Sui has at least 2 unsealed body parts. So I trimmed the medal. Let's go. That's sick. That's awesome. That's pretty fun. I kind of whooped its ass in the second run though, I gotta say. Not to like toot my own horn over that, but man, that was awesome. But here we go. Stage 11. Oh, we have a little story first. Ooh, I like this song too.
Traitors. You 12, each and every one of you, plan to betray me, yes? Indeed, none of us will submit to becoming a part of you. We have lived as ourselves. This is why we are different from you. Lived as humans. You see yourselves as human and try to bring delusions varied to bear against me. You relied on the power you stole from me, ingratiating yourselves with those puny insects.
Wow, man. I got a raspiness in my throat that threw me off.
But you still had to humble yourselves, hiding your claws and fangs to make yourselves look harmless. Is that what you mean by living as human?
You still do not understand. You can never understand, but you have never lived.
And I am well aware from where your arrogance stems. With but a glance, you can look from the beginning of time to its end. Though your consciousness has traversed the great void for eons, you have never had kin you could converse with. You are simply a god declaring itself supreme over a pitiful plot of empty space. I knew full well what this feeling was like, until the day someone gave me a name. You are nobody's fate, not the people of this land or we 12. And there's one thing you will never understand. Against someone who already has nothing to his name, fate is utterly powerless. Very well. Since you dare to repeat your foolish challenge, I do not mind shattering your delusions once more. I killed you once 120 years ago. I shall kill you again with but a flick of my wrist. Is that meant to scare me? I'm already accustomed to losing. I've already lost too many precious things. I've lost the entire board. My dignity, my honor, my trust, my freedom, myself, my family. Did you really think someone with nothing more to lose would be afraid? But you? Are you not afraid you will suffer another ignominious defeat? Ignominious defeat, like 1,000 years ago? Is this fear not what makes you hesitate to step forward? A jest at this hour! You desire in vain to replace me, to steal away my body. Why would I allow you to do as you please? I need only stir this body awake first. The Farenmut extends its talons as great as mountains. Countless Farenmuts and countless tombs extend their talons, countless talons as great as mountains, and point them towards the same proxy. It does not matter if this is a dream, so long as that loathsome face is wiped away in all of them. There will be nothing left to stop its awakening. What is this? An incomparably brutal blow slams into its body, a strength it is familiar with. It knows that in this split second, it has lost its connection with its enormous body. Who could cause such harm to its form? The space shakes, then warps and tears, as if 1,000 years' worth of martial prowess has been channeled into a single strike, ripping apart the edges of the dream. There's Chongyue, eh? Why are you always so meddlesome? I knew you would say that. I also promised that, were things to arrive at this stage, I will be with you. Besides, I also wanted to bring her to meet you, to let you know that all your years of planning were not for naught. Through the boundary between dream and reality, Wang sees the token Chongyue clutches to his bosom. And then their eyes meet. You should leave. Live. Live and come back to us. I will not make you any promises. The distance between them stretches with speed. Even though he is a grandmaster of Kung Fu 1,000 years old, a human body is still only a human body. The force piercing the veil between truth and fiction quickly dissipates, but the voice of that brother Wang is so fed up with... still reaches his ears. Then I will look for you. I always will. Suit yourself. What did he do? But it does not matter. It does not matter! No matter what he did, it was only for an instant. An instant! No longer shall he disturb us, nor will any of your ludicrous, insignificant siblings! This is my dream, with only you and I. I thought I would have to bring all my strength to bear to defeat you, but it seems you are still weak, still liable to collapse at the slightest of breezes. You only have a single stone left. I will barely even have to lift my finger to crush you, to annihilate you. And those poems, those laws, those martial arts, such irksome pests. I need only use the strength I saved for you to isolate you from those meddlesome insects. You are unfit to die by my claws. You are only fit to be cut down by your reflection's blade. Now die! Huh. Is that so? Oh, wow. To die is your end, not mine. Yes, in all these causal chains, in all these possibilities, in all these dreams, you will die. These countless repetitions within this dream have eroded away, hollowed out your most frenzied imaginings, and all without you knowing. Have you noticed how intricately linked you and I are to this dream you used to trap me?
I love how they actually animated it.
You've been chained by your hateful, vengeful impulses. Your evolution has reached its end. And we have already surpassed you. But your body will persist. I will take your place. And how will you do that? With your isolated stones, and with your own body so ready to fall apart. You dare assume I only have my stones in this body of mine?
The near-dead proxy uses the last of his strength to lift his sword. The deranged Farenmoot gives one last howl of rage. This is so cool. It's got me so freaking emotional. The cold moon splits stones. The fierce sun chars boards. Ashes to ashes. A farewell to the ages. Ooh. Ooh. Shoo! There's Ling and you. Nyan? Dusk? Wow. There's Changyu, eh? Wang. They're all there for him. Final stand with Sway. Oh man, what a cutscene. That was beautiful, very well animated, and what a powerful, emphatic scene. TA11, Eternal Cycle. There he is.
Enough. This farce of a game must have an end. An end? Did you not once tell me that the board is endless and that our battle is so much more than the board called Wang? I am not the only one playing against you.
Spring breeze, timely rain. Now we sow the grain.
What you have sown, I have reaped for you. Here.
When 'tis a choice of life
If it isn't
and
Wang, the
death,
Wei Chi
why
failure.
shouldst thou lay
If you
down
told
thy
us you needed
arms?
our help, we would have shown up sooner, you know.
And thus has autumn made
Here
ready
lies a dream
her
unchained. I gift you your verse and wine, wind and rain.
Get what you deserve.
You can't fight on an empty stomach, Wang.
Would any of you like to be my paint?
Star-shrouded snow, crude moments, crude mounts utmost risen.
Look at this spectacular.
At this final battle, we are here, together.
Alas, it is now a battlefield.
They have all found their own paths. Each and every one of them has triumphed over you, leaving you in the dust. You still believe you have the upper hand? How can this be? How can this be? I, with split stones and a burnt board, shall send you off on your final journey. No, it's not yet over. There's still a chance. Fire upon your transcendence, your own paths. Those are simply the power they have stolen from me, and your candle grows dim. My candle grows dim, as does yours. You have squandered your memories. Now upon this faraway board, we are all equally insignificant. What? You dare! You cannot! We no longer need you. The people of this land no longer need you. He's capturing him. Even when the evolution and the future upon which you fixate no longer need you. And when your opponent no longer needs you, your fate is sealed. The last stone. And the capture is complete. It's over. The game is won. Your fate is sealed.
Mission accomplished.
What a finale. What a stage. Memories from time immemorial pour down like a torrential rain, washing away its enormous, empty consciousness. The remnant consciousness slips and slides about the land of dreams, trying to find a single scrap of something, anything to use as its foundation. But those dreams are now as blank as unscribed bamboo slips, well, with only the grain of wood to provide texture. There should be people and events written upon them, yet such things cannot be grasped.
It has lost, without doubt. You wish to seize its body, take its place, but what of your siblings? They will not see me again, nor will they come to fill this void you have left behind. That said, I will not disappear. I shall always be with you. No matter who sits upon this corporeal throne, a void shall form. Since you have no intention of filling it, I shall haunt this place eternally. To torment the master of this body? To usurp its will, to torment its mind, are but two sides of the same Tongbao. There will be something to fill your vacancy. All that is left of you now is emotion, abundant emotion, but that matters not in this face of this shattered consciousness. If it did matter, its rage would have filled it long ago. Ha! That will not be a worry. The one replacing you shall be far more terrifying than you have ever been.
Proxy steps forward, leaving the white creation behind him. The Fahrenmut, about to drown in its own hollow mind, lets out a bitter cry. Soon, even that cry, filled with pain and defiance, dies down, leaving only an echo, reverberating throughout the room.
Murky dying gasped. You are about to die. I am going to die. Who am I? Why will I die? You were the most arrogant of dreamers. In your dreams, you pushed evolution to an endless sea of stars. But this egotistical evolution was cut short by humanity. That humanity you saw was nothing. And then your anger, your hatred, and your defiance dragged you to your grave. But at the very end of it all, you died by my hand. You... Murky dying gasp. You will destroy the future? That future of evolution that escapes ruination and through infinite expansion touches the face of the void. It was a dream you would never have been able to see to fruition. Evolution will not stop because of your death. Your passing will simply be release for a will that has suffered for 1,000 years. If you truly yearn for that future where the stars shine only for you.
He lifts up the last of his stones in his hand. They slowly lose their forms, turning into a blade. It looks on as he lifts up the last of his stones. He throws them up into the sky, up toward the boundless heavens. He takes the last of his congealed sharpness and thrusts it into its eye. It watches as those black stones become a galaxy that flows towards it until... Bestial Sway closes its eyes. Bestial Sway espies the future that exists only in its dreams.
May you dream well.
The entire room begins to shake before ultimately collapsing. The forms of Proxy and Fahrenmut slowly merge together. No longer shall they be parted. Here, a new Sway is born. Still hanging in there, Shu?
This is no big deal. It's just that handling this many of its minions takes its toll. Hey, Dusk! Fire that way. There's tons of geists there. Where? Where I'm pointing! There's nothing there. Are you stupid? Nyan is stupefied. There really is nothing there. And not just there. It is as though someone has sneakily wiped away the blot of ink staining the ground. The rampaging geists of just a moment ago are nowhere to be seen. Whoa, whoa! You nearly chopped me in half! I'm obviously trying to chop that thing in half. Huh? Where'd the monster go? Understood. The sway regulator reports that all the script geists have disappeared. We won? Don't let your guard down. An earthquake! It stirs. All hands, move to an open space! The shaking from afar arrives. The time has come. True Lung grasps the jade seal used to start the device. It might just be his imagination running wild, but he feels a connection between the machine and the blood running through his veins. During this moment of hesitation, a great shadow appears before him, nearly covering the entirety of the Originium's radiance. Are you it? The shadow utters what seems to be a threatening low roar. Within that roar, the True Lung hears a haggard voice, one he heard decades ago. No, you are no longer it. But how many of its memories and dreams, its thoughts and feelings have you inherited? Will you be of aid to Yan in the future, or will you bring only misfortune? Are you he, or an all-new Sway? Its pale memories, withered dreams, exhausted thoughts, befouled feelings. They all roil and jostle through my consciousness at this very moment. But you are correct. Sway is dead. The shadow lets out a long howl that shakes both heaven and earth. But what you, your ancestors, your nation, owe it, is also what you owe me and mine. Those arts winding their way through your body are proof your ancestors shackled us for 1,000 years. Though these memories be faded, these dreams be wilted, these thoughts be decayed, these feelings be rotted away, this rage of 1,000 years still burns as bright as the sun. But you are not him. If your hatred has not been diminished, then make your move. You wish to use this piece of Originium to take me down with you. It shall be my final act in service to Great Yan. If you are a new Sway, I shall rid my country of you, even if it costs me my life. If you are Wang, then my promise to you stands. Your life shall be spared, and you will be pardoned for deceiving the crown, and now for regicide. I shall also pardon myself for the crime of unclarity of thought, which led to suspicion between parent and child, the scattering of kin, the formation of factions, and unrest that rocked the nation. Do you truly seek death? If it can begin a new chapter in the history of Great Yan, why would I deny you my life? Very well, as you wish. Did you believe all our grudges settled? You are finally here. Yeah, okay. We finally meet. Hey, you are no longer it? It was slain by my hand. You are too late. You actually did it. That ridiculous plan of yours actually worked. Very well. If you have taken its place, then you shall bear my rage. The ancient Colossus remains quiet, silently watching the near-dead kin. What is this? Are you pitying me? Up until the end of this endless journey, the Millennium of Hatred burned bright in Ya's chest, unwavering for even a moment. So why now, when Ya sees Sui for herself, does the hate seem to fade away, leaving only nothingness? Why are you so unconcerned? Were you hoping I would grant you release? No, I will not kill you. The sword in her hand hesitates. What would come from enacting this vengeance? A bloody end for both of them? Why take up arms? Why betray them? She finally realizes that with the death of Sui's consciousness, those answers she had searched for are no longer in reach. But how could I ever forgive you? This is your own fault. You should have arrived sooner. You should have witnessed its death. Or maybe you should have contributed to that, to quell your deadly grudge. But there is still something you can do, late though you are. Originium? This was all part of your schemes? Went through all that trouble to collude with that ancient lunatic to lead me here. Just want me to connect this room with that ugly stone? The choice is still yours. Choose vengeance and you can do what you have dreamed of countless times. Take that ugly stone and give this vessel an eternity of torment. Or since you are about to die anyway, why not simply leave? You! The Farenmut, so close to its limit, is about to thrust its sword into the boundless body of Sui. That sword, so mighty against humanity, yet all too weak against its kin. But the moment before Ya does so, that anger, burning for 1,000 years, finally slips away. In her reverie, Ya looks closely at the Sui that is no longer Sui, and then Ya howls with laughter. What a picture! The enormous vessel remains silent. I do not know why you are so adamant on being tortured, or why you wish to bring this cursed originium into your body. All I know is that is what you want. You want to take this festering, swelling ancient wound and have it thrust into you. Very well, I will humor you. For you are not Sui, but Wang, the Sui Slayer, and so I shall help you. I shall help you repay its sins over endless time. But in a vessel such as this, even the strongest of spirits will be worn away and assimilated, ultimately becoming just like it. When that time comes, I shall return. I shall have my vengeance by slaying you with my own 2 hands. But as for now, I do not wish to hear you prattle on about explanations and the like. I do not wish to hear you squabble with those insects. All I want to do to this body is to have my unprecedented vengeance. Unmost fitting for we souls who have walked since the beginning. Cutting away the seasons is not a power without a price, especially for a Farenmut on the brink of death, meddling with the most primal force of this land. But Ya still does it anyway. That piece of originium alongside the space it occupies is cut away by Ya, then ruthlessly thrust into the depths of Sui's body. And then all she sees is black. Ya has already forgotten her 2 kin she had trapped within illusion. Within the fading of the last of her strength, they break free. Now they watch her body slowly wither away, their faces lined with sorrow. Oh my, an earthquake just as we escaped those fiends. Over here, Tianchi Lin. There are still people here. Coming. Lin Xingyan rushes over, dragging several bewildered geists out from the collapsing building, but the tremors get stronger, sending a falling roof beam straight to Mr. Pooh's head. Kicked something under my desk. Just a cable, but still. Duck, you old book brain! Thank you for saving me, oh brave hero. Sushi. Oh, everyone's still alive? Not bad. All right, everyone's safe and the earthquake's over. Get everything tidied up, then head back. Is the chaos finally over? Childlike Tianxia narrows her eyes, looking out towards the tomb of Sui. She has a rare somber expression on her face, a far cry from her usual cynicism. This was your choice, you Weiqi failure. Your calculation. You must have foreseen what kind of disaster this piece of originium would bring with it to think up of a solution like this. It means nobody's going to dare mess with you, but you might as well be damning yourself to eternal hell this way. You chose a bitter road to follow. I
don't know if this counts as me helping you or hurting you. Plotting a great windfall for all beings in this realm. You actually did it. This game is yours, Weiqi Failure. The enormous shadow, the crazed woman, the Originium's orange glare. Everything begins to fade from the True Lung's sight. He finally understands what that proxy's ultimate plan was. Fernmut's Originium. At the cost of near-eternal torment, Wang ascended the seat of sway and accepted Ya's vengeance. Ufan, or rather, the first Originium Yan has relied upon since the days of yore, is now buried within the deepest pits of the Fernmut's body and soul. And with the disappearance of the energy it supplied, the secret chamber gradually begins to collapse. The True Lung walks towards the exit and pulls open its doors only to discover they have been jammed shut by rubble. But he does not panic. He feels that to die here is not such a bad thing. Shisha. For a moment, the True Lung believes himself to be hallucinating, for the one supporting him by the shoulder has an uncanny resemblance to his older brother. Yanwu? Don't speak. Follow me. Don't speak. Follow me. Like the room behind it, the blood-red hidden passage begins to crumble away in the wake of Bufan's disappearance. True Lung leans against Wei Yanwu's shoulder, doing his best to match his pace. He still feels like this is all a dying dream, a meeting with his estranged brother that his feeble consciousness conjured up. He tries to think back to his younger days when he made mischief with his brother as they ran through the hallways of the palace. What season was it? Was it autumn? No, it was not that cold. So it must have been... It has been too long. He no longer remembers it clearly. The prolonged earthquake finally stops. The panicking court mandarins look at each other, unsure what is to come next, at least until a familiar face unhurriedly walks in. You may all rest easy. Supervisor, do you mean to say... The Sway menace has been thoroughly resolved. I ask you all to return to your posts. The chaos is over, but there are still many things in Baizhou that require our attention. The Imperial Guards standing behind her add a little gravitas to her declaration. After some hesitation, the mandarins tidy their clothes and hats before they walk out the doors. Once the last of them have left, Chun nods at the guards. They stand aside, but they keep their eyes locked onto her. He did it. Eliminating Sway and finding you. He did both of them. The former candle holder, the current supervisor of the Sway regulator, listens to the heartbeat of the Fahrenmut. It is the rage that enormous creature felt against itself. There is a gentle breath accompanying that pulse. From within, she hears something not of that consciousness, far away from that vessel, gathered somewhere within Baizhou. And it speaks of forgiveness. Within the Grand Palace, there is now only a single withered old man. Ever since the True Lung descended underground, he has waited here, listening to the reports from Yuman, the uproar in Baizhou, and the declaration from the Sway regulator to the entire city that all is now well. His coughing has only grown more violent, his waist more stooped. By the time of the declaration, he can no longer support himself. He is forced to sit on the ground, leaning against the throne. At first, he felt anger, then worry, but now he only feels exhaustion. Memories from near 100 years ago, when he was instated by the current True Lung's father, forced themselves to the surface. It was midwinter, and the snow swirled through the air. Then the then True Lung was still far away from being addled, happy to sit about the fireplace with the newly promoted Mandarin and discuss all great things happening under heaven. Contact between Laterano and Iberia, the war between Columbia and Victoria, Ursus's desire for conquest, turmoil in Higashi, and the mysterious weapons of Kazdo, and Sway. As it was not excised the first time, the True Lung was resolute in having the second attempt come with no mistakes. Yan would obtain the bones of Sway, and with near double the amount of energy, and had eliminated the age of Yan will have arrived. Their talks became so fervent that the Emperor stood up and struck out barefoot into the snow, using his finger to brandish Chishao as he spoke of what grand ambitions he had for Yan's future. We both are exalted to distant thought, aspiring to the sky and the bright moon. And then he can no longer wait for the day that True Lung would blow the horn to call for Sui's eradication. He could only wait for the True Lung's mind to deteriorate until all had abandoned him. And then, you also could not wait for the current True Lung's return. You could not prove to him that all you have done was not for your own selfish reasons, but for the future of Yan. Through his murky eyes, the old man believes the one standing before him can only be the Emperor he has awaited for so long, but the voice his ringing ears catch says otherwise. The entire court knows your cold is merely a pretext. The lingering illness that has plagued you for years could hardly be passed off as a simple chill. Just as how we all know that your ironclad desire to eliminate Sui was not an idea you had on your own. You once held great esteem and approval, but now the dust has settled those who followed you. The old man can no longer hear. His throat shudders. All he wants to do is speak those words pent up in his heart. Look here. The doddering old fool who started this chaos stands here awaiting your majesty's judgment. Your words will not be heard by anyone. Before he can shout those words at his liege like an unfortunate misunderstood hero, life itself no longer wishes to remain with him. He is dead. Wow, this place sure has changed a lot. Finally tearing down this eyesore of a tomb. Had the same idea 5 centuries ago. Can't believe you're in the mood to talk like that. We still don't know what it's like inside. Well, it's obvious, isn't it? We're alive, which means he's not dead. Wang, he definitely succeeded. I heard upon the wind that Brother Eldest had already entered. 'Twould not be long before he drags him out. If you have aught to ask him then. He kept many things hidden from us. He cannot escape from his sentence. Damn, Jun, still as strict as ever. Speaking of, I can't be the only one who's thinking. We've never had a family gathering this big before. Feels a bit strange, having so many of us in one place. Agreed. If you're going to eat together, then I'll be heading back. We all agreed to a reunion dinner. Nyan, Dusk, don't even think about running away. All right. Can't exactly say no to my baby brother's cooking. Say my name with respect first. Hey, how happy I am to see you all hale and hearty. Hot damn, you two are covered in dirt. Well, as long as you're still alive. Which reminds me, last time a certain someone was acting all cool and determined, and look, he's doing perfectly fine. Ow! Why are you pinching me, Shu? Sister, you've returned. My apologies for worrying you. Those two inside should have been out by now, right? Look over there. You finally emerged, Daga. Wang, is he? What the? Chungyue looks towards his siblings. They see the mirthless look upon his face, and they know it to be an ill omen. He restrains himself from letting out a sigh that would be tantamount to a declaration. First autumn. We did it. Now we have a story finale to read. Collect our stuff here. First autumn just means we completed all of the stuff, right? You were invited to a game of Wei Chi. Okay. Complete all stages in Record of an Autumn's End with 3-star ratings, excluding tutorials. Wonderful. So we got 5 of the medals. Let's read the finale. Let the chronicles preserve what is true, and let 1,000 autumns be distilled into this one. Unfailing chronicle. Here we go. Let's finish things strong.
Yes, Father didn't tell anyone when he left. No, maybe I was the only one he didn't tell. I don't know. I can barely remember anymore. Mother had just passed away at that time, too. Mother, she never liked Father, or me, and in the end, Tal as well. Father left much less of an impression on me compared to Mother. Once when I was confronting Wei Yanwu, I said Father was a weak man. My opinion still stands. But he really did try to love me and Tal. When I was young, I was scared when Wei Yanwu came to our house to find Mother, so he took me outside. Ever since that day, he would drown his sorrows, needing more booze every time, though he never drank in front of me. Tal didn't like him either at first. He spent a lot of time with her, even learning Victorian alongside her, though he had never heard the language before in his life. When Mother was at her most agitated, he would tell us to go outside and face Mother's madness alone. Early winter, 1102. Thank you, Watcha. I think that is enough. You know, before your father married, he was not completely like this. I can see it. So now we use the writing knife to correct the mistakes in the family history you compiled? No, it's simply a family chronicle. It won't even be published. It's not worth using something as precious as that knife on it. Despite Chen Chaoqian's repeated declining, Guaqia still takes the knife off her hip and presses it into Chaoqian's hand. Jie and Jun had hoped this knife would be able to correct the mistakes that happen when we whitewash or forget the past. Even though these errors only involve one fallen family instead of all Yan, I think they would still want them corrected. All right. Chen Chaoqian fiddles with the knife, feeling its weight and balance in her hand, but she makes no move to use it. Guaqia, Jie, will she really come back? Honestly, I don't know. That thing from the Garden of Grotesqueries settled itself down quite nicely in that office on the top floor. But if you're asking me if that's the Jie who walked with Yan through the centuries, I really don't know. Hear an audible sigh. I do not know when it happened, but it seems some of our prior generations took this overly reliable, seemingly immortal woman for granted. So once she passed, a few weak people like me lost the pillar propping them up. It appears all that was left after the fading of that omnipotent goddess were the words of everyone else. It's true that historians should have confidence in their statements, but when that confidence loses the backing of someone who is eternally correct, it is easy to give up. That's what you're saying. You guys should invite her back once she's revived. No, on the contrary. What we should do is leave the cradle of having the right answer fed to us and take on the prospect of making a mistake with cool heads. Chen Chaoqian uses her free hand to pick up the chronicle, throwing it onto the table. What page did it open on? Take a guess. Based on the thickness, around page 30? I would say about the same, but... She picks up the book daintily, and without looking at the page number, tidies it up once more. We have made one of History's Unsolved Questions, one just for you and me. In this land, whether because nobody had witnessed them or because too many people had witnessed them, how many of these unsolved questions do you think there are? A lot of them. Indeed, a lot of them. Personally speaking, what I want the most right now is the courage to be responsible for writing down history, even though I know such unsolved questions will never have answers. All right, I will leave the knife to you. Help me correct the pages I show you. It really does leave no mark. When you use it normally, it's just a crazy good eraser. Eraser? Those two women certainly entrusted this writing knife to the right person. All right. Is Mr. Liang still with the pavilion? Where is he? Mr. Liang? He's on leave today. Then you're meeting someone else? Miss Ning, as it were. Oh, I don't mean that Miss Ning, mind you. I mean... Xingshu! Hello, Chaoqian. Is this Miss Chen Huiqia? Miss Ning, I presume? Who else? Sichu wouldn't have to go to the Ministry of Rights early in the morning to ask for leave to come here. I see. A pleasure to meet you. I am Ning Yin. I heard Chao Xian would be transferred to a research post at the Imperial Historical Cabinet in a few days, so I came over to discuss recent events with her, and also to use some treats to hear her opinions, alongside seeing the writing knife. My colleagues at the cabinet are pulling out all the stops. They want to take advantage of the fresh winds of early winter to do some innovative research, so Chen's now meeting her sister. Blaze's sister. That's funny. What an appearance. I didn't expect her to pop up.
What? Wang still doesn't want to come over? But the kiddo made this hot pot, not me. I didn't even throw in any weird herbs and roots.
My master says there are still many suffering from disease across this land. He believes that in being able to avert this disaster, he is much more fortunate than the sick. But he also says he'll be in Yan for a while, so if he's ever nearby, he'll come see you. Okay, if that's all, Master's rather pressed for time, so I should head off.
Hold it!
Yan pulls out a lunchbox packed full of food from somewhere.
Tell him that if he doesn't eat it all, he's not allowed to slink out of Yan.
Got it.
No laughing, there's one for you too.
This time, it is Shu who offers a finely wrapped bundle. Upon hearing you were from Sargon, our eldest brother became rather interested, telling you a few things about your food. Little Yu had to make a few guesses, and he put his own personal spin on things, but he managed to make a whole bag's worth. We thought it was rather good, but we're unsure if it is to your tastes. Please take it, considering it our gift to you.
Oh, xie.
Thank you, everyone.
So, it appears that number 10, if and when we ever do get him and get to meet Fang, he will be a healer, it appears.
A medic.
Our family never is a full set. The true value of life lies in unfettered ease. Even if you were to drag him to your savers at use for a meal, he would find no taste in it. As for the others, young Dusk truly is tired. She is pardoned. Ji is a master of spinning words into wealth, but is far too soft-hearted for his own family. He wishes to idle at the garden, and since Yi is accompanying him, let him. As for our brother eldest...
Smells great. Are we late?
I thought you two said you weren't coming.
He said that. I said nothing of the sort. Since I was coming, I couldn't just leave him by himself at the garden, so I brought him along.
Nice going. This piece of work decided to work some magic at Da Huang, and then he's been hiding from us these past few days. What's his punishment, Shu?
Let me...
It should not be some trifle such as scrubbing the pot and washing the plates. Then, no letting him off with an apology either. Too boring.
And how about... If you say something like, let us settle this later, it would be rather disrespectful towards everyone's kindness.
Why not? Ji already gave me a rent holiday for savers until the year after next.
Then...
Put your businesses on hold for a year. Take a rest and plan your next ventures well. Man, that's Shu for you. Always managing to find a way to let people off easy no matter what we think of. Letting him off easy? I haven't finished yet. Within this year, Ji, what you owe others and are able to repay, you must repay.
I shall keep it in mind.
All right then, everyone take your seats.
Incomprehensible mumbling.
I know, I just sleep a bit longer.
Oh, there's Dusk and Jun.
Young Dusk said she was to sleep until next spring, Jun. Why force her here? She has no taste in bedrooms. I was just leaving the Sky Mirror Pavilion when I saw her sprawled out on the ground, deep asleep. I even shouted at her to no avail, so I had no choice but to bring her here.
Oh no. As she spoke, the slumbering Dusk splayed out across Jun's back, suddenly dissolves into a scroll.
Didn't think my little sister knew how to work some magic too.
With the unfurling of the scroll, the real Dusk appears atop a boulder, seemingly sound asleep. The others also see that the thing sealing Neon's mouth shut is a talisman. None dare make a move, fearing the next mouth to be sealed would be their own. In the end, it is Ji who cautiously peels the talisman off Neon. It reads, "You guys eat while I sleep. Don't wake me unless Wang comes back." Also, to Neon, No firecrackers, or I'll use my talismans to seal your entire body. Why does my family always have to cause such headaches? But there will be a day that this table is fully seated for sure. Aw. I hope that's not wishful thinking, you. I hope that does come true. Late once again. Indeed. Far too late. A flimsy curtain separates the two. The library is quiet, the sound of pages being turned piercing the silence. Do you recall how many books are collected here in the Sky Mirror Pavilion? No. 43 million volumes. 43 million texts. Compared to the last thousands years of history, these words are but a single grain of millet with a great granary. At the time, my greatest dream was to dedicate my life to complete a hydrological chart of Yan that our forebears could not. I had thought I could grow old here within this pavilion. This is where I truly belong. But it would not have been what was best for Great Yan. The past is heavy, so heavy that no one can shoulder its weight, but also so heavy no one can put it down. So much so that it should not be borne alone. Yet there will always be someone to bear it. You ought to hate me. I do. Are you going to say you have never hated me? I really did think that there would come a day that I should die by your hand. I even thought it was the only way things would end were we to meet. All I wanted was to ask you was, after you left Baizhou, did you ever suspect that everything that happened was orchestrated by me to frame you? If I said I never did, would you still hate me for leaving on my own for no reason? No, never. It has been too long, so long that this question is meaningless. That year, our little sister barred my way on the road to Lungmen, not far from Baizhou. I could escape the city, but I could not escape her understanding of us. She begged me to return to the capital, believing everything could be explained. There should be no misunderstandings between brothers. In the end, she said she would stay with me until the day I wished to return to Baizhou and clear things with you. I should not have indulged her unruliness. I should not have. I still have not yet met her daughters. They were able to grow up in safety. One of the few bright points in my life. No, I should not use the word safe. The pity is I was not able to give them even that. Your regrets are many. In truth, I cannot think of a moment in my life where I am certain I made the right decision. So I sat here waiting for someone to come judge me for my wrongdoings. Pacifying the bestial sway of Great Yan, this single achievement grants enough merit to rival the emperor who began the hunt. But compared to him, you have the kinder heart. You are the only one who has never brought shame to Yan. Yan Li, you can set them aside now. You should set them aside now. Laws of Yan, Volume 124, Supplement 17. Someone's tidied up these scrolls. After receiving Qiao Qian's request and her application being approved, Huaqia arrives at a section of the Sky Mirror Pavilion, not open to the public, to thumb through a few tomes. She thought it would be a lot harder, honestly. But when she went to check on the case from 40 years ago, she found all the relevant texts neatly arranged on the shelf. They weren't even hidden in the back, as if someone knew she would be here. Maybe it's time. Who are you? Why are you in my family's library? Huh? Chen looks back and sees a girl of about 10 years of age. The girl looks back at her, timid yet curious. A lung's horns, bright red hair, and a strikingly familiar face. Chen does not need to ask who she is. I'm Chen Huaqia. I came to borrow some books. If you're here to read, are you also studying to become the true lung? What? No. Dad said if you want to be a good true lung, you need to read a lot of books here.
When I go home today, the Grand Tutor will check my homework. Those with virtue cultivated in their bodies perform it in their actions and state it in their words. By mastering the classics, achieve refinement. By remedying the ills and practicing the right way, achieve virtue. By giving honest criticism without caring for offense, achieve... the last part is... Do you want to be the true Lung? Can I not be the true Lung? Yes, as it is the duty I was born with. If someone says from the bottom of their heart that they don't want to do something, then you shouldn't force them to do it. When people are forced to do things, they won't be happy, right? You're wrong. God says you need to do your duty. If nobody did, then the whole country will become a mess. I'm going to find him and have him explain it to you. If there's a chance, I'd like to meet him too. But it's getting late today. How about I send you home? Okay. But do you know where I live? I think I do. You look like you know a lot. Do you know more than the Grand Tutor? Oh, I don't dare compare myself to him. But when it comes to certain questions, we have slightly different points of view. These books say the true Lungs should love the people, right? That's right. But what you should know is it's not the only true Lung who should do that. It's not only the true Lung who should do that. Love your mother, father, and teachers, your siblings, and your friends and companions. You have the right to love everyone, no matter who you are. Dad also said, because the true Lung is the most powerful person in the country, I need to be cautious about every word and every action. It's the same with making friends, so I don't have any. No, you should be allowed to make friends with people you like. Remember, taking such great authority and leaving in the hands of a single person and making them shoulder it alone, this in itself is wrong. It's not fair to most people, and it's not fair to that person either. I don't understand what you're saying. Can you stay and explain it to me more? Once you grow up, you'll understand. Once you grow up, maybe you can make a change. So, grow up quick. If that's the daughter of the true Lung, then that means that's technically Chen's cousin. Right? Yeah. Yeah. So.
Elder.
Fantong! A bunch of Fantong! I waited in the north for nearly 400 years, and this is all the progress Bytes House Tianxia Bureau made on Originium research? Tianxias today are utterly incompetent. Damn, she's pissed. Who's the head Tianxia these days? Tell him to get his ass over here.
After observing the unusual meteorological phenomenon created by Londinium Shard 4 years ago, the Tianxia bureaus realized the urgency of the issue of Originium. Since then, the Tianxias have labored night and day at their research, not daring to rest for even a second. But I fear there is no nation upon this land who can achieve the rate of progress you have asked for.
All I asked for was this one simple thing. I would have preferred it if you told me those youngsters were thinking up of ways to slack off. That way, their hearts might not have been into doing the right thing, but at least their brains would still work. Ursus, Kazdil, no matter where you look, there's misfortune caused by Originium. I had hoped number 2 would be able to solve this problem once and for all, but I'm afraid time's up. There'll be people knocking on the door soon enough. Forget it, I'll move into the bureau tomorrow. I want to see just how today's young Tianxias are putting their smarts to use. Wait, forget tomorrow, I'll move in this afternoon.
That you are willing to see this through personally is a good thing, Elder. But before you move in regards to the question of Originium, we have a guest from afar whom you should meet with.
Oh?
I am honored to meet with you, Great Tutor of Great Yan. Grand Tutor of Great Yan. I represent Rhodes Island and would like to express my thanks to Yan for the information they shared. I believe in these pressing times, candid collaboration between all parties is of utmost necessity. Rhodes Island will uphold the spirit of cooperation during our follow-up research and keep in close contact with Yan. First, allow me to elaborate on Rhodes Island's position regarding the Originium question.
Who is that?
You haven't left yet. Good.
Still planning on taking me into custody rather than letting me go, Lord Zwell?
No, the old Tianxia has already vouched for you. settling this turmoil the way you did, Mo Yi, was of great merit. It feels strange hearing you be so polite. But if you're not here to arrest me, then why are you here? To return this to you. Zuela carefully pulls a wooden lock out of his pocket. Things were hectic, so I forgot to return this keepsake from your mother to you. My apologies. Oh, this thing. Mo Yi looks at Zuela, her lips a quiver, as she pulls out 2 identical locks from her pocket. Stifled laughter. I've still got plenty of these. You can keep that one. You. But I didn't lie to you. It really was my mother who taught me how to make them. You're about to ask me where I'm from, aren't you? I could see it on your face. If you do not wish to say, I shall not offend you by pressing the matter. I simply hope that in the future you will not toy with others again. Huh. Still playing the preacher as ever. I've got a question of my own. What's next for the sway regulator? Honestly, it's a complete mess right now. When the chaos ended, the supervisor admitted responsibility and resigned. That proxy killed Sway, and after merging with that piece of originium, he fell into something resembling slumber, an unprecedented feat. Farron mythologists are studying it with all haste. Sounds like a headache. Well, not that it matters. With you around, there's no need to worry about the sway regulator making any big mistakes. I am not as confident as you are. As my master, the one you called the old carpenter, once said, it is because of the differences between you and me that all disputes arise, no matter if they are between man and beast or man and man. Which is why he called for love between all things, for all things are brothers and sisters. Those 12 did everything they could and nearly died for it, just to claw back a way for them to live. If you keep looking at them, with the difference between man and beast in mind, that would be pretty cruel. I trust you on this matter. Goshia. Alright, chat time's over. I should get going. Going where? Wherever I feel like after a big event's over. Turning to my search for the Farenmoots, trying to find any trace of that proxy, or maybe giving that rabble waving the banner of the Shanhaizhong a talking to. Not sure yet. Till we meet again then. She'd be a cool operator. Let's get her out of NPC jail. I like her design. The girl waves her hands, and in an instant, she disappears amidst the sand-laden wind. Yet another journey with an unknown end. It is not aimless wandering, though. It is simply a search for the uncertain, greater than a hunt for a drop in the ocean. He has walked so far and for so long. We will take the last of Ya's vitality and bring it to the lands beyond Yan. The 1,000-year grudge between Great Yan and the Farenmoots is now over. I pray that this land will never see such bitter conflict again. As for your hopeful search to find Wang, Shuo, we will not be of much use, though we would dearly love to help. We may have been companions with him along the same road, but we were acquaintances at best, and we knew little of his schemes. I understand. Excuse me. All I humbly ask is to please inform me if you hear news of him. If we do, we shall tell you post-haste, Grandmaster. But what you seek, I fear, may be eternally out of reach, just as man cannot touch the face of heaven. This game of his, he considered himself friend and foe, and all the changes of the changes on the board and off, perusing the effects of myriad actions. Such arduous feats will inevitably result in the opposite effect. If what you seek is a means to free Wang from that tomb, then you seek in vain. But if what you seek is a stone in reserve or some idle scholarly digression, heaven and earth are wide and full of many mysteries. Goshia, sirs. Goshia. There may have been a moment where the land under his feet was his board. There should be some trace of him somewhere upon it. But what is being sought is nothing more than a single black stone. When he walked the paths of possibility alone, seeing a way out for everyone, seeking a solution, did he ever feel this helpless? That endless, far too endless journey. long enough to make a being like him sense the passing of fleeting time. Man cannot touch the face of heaven.
Any news?
Still nothing. But I believe some trace of him must exist somewhere outside the tomb.
Alas, if he truly did not wish to see us, would all your efforts be of any use? Perhaps after Jia's fading, he could not forgive Yan or himself. Is this new Yan he does not wish to see, or is it someone else?
Maybe. He does not wish to draw us into this next game.
Next game? His plots are all ended. What would his next game even bring? But can it bring indeed?
An even more hopeless matter. He may have accomplished the replacement, but he was unable to make muddy waters run clear. But he will not give up. He will certainly be searching too, for the traces she left behind on this land, for a glimmer of hope.
You were always the one who understood him best. So still determined to look for him?
I am.
And once you find him,
I will let him know that the next time he needs help, he will not be alone.
the long-lived man stops to rest his feet, turning his head to gaze off into the distance out of habit. Yet another year passed. The snows are beginning to melt, turning the Chidao into a mud-covered bog. By the road, the withered trees sway, a sprinkling of new buds visible.
What's happening there?
It is an ordinary village, with an ordinary Weiqi stall, though one surrounded by a bustling audience. Whether they watch because of a bitter battle or because of high stakes, he is unsure. It's over. Look at the points. How much money is he going to lose over this game? Rightfully so, might I add. Imagine learning how to gamble with Weiqi at such a young age instead of studying properly. Look, you can't blame the kid. If it wasn't for his deadbeat gambler of a dad losing the entire family fortune at the board, not to mention his sick little sister, if you're going to blame him, blame his lack of skill. Then again, the rich guy he's facing is a disgusting bastard. Looking at the kid's black stones, man, even a Xian would find it hard to save him. The young man maintains his determined expression, seeming to not hear the many comments from the crowd. But the beads of sweat dripping off his brow expose the panic in his heart. It's obvious how things will end. He has at most 10 moves left. All he can do now is throw in the towel. He hesitates in placing his stone, even though he knows he cannot hesitate forever. 4-7. What the? Who's talking to me?
4-7. Shoulder hit.
The young man finally hears the indistinct voice clearly as it dictates a move to him. As he considers this instruction, he sees a way to victory he has never considered. Are you helping me? But who exactly is helping him? He looks about, finding no source of the voice. The young man returns his attention to the board, repeatedly calculating the feasibility of this breakthrough move. In the end, he is convinced. His victory is assured. He adjusts his posture, having calmed down a little. A charm of black jade pokes out of his collar, gleaming with a deep, inexplicable light under the winter sun. So he's still out there. Wow. That is an awesome way to end it. He helps the little boy win. That's incredible. Wow. Awesome. What a story. Let's talk about it for a minute. Man, talk about an emotional tale, because this was one of those things that we knew was that culmination that was building up for a long time across the many stories that involved Yan and the Sui siblings. And we've seen the introductions of them one by one, and we still haven't met all of them, but we know names, we know of them, we know enough. And the ones that aren't playable yet are still available in a way that they're part of the story. They're there. They are well known. And in this case, the biggest thing about this story with Wang, for the longest time, we've only known him to be this criminal, this sibling that just, unfortunately, everybody believed to be the bad egg, the one that he's caused problems, he's caused trouble, and nobody really knew his true intentions behind it. And here we finally learned. We finally learned the true intentions. Every single move that he has made has been like playing a stone on a Weiqi board. Playing a stone to learn how to win the final, the climactic battle. The game that he was working his way up to. He spent years isolating himself, teaching himself how to improve his skills, teaching himself how to be stronger, how to be better, how to be ready for the upcoming thing. And see, I think in a lot of ways we see it as, oh yeah, it's Weiqi is the game. However, I think in a lot of ways it was just him sharpening his mind, not just because of the game, but because of that being able to move ahead, being able to know when to move, when to cast the stone, to think further ahead of what anybody expected him to plan those moves and work in ways that not a single person would have guessed. And in some ways that kept not only his siblings from not being able to predict him, but from Sui himself, the entity itself that they split from, that they fragmented from, the Fahrenheit, from being able to guess his moves, his motives, his everything. He planned things out. Now, the one thing that's interesting is you can kind of make the comparison to games like chess or shogi in a way where they always tell you to think so many moves ahead in order to be ready to prepare for anything that could potentially come your way as far as your opponent's countermeasures. However, Weiqi is a little bit different in a lot of ways. I've not a lot of experience myself. I learned a little bit about it thanks to what got me inspired by it was reading the manga in Shonen Jump for Hikaru no Go. The game Go is the same game, same exact game, but it was very interesting to learn it. But I don't know. I really don't. It's been so long since I've actually sat down and played. I have a board. Obviously, I used that to make my initial thumbnail for the stream I did for the beginning of this event. But I am not that good. I think I've played a couple games with my wife, and I've played like a little bit online or like on an app or something just to learn a little more. And it's been so long since I played that I don't really recall much other than the gist of capturing the stones, surrounding them in a way to capture your opponent's stones, to clear them off the board, and or capture the territory and things like that to prevent them from getting more. Your goal is to obtain more or what a space or something to that effect. I'm not 100% versed in it. I'm sure many people know many, many more details to it than I do. But again, it just is that point of it is a strategy-based game that you need to be ahead of the game in order to win. And in this game, that's what Wang did. Over the years, he sharpened himself so that nobody could see what was coming, not even Sui himself. And that's what made this so very interesting for the siblings. Now, on the other end, you had things with Chen. Now, earlier on, when we started really getting into it, and with Wei and Wu disappearing and the stuff with the True Long, I kind of suspected some things were happening potentially with the two of them, with Wei and the True Long, that there was going to possibly be a sacrifice or something attempted. But I thought that the hinting was being that Chen was the next in line to be the True Long, and that by the end of this story, there was going to be talks of her potentially ascending. And it obviously didn't work out that way. And now we get to see her meet with her little cousin, who is in line to become now True Lung's daughter. At least that's what it appears to be. Maybe I mistook that, but that's what it appears to be from me. Now, on the other end, we see themes of regret between Wang and Wei Yanwu and the True Lung. We see themes of regret with some of the other characters as well. And ultimately, in a way, this is a lot about clearing those regrets, clearing the past, the history that is negative, and finding the positive in it. And we're left in the end with Chen having the writing knife and helping the other Chen to try to properly rewrite history for their family the way that it should be, clearing their name, but also having that capability to repair history as it stands. And there's a lot to think of with that. Now, is this a wrapped up story? In a lot of ways, it sure seems like it. There's openings for these characters to return. And of course, that little tease there at the end that Wang is still there. The little boy holding the black jade, having the little black jade, makes me wonder if that's in some way connected. If that was like the crystal jade that was taken from the garden that had Jie's essence, could that black jade that the boy has have Wang's essence? Regardless, it is such a beautiful ending that while the father gambled everything away, the sister's sick, the little boy tried to step up, obviously, or young man as they called him, but he definitely looked like really, really young, that he had no chance and he was just about to give up, and Wang speaks to him. Which, in a lot of ways, is kind of funny because it does kind of remind me of Hikaru no Go and the spirit, the spirit that's helping him play the game in the story, which is funny. So this is almost like, hey, that mirrors that. That's funny. But there's a lot of openings for characters to return, for these, for the story to continue in a way, the Sui siblings, and not so much just focused on them anymore, but rather the rebuilding of Yan. Because as it is now, Yan itself is kind of in shambles. The Grand Commandant passed away. And he had some influence on some things that obviously he wanted to do and kind of pretty much start conflict and wars with everybody and try to dominate and take over. And it's obvious that the True Lung and everybody else didn't want that. Now that he's gone, who's going to become the next Grand Commandant? Could it be Wei Yanwu? Could it be someone else primed to take over? General Zhuo. Somebody like that. Zhuo has explained that the Sui regulator is in shambles as well. And they're trying to rebuild because they don't know what's going on between the siblings, the proxies, and everybody else. There's a lot of issues with Yan, with its influence, with the tomb, and various different things that could be in a way revisited with the rebuilding and with figuring out where things are going to go with True Lung and with everybody in the future. And that opens up the potential for us to meet the last of the siblings. Like, we got Taraxacum as a little bit of a stand-in for number 10, who is obviously a medic, a healer, in what they would become in the future, because of the fact that he is the pupil underneath them. So, we learn a lot about that, but they could pop up in an event in Sargon. We may get something following them in Sargon. We could find other things, other traces of the Fahrenmuts, and also explore the possibility of where the influence lies of the Originium piece that was tied to the True Lung now being absorbed by the Fahrenmut. What does that influence have over the land now? Because those first Originium pieces are very crucial to some things, to the story and to Terra. We've learned that through other stories so far. So with that, what influence, what change could that hold now? So human is in disarray. Baijiao is in disarray. Various parts of Yan are just in disarray. I had a bug attack my leg there. Apparently wanted to have a part in the conversation. But anyways, needless to say, this wraps up one big plot arc in a way, but potentially leaves the door open for more. That said, I'm very, very happy with this story, and I was very, very emotional with how things were playing out with Wang, and GA's death and things like that were very powerful, very emphatic to me. But I think they did a wonderful job, and I'm excited to see more in the future. With that said, though, I've finished with the story. And we still have the EX and S stages. I don't know if I'm going to get to them in time with the rest of the time that I have limited, but I'm going to try. But we've got a cooking video and a fandub preview coming to you all very, very soon. So with that, let me know your thoughts on the story down in the comments and what you think the future holds for the great of Yan and our Sway siblings. What do you what are you most excited for given the outcome of this story? We'll talk about it. But if you're new to the channel, please make sure to like the video, subscribe for more Arknights content and other fun things in the future. But that's it for this one. We will see you all next time.